Chapter 3900. It was nighttime when they got off the boat, and now it was daytime. Yi Qian's eyes adjusted to the darkness and quickly looked around. From the distance, they were dragged to the sound of something hitting the ground. She knew that they were in a house built on a foundation. She quickly looked around the wooden house, and Yi Qian focused her attention on the Burmese men with guns in the room. There were 4 Burmese men with guns in front of her. Their eyes were fierce, but they were staring at them coldly. There were 2 men with guns guarding the door to prevent them from escaping. Perhaps they were used to standing guard. No wonder people said that there were many retired soldiers in the Burmese drug cartel. From their habit of standing guard, it was obvious that the rumors were true. Yi Jian didn't have much time to check out her surroundings. She looked away from the guards at the door and immediately turned her head to look to her side. She saw 2 Burmese men standing on the right with guns pointed at her. At the same time, she saw 2 female soldiers in the same military uniform. They were Zhou Yijin and Lu Lu, who were also tied up and kneeling on the ground. Zhou Yijin was relatively calm. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, and her complexion was a little pale, but she was in a good condition. Lu Li's condition was worse. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her face was haggard. She was forced to kneel down by the gun, and her whole body was trembling. It was obvious that she was very scared, and her mental state was on the verge of collapse. If they didn't save her in time, Lu Lu might have a problem. Zhou Yijin also looked at Yi Qian. Their eyes met, and they couldn't help but purse their lips. Obviously, Zhou Yijin also noticed that Lu Li's condition was very bad. Yi Qian and Zhou Yijin both turned to look at the door at the same time. They saw a Burmese woman walking in with a camera in her hand. It was Dan Yi. The woman with the camera was called Dan Yi. She pretended to be a pregnant woman and was very rude to Yi Qian. She punched and kicked her from time to vent her anger. As soon as she came in, her hateful gaze swept across the faces of the 3 Chinese female soldiers. She said a few words coldly to the armed men in the room. Then, the back of the 3 people's heads was directly hit by a cold and hard object, and it was firmly pressed against them. It was a gun against their heads. When Dan Yi saw that the 3 Chinese female soldiers were being held by their own men's guns, she tightened her grip on the camera. If she could, she would rather change the camera to a gun. She would definitely pretend that the gun had gone off by accident and use the bullets to blow up their heads. Dan Yi, who hated the Chinese soldiers to the core, took out his camera. Yi Jian, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. The appearance of the camera calmed her down. They wanted to use the photos to threaten the Chinese soldiers and achieve their goal. After a few clicks, Yi Qian's calm gaze fixed on the camera. He was going to send the photos to the Chinese border police. When Lulu saw that he was only taking photos of her, her extremely tense nerves relaxed in an instant. At that moment, her entire person collapsed, and tears flowed out of her eyes like beads. If it weren't for the fact that her mouth was stuffed with something to block her voice, she probably would have cried out loud. Zhou Yijin, who was relatively calm, also relaxed her tense back. Chapter 3901. After taking the photos, Dan Yi did not leave immediately. Instead, she said a few words unwillingly to the men who dragged Yi Qian and the girls out of the dungeon. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the 3 Chinese female soldiers. The words that came out of her mouth seemed to have been squeezed out from between her teeth. They were cold and twisted. When the men heard this, they all nodded to show that they understood. When she left, Dan Yi's gaze was filled with hatred. She glared at the 3 Chinese female soldiers with a deeper meaning before she left with the camera in her hand. Her departure caused Lu Li's tensed body to instantly go limp. She felt that she had escaped another disaster. No one cared about the female soldiers' tears. After taking the photos, they quickly put the balaclavas over the three of their heads and used the same barbaric method to drag them back to the dungeon. As the metal door was slammed shut, Lulu collapsed to the ground as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. Her heavy breathing could be heard from the dungeon. Yi Qian moved closer to her and comforted Lu silently with his body. He told her not to be afraid and that everything would pass. Zhou Yijin also moved closer to Lu and comforted her by squeezing her. Perhaps the comforting words of a comrade worked. Lu, who had been trembling all over, finally relaxed. Gradually, her body stopped moving, and even the sound of her breathing stopped. Her calmness allowed Yi Qian's tense heart to relax for a moment. His finger wrote stroke by stroke on the back of Lu Li's hand. Afraid that she would not know what he wrote, Yi Qian wrote very, very slowly. He wrote one word at a time on the back of Lu Li's hand so that she could relax even more. I will protect you. Don't be afraid. After writing this sentence, Yi Qian wrote another sentence. Our people are still outside. We will definitely return to the base safely. Yi Qian took at least 10 minutes to write 30 words. Lu could not guess every word, but she could guess more than half of it. It was enough to dispel most of the fear in her heart. After about 10 minutes, someone brought in water and bread. They did not give Yi Qian and the girls any slack. They only took off the balaclavas and forced them to eat. They said the word eat in a hoarse voice. Yi Qian, who did not know how long he had been hungry, did not reject the water and bread that was stuffed into his mouth. Even if the bread was filled with fine sand and mud, Yi Qian ate it bite by bite. Yi Qian did not waste any of the bread and water that was filled with sand and mud. However, Zhou Yijin and Lu did not. After Zhou Yijin had a mouthful of bread, Zhou Yijin's face turned green, while Lu, hearing the sound of vomiting, Yi Qian, whose mouth was full of bread, only managed to say the word eat. Before she could say anything else, she was punched in the stomach. The Burmese man who fed her bread threatened her in stiff and strange Mandarin, "Don't talk, shut up. Otherwise, I will starve you to death." He used a lot of strength in his punch. The pain instantly spread from his abdomen. It seemed to affect all the nerves in his body. It was so painful that Yi Qian's back arched. She did not speak again. She could not speak anymore. The man had brutally stuffed the bread into her mouth. Even chewing was difficult, let alone speaking. Zhou Yijin was furious that Yi Jian was beaten up. She knew that she had implicated Yi Jian. Seeing this, no matter how much she didn't want to eat it, it was obvious that someone had stepped on it and crushed the originally soft bread into a flatbread. She held back her vomit and swallowed the bread into her throat. Chapter 3902. Every time Zhou Yijin swallowed, she felt as if her throat was being cut by a knife. Ever since she was born, she had never eaten anything with mud or sand in it. She had never even eaten food that had fallen to the ground. But today, not only did she swallow the bread that they had deliberately flattened with their feet, she also swallowed the dirty water that they had deliberately added mud to. She did not waste a single mouthful of water. Lu was originally unable to swallow a single mouthful of bread, but Yi Qian being beaten up made her feel both afraid and angry. The courage in her bones was stimulated just like that. With tears streaming down her face, she bit down on the bread that had been flattened and swallowed it without chewing. As she vomited and swallowed, she could still eat a little. When Yi Qian saw Lu vomiting until her face was pale, but she still forced herself to finish the bread, she, who was originally worried that Lu might not be able to hold on, was relieved. No matter how delicate and afraid she was, Lu was still a Chinese soldier. Chinese soldiers had a courage that would never lower their heads. How could Lu Lu be defeated so easily? Of course not. Yi Qian did not waste a single drop of water in the cup as these people laughed wildly. They might be laughing now, but when the time was right, they would cry. Moreover, she had to thank these people for not adding their urine into the water. After eating bread and drinking water, these people did not put the hood over their heads again, nor did they gag their mouths again. They got up and left the dungeon. Without the hood, they could see each other and comfort each other in their eyes, encouraging each other to get through this difficult time together. Among the three of them, Yi Qian was actually the youngest. However, Yi Qian was a reincarnated person and had experienced so many things. In addition, she came here to save them, so she naturally became their spiritual support. Looking at the two of them, Yi Qian's eyes revealed a warm and determined smile. When Zhou Yijin and Lu Lu saw her smile, it was like the sun shining through the darkness, bringing light. The two of them laughed at the same time. Believe me, everything will pass. Yi Qian spoke softly. She did not speak Mandarin, but the dialect of the southern province. Lu Li's hometown was adjacent to the southern province, so she could definitely understand it. Zhou Yijin graduated from the Southern Province University, so she could speak the Southern Province dialect. As soon as Yi Qian spoke, she could understand. Lu Lu, who also understood, burst into tears. Her cheeks were hurting, and her mouth had been stuffed with something. Other than eating once a day, the rest of the time, her mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth that she didn't know where it came from. At this moment, even her chin was hurting. Tears streamed down her face like rain. She wanted to laugh, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the pain in her chin made her smile instantly distort her facial expression. As a result, her originally delicate facial features looked somewhat comical. Zhou Yijin, who was relatively calm, saw this and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Uffed! When she laughed like this, Lu Li's tears also stopped. She wanted to laugh as well, but the pain in her jaw made it impossible for her to smile normally. Lu Lu could only grit her teeth and laugh very strangely. The two of them laughed, and the smile in Yi Qian's eyes deepened. Captives were not scary. As long as their minds were not damaged, there was always hope for them to escape. Just like when K7 was captured, he suffered much worse than they were now. Chapter 3903. Insults and beatings happened every day. There was physical torture and mental torture, but K7 endured it all. In the end, he was rescued by his comrades. He believed that as long as he persevered, his comrades would definitely come to rescue him. Similarly, she hoped that Yijin and Lu Lu would believe in the words she wrote on their palms when she first came in. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. I'll definitely bring you back to your country. This was her promise. It was a promise that she would fulfill. Lu Lu didn't really believe that Yi Qian would be able to save them, but now she believed in him. She looked into his dark eyes that were filled with determination and a smile. The world in his eyes was so vast and green, it allowed her to see the sun and the hope of survival. Just one look was enough for her to believe in him. The three of them encouraged each other and ignored the panic from before. They just sat in the dungeon like this. Even if they didn't say a word, just a glance was enough to give each other enough warmth. Meanwhile, the photos of the three of them being forced to kneel with the butt of a gun had already been developed and sent to Qin Maosheng. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the photos were sent to Qin Mongsane, who was only a mountain away from the village where Yi Qian and the others were imprisoned. Qin Mongsane, who received the photos, nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. The photos were taken exactly as he wanted. In order to show his strength, Qin Mongsane invited Cobra, who was waiting for Xia Jinyuan and Luke to come over. When the photos were sent to Cobra, he looked at the 3 female soldiers in the photos. His gaze landed on the left side of the photo. There was a female soldier with short hair and stubborn eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly. This Chinese female soldier clearly looked much calmer than the other 2. That kind of calmness made him want to viciously torture her. He wanted to tear apart her calm facade and see if she was truly calm deep down. Often, torturing this kind of stubbornness would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. Cobra, who loved to break other people's willpower, didn't refuse Qin Maosheng's invitation to show off his strength. He handed the photo back to Qin Maosheng, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Your invitation makes me feel very honored, but I want to wait for my 2 subordinates to come back before going together." Qin Mongsane's smile froze for a few seconds. 2 subordinates? Could it be the 2 who went to China and attracted the attention of the Chinese armed police? They returned from China to Myanmar so quickly? Or was he wrong? Of course, we have a lot of time anyway. In order to confirm that he wasn't wrong, Qin Mongsane immediately probed. He pretended to casually ask, "2 subordinates? Mr. Cobra, you still have subordinates?" "Yes, Luke and Xia Jinyuan have already sneaked back to Myanmar. Now, I still need your help to bring them back." Qin Mongsane's pupils constricted a little. Who was Cobra, who escaped from the Chinese armed police's steel guns so quickly? He couldn't find much information on him. Qin Mongsane, who quickly covered up the shock in his heart, laughed and immediately nodded in agreement to Cobra's request. He liked to interact with this kind of adventurous guy. It made him feel very interesting. Qin Mong and Sheng Yusher thought that Cobra also liked it very much. Chapter 3904. Cobra, who was in someone else's territory, was not worried about encountering any danger along the way, nor was he worried that he would be killed by Qin Mongsane because General Minlai appreciated him. A cunning guy would not do anything that would annoy his own protection. He had now clearly expressed his intentions. If Qin Mongsane really had the intention to cooperate with him, then they would definitely send someone to pick up Luke and Xia. A cunning and smart guy knew that since he could not do anything that would annoy his own protection, then he might as well deal with the cooperation properly and convince his protection that he had the ability to make more money. Of course, this was not the reason why he agreed to go with them to see how the Chinese female soldiers were treated. The real reason was that he wanted to know how much capital Qin Mongsane had that they dared to kidnap a soldier from a peaceful country. Even he, Cobra, didn't dare to do it, but he actually did it. It was really interesting. So interesting that he wanted to see how much this bold and arrogant guy had. However, whether this guy had a lot of money or not, he believed that he would have nothing in the near future. Why? Because no country could tolerate their own soldiers being kidnapped by a gang leader from a small country and used to threaten them. Qin Mongsane dared to do this, so they had to bear the consequences of angering a country. What would the consequences of angering a country be? Cobra could not help but laugh. He had already imagined what kind of ending would await Qin Mongsane. He nodded without thinking and agreed to go with them to take a look. He also wanted to see the last moments of Qin Mongsane. In the future, it would be up to him to accept the business dealings between Qin Mongsane and General Minlai. He believed that with General Minlai's appetite, he would definitely establish a long-term cooperation with him. Qin Mongsane had no idea what Cobra was thinking. He quickly sent a jeep to pick up Xia Jinyuan and Luke, who were not far from them. His straightforwardness made Cobra very satisfied. She waited for Luke and Xia's 2 most capable subordinates to return with peace of mind. Cobra's calmness and Xia Jinyuan's and Luke's ability to end the battle quickly made Qin Mongsane wary of Cobra. He didn't dare to act rashly. This was the effect that Cobra wanted. He wanted to let the other party know that he was not someone who could be easily manipulated. It was best to maintain a sincere heart and cooperate with him happily. Otherwise, he really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't send his bodyguards to secretly kill a guy who wasn't sincere in cooperating. Qin Mongsain, who couldn't immediately leave, kept in touch with his subordinates who were guarding the 3 Chinese female soldiers to confirm that everything was normal. Cobra listened the whole time and nodded at the other party's meticulous arrangements. This was a very vigilant partner, which would save him a lot of trouble. He liked to work with people who didn't trouble him because it would make the whole business process happy and safe. If the Chinese side didn't take action against Qin Mongsain this time, he was very willing to cooperate with the other party. If the Chinese side destroyed Qin Mongsain, then sorry, there would be such an ending. He wouldn't feel sorry for Qin Mongsain. His old friend once said in Chinese, "The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit." If Qin Mongsain was really destroyed by the Chinese side, he wouldn't suffer any losses since he was already in contact with Burmese General Min Lai. Chapter 3905. While Cobra waited for Xia Jinyuan and Luke to return, he asked his men to keep an eye on their surroundings. He did not want to provoke the Chinese armed forces before he left, the bodyguards who were instructed to keep a close eye on their surroundings. From time to time, they would find a vantage point and secretly use binoculars to observe the entire village and the nearby mountains. When the perfectly disguised V8 and the others saw this, they did not dare move rashly. They maintained their current posture and remained motionless. Even if insects and ants burrowed into their clothes and bit them, they would still maintain their original posture. G3 and the others, who had long known that Xia Jinyuan would take a car to the village where V8 and the others were hiding, took a shortcut to their destination and tried to meet up with V8 and the others as soon as possible. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a few photos of the Chinese female soldiers being forced to kneel with their hands and feet tied appeared in Suyu's hands. The photos were clipped to a newspaper and handed to the armed police at the checkpoint by a child. Finally, they were handed to Suyu. Even though the photos were in Suyu's hands, the members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team guarding outside still did not see Qin Mongsain appear in the village where the female soldiers were being held. This made them suspect that their target might not come. If he still did not come, could they consider going directly to the village where Qin Mongsain was currently and killing him? The leader of the Cloud Leopard Commando team had just reported their current situation and his thoughts to the military, but the military immediately denied it. There's no need to adjust the battle strategy. Qin Mongsain can't appear for the time being because he's delayed by something. Be patient and wait. This was the military's answer to the Cloud Leopard Commando team that was currently guarding the village where Yi Qian and the others were being held. According to the report of another Special Forces team from the military, Qin Mongsain was still in the village and had no intention of heading to the village where the female soldiers were being held. On the other hand, Commander-in-Chief Xia had already arrived at the military and was sitting in the conference room with the military leaders. Once again, they made adjustments to the operation. The Cloud Leopard Commando team was temporarily on standby and continued to pay close attention to the situation. 3 of his family's juniors were trapped in the tiger's den at the same time. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was far away in the capital, finished his work and took the earliest flight to Changshui Airport this morning. He arrived at the military zone around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, he went to the border checkpoint with the leaders of the military region to meet with Suyu from the Narcotics Division, while the Cloud Leopard Commandos who were guarding the village where the female soldiers were held were reporting their situation to their superiors. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was sitting in the conference room, was holding a photo of the female soldier being forced to kneel with a gun pressed against her head. Looking at the photos taken from the front, left, and right angles, his face was so gloomy that the military leaders could not help but hold their breaths their hearts in their throats. Commander-in-Chief Xia threw the photo in his hand onto the conference table and slapped it heavily. With a cold look in his eyes, he said sternly, "How lawless! Who gave them the guts to trample on the faces of our Chinese soldiers?" Even though he knew the purpose of Qin Mongsane kidnapping the female soldiers, Commander-in-Chief Xia was still furious the moment he saw the photo. He slammed the table angrily, and the entire conference room suddenly became so silent that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. How's the firepower of the Cloud Leopard Commando team? How far is the distance between the two villages where Qin Mongsane is located? How many people are there? So what if they have firepower? Is there an exact number? The only person who could break the oppressive silence was Commander-in-Chief Xia himself. Other than him, not many people dared to speak. Chapter 3906. The village where Qin Mongsane is currently located is his hiding place. It's very close to the Burmese troops that are protecting him. This is also why we want to wait for Qin Mongsane to arrive at the village where the female soldiers are being held before we make a move. They didn't want to attract close fire support from the Burmese troops. Furthermore, the village where the female soldiers were being held was more than 100 kilometers away from the troops that were protecting Qin Mongsane. Therefore, even if the Burmese troops wanted to reinforce Qin Mongsane, they wouldn't be able to arrive in time. This would increase the chances of China winning. To a large extent, they would be able to avoid any conflict with the Burmese troops. This would also avoid any possible conflicts between the two countries. Also, the village where the female soldiers are being held is a drug den. Its firepower isn't as good as the firepower of Qin Mongsane's village. If we make a move, our chances of winning will increase again. After reporting the approximate number of people and firepower in the two villages, the leader of Yun Province's military and Su Yu secretly exchanged a few glances. They felt that the commander-in-chief might make a big move. Commander-in-Chief Xia indeed wanted to make a big move. He wanted to use this to scare off the criminals who were secretly trying to harm the Chinese military. Right now, there were two special forces keeping an eye on the two villages of Qin Mongsane. One of the villages was his hiding place, and the other was a drug den. If you really looked at it carefully, the firepower of the two villages should be equal. Therefore, it wasn't realistic for the two special forces to attack the two villages separately. They could only focus on one village to increase the chances of our soldiers winning. It was fine if they didn't attack the village where Qin Mongsane was hiding. Once the village where the drug was hidden was attacked, his hiding place would be exposed. An exposed hiding place would lose its purpose of hiding, and it would become an abandoned village. The Snowfield Brigade's special forces, including Qin Yao and Q King, had a total of 16 special forces members. The Cloud Leopard Commando team also had 14 special forces members. Therefore, a total of 30 special forces members were dispatched, other than Qin Yao, who did not carry any powerful firearms or ammunition. The other 29 special forces members all carried lethal firearms and ammunition. 30 people against almost 200 people. Commander-in-Chief Xia pursed his lips. He had to ask the Cloud Leopard Commandos and the two teams of Snowfield Brigade Special Forces. Soon, the Cloud Leopard Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces, who were split into two groups, spoke directly to Commander-in-Chief Xia. With Commander-in-Chief Xia's questions, the atmosphere in the conference room became more and more tense. As expected, the Commander-in-Chief was really going to make a big move. Suyu could not help but clench his fists. If they could really do it, it would be equivalent to getting rid of a huge tumor and avenging the lives of the armed police soldiers who had sacrificed themselves. The two teams of Snowfield Brigade's special forces who were split into two clicked on the map of the drugs hideout sent by the Yun Province military. After a short and detailed discussion about the deployment, G3 said to his comrades. Since all of you are confident, let's get started on this bandit extermination. Let's do it. Damn it. How dare they make Qing Niao and the others take pictures while kneeling? If we don't teach them a lesson, who knows how arrogant they'll become? T6 said with a fierce gaze. The rifles in his hands were ready to fight alongside him, and they were just waiting for the battle to start. They were all wearing the military uniforms of a ragtag army. After entering Myanmar, they had no status at all. If something really happened, even if the Myanmar side knew it was the Chinese side who did it, they would not be able to make it public. Chapter 3907. They kidnapped a Chinese female soldier with the support of their own country's troops. Did they want to be condemned by other countries? The G3 comrades had no objections and did as they were told. V8 and the others had no objections either. If these drug dealers dared to kidnap a Chinese soldier today, what about in the future? Would they be able to swagger into Chinese territory and kidnap a Chinese citizen? Those were the people they protected with their lives. How could they be threatened? Today, they even dared to trample on the dignity of Chinese soldiers? What about in the future? No, there was no need to wait for the future. This was what they were doing today. In order to get the Chinese side to agree to their conditions, the arrogant drug dealers had already trampled on the dignity of a country. This was a battle for dignity and for the strength of the country. At the same time, they replied to Commander-in-Chief Xia that they could. The members of the Cloud Leopard Commandos, who had seen how the Chinese female soldier was dragged out of the dungeon, were already furious. After a short call with the Commander-in-Chief, the team made a request to see if they could establish a wireless communication with their comrades from the other fraternal company. This required the communication technicians from both sides to take action. Commander-in-Chief Xia agreed to the Cloud Leopard Commandos' request. The two different wireless communication systems started to be tested and established. Just as the technicians from both sides were busy establishing a wireless communication system, the members of the Cloud Leopard Commandos started to deploy their troops. There's also our brothers from the other special forces. The Commander-in-Chief just said that their combat ability is top-notch in the country and can compete with the Western Special Forces. He has already told us that their firepower is very strong. We have 14 people on our side. Then we'll guard this place and send 4 people to sneak into the village and kill their machine gunners, the members of the Cloud Leopard Commandos, who had been guarding this place for dozens of hours, were in charge of this assault. They were more familiar with the terrain in this area than the members of the Snowfield Brigade. They also knew where the heavy firepower was in advance, so they were the most suitable to be in charge of the assault. Meanwhile, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade would fight on the periphery to ensure the safety of the Cloud Leopard Commandos, who were in charge of the assault. Soon, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade and the electronic communicators of the Cloud Leopard Commandos successfully established wireless communication between the two troops through the relay station. After debugging, the soldiers of the two different troops could hear each other's conversation. This was also the first time they had spoken to each other after knowing each other's existence. There wasn't much communication between the two sides, and it was impossible for them to maintain communication for a long time. Although anti-interference was established, it was still better to be careful. G3 was still taking the shortcut to Cobra's village, while V8 was waiting for Xia Jinyuan's arrival. Through the binoculars, V8 saw that the jeep that had driven out of the village had returned to the village. After hearing from G3 that Q King would take a car back to the village, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. All of our targets have appeared. How far are you from us? V8 saw Xia Jinyuan get out of the car through the binoculars and asked G3, who were still on their way, if they plan to go to the village where the female soldiers are. They will probably make arrangements today. Xia Jinyuan and Luke finally met up with Cobra. Knowing that they had returned by car, Cobra specially came out to welcome them. When she saw Luke push open the car door and jump out, Cobra went up to him and hugged Luke tightly. "Good job, Luke. You didn't disappoint me." Cobra laughed out loud. Behind her, the sun that was hidden in the clouds was dim and gray. It shone on her thin face. Although there was a smile on her face, there was always a hint of coldness like a venomous snake. Chapter 3908. Then Xia Jinyuan jumped out of the car and walked over. Cobra looked over Luke's shoulder and stopped at his face. At this moment, the smile on Cobra's face was brighter than ever. "Xia, you're the brother I admire the most. Your safe return can finally make my heart feel at ease." Compared to Luke, Cobra showed more trust in Xia Jinyuan. He even regarded Xia Jinyuan as his brother. If calling him brother could get him a capable subordinate, and a very loyal and capable subordinate at that, Cobra felt that it was a good deal. What he needed was not a brother, but more loyal and capable subordinates. Xia Jinyuan didn't say too much. When Cobra said that he was his brother, there was excitement in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. There was only a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He said calmly, "I'm also very happy." Glancing at the subordinates of Qin Mongsane nearby, Xia Jinyuan said again, "It seems that they are quite honest." His words were very simple, as if he didn't say anything, but the smile in Cobra's eyes deepened. He understood what his capable subordinate wanted to say. If they were not honest, then my safety would be a problem. Now that you and Luke have returned safely, and I am safe, we are all safe now. Cobra gently patted the shoulder of the subordinate he admired very much. It could be seen that his trust in Xia Jinyuan had increased. Seeing this, Luke kept a smile at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be happy that Xia Jinyuan had gained Cobra's trust. Qin Mongsane, who had been waiting for Xia Jinyuan and Luke to come back, had been waiting for his subordinates to pick them up. The two people who escaped back to Myanmar were not even slightly injured. How did they escape from the hands of the Chinese anti-drug police? If the two subordinates who were sent out to do things were so powerful, what about the subordinates who had been staying by Cobra's side? Wouldn't they be even more powerful? Qin Mongsane had a deeper fear of Cobra's strength, and at the same time, he was more vigilant. He had to prevent Cobra from bypassing him and contacting General Minlai privately. Qin Mongsane, with a haze in his eyes, stepped out of the wooden house. When he saw several figures coming in front of him, a warm smile immediately appeared on his dark brown face. He walked down the steps of the wooden house in a few steps. Before he arrived, his voice was already loud and clear. "Thank God for your blessing. Let us all look forward to your safe return." He laughed and spoke as he walked quickly. His expression swept away the haze in the room. Without waiting for Luke's words, he opened his arms and gave Luke a hug. Without waiting for Luke's reply, Luke acted as if he didn't know anything and played along with the other party's act. "Yes, thank God that my brother and I escaped successfully and came back alive to see Mr. Cobra. Qin, how are you? I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem very happy. Are you happy that we came back alive?" "Ha ha ha, yes. I am very happy that you came back alive. I know that my subordinates have picked you and your brothers up. I have already prepared champagne to celebrate the success of our first cooperation." "That's great. In order to come back early, I was really tired. Now I just need a little stimulation of alcohol to give me the energy to continue standing and talking to you." In terms of social interaction, Luke seemed to be better than Cobra. Chapter 3909. Cobra also intended to let Luke speak up for him. Seeing this, not only did he not stop it, but he was also very supportive. Hearing this, he couldn't help but tease Qin Mongsane. "Luke likes to drink very much, and he's very good at it. If you only prepare a bottle of champagne or one type of wine, Luke will definitely be very disappointed. Ha ha ha, of course there's more than one type of wine. I have everything you want to drink here. Qin Mong Sane let go of Luke's arm and turned to look at Xia Jinyuan. Qin Mong Sane was much less enthusiastic towards this man, who was obviously from Asia. This man's facial features were too similar to a Chinese man's, and he was not used to the cold aura on him. He always felt that he was looking at a cold sword that could fall on his neck at any time. He did not like Asian men who gave him such a feeling from the bottom of his heart. Xia Jinyuan saw Qin Mong Sane's indifference at a glance. Seeing him walk over, he simply took a step back from Cobra and used practical actions to tell Qin Mong Sane that they were the same, so there was no need to disgust each other. Cobra liked Xia Jinyuan's honest and unpretentious reaction very much. He even wanted to block for Xia Jinyuan and said, "Let's hurry up and celebrate. We have more important things to do, don't we?" "There are more important things to do." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing next to Cobra, lowered his eyes slightly. What more important things to do? Xia Jinyuan didn't take Qin Mong Sane's important things to heart. He tried to minimize contact with the outside world. So he didn't drink champagne with Luke to celebrate his safe return with the excuse that he needed to wash up. Cobra and Luke had long been used to his solitary nature, so they didn't force him. They happily let him go and said with concern, "You can even take a good rest before coming out." Xia Jinyuan didn't take a good rest. When he came out in a clean and tidy military uniform, he knew what the more important things were. Kidnapping a Chinese female soldier. My God, I'm really shocked by Qin Mong Sane's courage. He actually dared to kidnap a Chinese soldier. After I saw the strength of the Chinese border police and heard that he kidnapped a Chinese soldier, Xia, I really admire his courage now. Luke, who reeked of alcohol, stuffed the entire champagne bottle into Xia Jinyuan's hands. His tone and expression didn't hide his shock at what Qin Mong Sane had done. Is he planning to fight with the entire Chinese army? Although our Mr. Cobra has kidnapped regular government troops before, he has never made a move on soldiers from non-war-torn countries. He only challenges war-torn countries and will not make a move on soldiers from war-torn countries for the sake of 1 or 2 government troops sacrificed. Qin Mong Sane actually did it. Even Mr. Cobra wouldn't do something like that. Xia, I'm still in shock. I'm really in shock. Luke used his body language and tone of voice to express his shock. Xia Jinyuan was calm on the surface as he faced this shocking news that came so suddenly. A Chinese female soldier was kidnapped. A mafia boss in Myanmar actually dared to kidnap a Chinese female soldier. Did the Chinese already know? Did they already have a rescue plan? Why did he kidnap a Chinese female soldier? Xia Jinyuan, who was calm on the surface but had a heavy heart, asked faintly, what does he want to do by kidnapping a Chinese female soldier? Is he going to fight against the entire Chinese armed forces? Or is it just to provoke the dignity of a country? Chapter 39:10. Luke felt that Xia Jinyuan had hit the nail on the head, and he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, an enemy of a country's armed forces? Mr. Qin Mong Sane doesn't have the guts to do that. He kidnapped the Chinese female soldier because he wanted to make a deal with the Chinese anti-drug police. Ha ha, you don't understand, do you? That's right, that's what he thought. So he did it. Ha ha, my God, I still can't believe what I just heard. I don't think he even thought that kidnapping a country's soldier is a challenge to the dignity of a country. The champagne is good. Let's have a drink to celebrate our survival. Xia Jinyuan shook his big belly full of champagne and raised his head. His sexy Adam's apple and neck straightened, forming a cold and stiff curve. He gulped down a mouthful of champagne while his Adam's apple moved. He needed a little alcohol to suppress the sadness in his heart. After finishing the glass in one gulp, Xia Jinyuan clinked the champagne bottle in Luke's hand. Luke chuckled and drank 2 mouthfuls. He put down the champagne bottle and wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth. He said, "Poor guy, I think he'll end up very badly." Mr. Cobra didn't want to remind him because of what? Luke didn't say it out loud. He leaned close to Xia Jinyuan and said very softly, "It's because Mr. Cobra wanted to cooperate with General Minlai alone. Later, Mr. Cobra will tell you why he didn't remind Qin Mong sane. Kidnapping a Chinese female soldier to threaten the Chinese anti-drug police to make a deal with the Chinese anti-drug police. Qin Mong sane, who gave you the guts to do that?" Xia Jinyuan clenched the champagne bottle by the neck. The frost in his eyes gradually covered, making him look even more handsome and cold, like pine trees covered with white snow, cold and stern. Luke gently touched Xia Jinyuan's shoulder again and whispered he even dared to kidnap a female soldier. No wonder he could talk so freely with Mr. Cobra. It turns out that he and Mr. Cobra are the same kind of people. They even dared to kidnap a government soldier. What do you think the Chinese side will do when they find out? Would they directly send people to destroy the bold Qin Mong sane? If someone from the Chinese side really came, wouldn't Mr. Cobra be in danger? His words made the corners of Xia Jinyuan's eyes twitch. He did not know if the Chinese side had sent anyone to rescue the female soldiers, but his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade must have arrived. Faced with the kidnapped female soldiers, it seemed that he had to adjust his plan. The priority should be to save the female soldiers. It had been 53 hours since Yi Qian was kidnapped. The laughter in the wooden house was no longer confined to the house. As the laughing people walked out, the laughter could be heard even more clearly. Xia Jinyuan put the bottle aside and looked up. His gaze fell on the tall and short figures walking out side by side. The tall one was Cobra, and the short one was Qin Mong sane, a guy who dared to kidnap a Chinese soldier. Xia Jinyuan's gaze swept past Qin Mong sane's face. When he retracted his gaze, he inadvertently met Qin Mong sane's eyes. Their eyes met for a brief moment before they calmly looked away. "The way your subordinate looked at me just now, it seemed like he wanted to kill me," Qin Mong sane said, half jokingly and half seriously. When he looked at Xia Jinyuan again, his gaze was very unfriendly. When Cobra heard this, he smiled and said to his subordinate, who had been in charge of translating, "Tell him he's thinking too much. Xia Jinyuan has always looked at him like that. Please don't misunderstand." He misunderstood and thought that Xia Jinyuan's intention to kill Qin Mong sane was because he was plotting against him. Chapter 39:11. Xia Jinyuan, who found out about the kidnapping of the Chinese female soldier, wanted to kill Qin Mong sane. Once again, he pleased Cobra. This was something that even Xia Jinyuan did not expect. Qin Mong sane still had some small matters to deal with. They agreed to leave at 6 o'clock sharp for the village where the Chinese female soldier was. As soon as he left, Cobra and Xia Jinyuan started chatting. "He schemed against you, which is equivalent to him scheming against me. We don't need to be too kind to a business partner who hasn't started working with us yet. Did Luke tell you where we need to go tonight? I admire his courage. He actually dared to kidnap a soldier from a peaceful country. Right now, I think all the initiative is in the hands of the Chinese side. Let's put it this way. I previously told you that I wanted to go to the Chinese side to meet an old friend. Now, I've changed my mind. I plan to first go with the bold Qin Mong sane to see the kidnapped Chinese female soldier. I want to confirm whether he really did it. If he really did it, how will the Chinese side deal with it? Pretend that they don't know anything? Or secretly send troops to kill Qin Mong sane? If the Chinese side chooses the former, then I can continue to go to the Chinese side. If the Chinese side chooses the latter and directly kills Qin Mongsane, then all our previous plans will be cancelled, and we will return to China immediately. Tonight, we'll accompany him to take a look. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave this place where danger can descend at any time. As for the Chinese side, we can go and take a look next time. I heard that the Chinese side has a place called the Great Wall. The scenery there is very beautiful. Unfortunately, I planned to take a look before I left. If the Chinese side chooses to directly kill Qin Mongsane, then I can only regretfully give up this time. It was rare for Cobra and Xia Jinyuan to talk so much, other than the slight fluctuation in Xia Jinyuan's eyes when he said that he wanted to go and see if the Chinese female soldier was really kidnapped. Everything else he said was indifferent. As for what he said about wanting to see the scenery of the Great Wall, the Great Wall did not welcome him. He replied indifferently, "Understood." For more than a year, Xia Jinyuan had played the role of a man of few words. In the face of Cobra's trust, he didn't seem to feel anything. He nodded faintly, indicating that he understood, and would follow the arrangement. His silence made Cobra pat him heavily on the shoulder, and the smile on her thin face deepened. Xia Jinyuan clenched his fists. He really hoped that Qin Mongsane's plan for tonight would not change. That way he would be able to go and see if it was really a Chinese female soldier. And it was now 5 o'clock, and there was still an hour before departure. He needed to inform his comrades who were hiding nearby. V8 saw Xia Jinyuan's gesture through the binoculars. He handed the binoculars to his comrades and said softly, "King Q asked me to go and look for him. You guys keep a close eye on him. I'll be back soon. Tell him about our plan of action while you're at it." Xia Jinyuan was free to move around, so it was easy for him to meet up with V8. It was only when he took the initiative to ask for a meeting and pointed out the meeting location that V8 and the others could meet up with him. "Are you going to tell King Q that Qing Yao is one of the kidnapped female soldiers?" V8, who was about to leave, pursed his lips after being reminded by his comrade. F*CK. I almost forgot about this. Should I F*King tell him or not? V8 came back and contacted G3. Should I tell him? Will it affect King Q? Chapter 39:12. Should I say it in advance? G3 paused for a moment before replying, "Ask the higher-ups. If you can say it, then say it. If you can't, then don't say it for now. But I think I can say it. You must know that we still need to inform Q King of all our plans through Qin Niao. Tell him not to act alone. Since the Chinese female soldiers are kidnapped, we can assist him in completing his previous plan. There's no need to fight another battle." V8 contacted Major General Yang directly and received a reply that could have been directly communicated to Xia Jinyuan. V8 said, "Generals are not subject to military orders in foreign countries. As long as it's beneficial to the entire operation, you can make your own decisions. You don't have to ask your superiors at all times." There was no need to ask their superiors for any decision. The battlefield was their battlefield. They could do whatever was beneficial to the battlefield. As the generals in charge of the country, they just had to ensure that the big decision was not changed. With Major General Yang's approval, V8 felt more confident. The sun had already put away its last rays. The clouds on the horizon were dyed with a layer of gold. The sun had already set, and only the last rays of its light illuminated the earth. Gradually, the golden edges of the clouds became fainter. Night birds rushed into the clouds out of nowhere and disappeared in a few flaps of their wings. The sky gradually darkened. The distant mountains seemed to be covered by a thin layer of green gauze. The surroundings were silent. Only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the treetops could be heard. V8 had already seen their captain, their king, After not seeing him for a year, V8 felt a little F*King excited. He was even more excited than when he saw his girlfriend, F*CK. I almost forgot that he didn't have a girlfriend yet. A few birds chirped softly, as if they were happily flapping their wings above the branches. Xia Jinyuan's footsteps moved slightly as he calmly walked into the mountains. Someone on patrol noticed him and glanced over. Half of his body was hidden in the forest, while his upper body was faintly discernible between the leaves. It looked a little like he was solving an urgent matter. They didn't pay much attention and left quickly. V8 was standing on the side of the tree, where Xia Jinyuan could see. Their eyes met, and there was a smile in each other's eyes. Ever since Xia Jinyuan became the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, this was the second time he had not seen his comrades for a year. For the first time, his comrades did not miss their new captain. Now that they had gone through so many life and death battles together, and had not seen each other for a year, their emotions were self-evident. V8's eyes were red. Captain, he maintained a certain distance and stared fixedly at them. His voice was hoarse. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Not bad. You didn't forget about me." "How would we dare to forget? Our brothers are all thinking about you and are all looking forward to your return. We are all waiting for you to come back and train us." V8 grinned, wrinkling his resolute face that was covered in camouflage paint. He wanted to have a good chat, but time didn't allow for it. Xia Jinyuan asked V8 to tell him how many of his comrades were there, whether all of them had arrived, and if there were any other arrangements from the military. V8 stopped wanting to chat and picked the most important things to tell Xia Jinyuan. He pursed his lips when he thought about what he had to say first. He even gave Xia Jinyuan a heads up. "Captain, the first thing I have to say is a little big. You have to be mentally prepared. Now, take a deep breath and stabilize yourself." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "You want to tell me that 3 Chinese female soldiers have been kidnapped?" Chapter 39:13. V8's eyes widened. "You knew that Qing Niao was kidnapped." Qing Niao was kidnapped? If he remembered correctly, the only female soldier he knew with the code name Qing Niao was his little fox. In other words, one of the 3 kidnapped female soldiers was his little fox, Xia Jinyuan's most trusted lover. Soon, V8 realized that something was wrong. His heart skipped a beat, and he asked cautiously, "Captain, you only knew that 3 Chinese female soldiers were kidnapped, but you didn't know that Qing Niao was kidnapped? Where did you find out?" "I knew that 3 Chinese female soldiers were kidnapped, but I didn't know that Qing Niao was among them. The big news you wanted to tell me was actually referring to Qing Niao's kidnapping, right?" Xia Jinyuan asked back. However, he didn't expect that. V8 would tell him such a big news as soon as he opened his mouth. It shocked him so much that his head was still buzzing. He didn't want to tell his most trusted lover that he had already snuck into the country. He even specifically asked Old Man Xia to keep it a secret, but in the end, even though they were thousands of miles apart, his lover still managed to meet him. This fate, he had to admit, it was really fate. V8 Xiao nodded. Qing Niao's kidnapping is different from the other 2 female soldiers. She was kidnapped on purpose to save the other 2 female soldiers who were kidnapped. She still has a mission to assist the Drug Enforcement Border Defense Brigade in chopping up the Qinmong Sane that dared to kidnap Chinese soldiers. Xia Jinyuan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He digested the big news that came out of nowhere and shocked him so much that his head was buzzing. Then there was deep anticipation in his heart. He was looking forward to meeting her later. He was looking forward to it. After not seeing each other for a year, they actually met under such circumstances. This was something that he had never expected. He had never thought that this would happen. "If that's the case, then I'll have to adjust my plan," he said in a deep voice. V8 looked around and said, "The higher-ups have also made a very detailed deployment. We all think it's feasible." Then he explained the battle deployment of Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Yang. After listening, Xia Jinyuan nodded lightly to show his approval. He said to V8, "There's still 15 minutes left. I'll head straight to Qing Niao's village. Inform G3 and the others to take a detour to our destination. I'll drive a separate car later. You guys can take my car and leave together." It would be best to leave with a car. After V8 returned, he immediately informed G3 to take a detour to the village where Cloud Leopard and Qing Niao were. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Mong Sain, who had finished his work, appeared on time. He sat in the same car as Cobra and headed to the village that was more than an hour's drive away. Xia Jinyuan easily got a transport truck. He told Cobra that he was worried about Qin Mong Sain and that he could keep an eye on him while he drove. No matter how cautious and suspicious Cobra was, he wouldn't have thought that Xia Jinyuan wanted a car to bring his comrades into the village. Moreover, he thought that Xia Jinyuan's words made sense, so he nodded in agreement after some consideration. When Qin Mong Sain heard this, he looked at Xia Jinyuan with even more hostility. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, 57 hours before Yi Qian's kidnapping, the 3 female soldiers who were forced to kneel were once again dragged out of the dark dungeon. The Cloud Leopard commandos who were hiding in the dark suddenly tensed up. What are these guys trying to do? Chapter 39:14. However, the night vision binoculars moved slightly as they followed the figures of the 3 female soldiers. The scout in the best observation position suddenly tightened his grip. He saw 4 jeeps appear and immediately contacted his comrades who were hidden around him in a low voice. 4 jeeps and a truck have entered the village. Roger that. Pay close attention to the movements ahead, the action team leader said softly. He set up his night vision rifle and calibrated the distance through the scope. He saw that the 5 vehicles entering the village had already stopped. When the Cloud Leopard commandos saw Qin Mong Sain get out of the car, several commandos couldn't help but tighten their grip on the rifles in their hands. They had been waiting here for dozens of hours. Just when they almost thought that Qin Mong Sain would most likely not appear, Brother Company, who was guarding another village, told them that Qin Mong Sain had left in a car. The news from Brother Company made them feel both nervous and slightly excited. Now, the person they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Immediately after, they saw a tall and thin man wearing a long trench coat get out of another car. Qin Mong Sain, who got out of the car early, walked to the other party's side and very politely invited the other party to travel with him. This man in sunglasses had 4 tall and big men, both black and white, guarding him without moving an inch. Who was this? Why did he appear at this time? Why was Qin Mong Sain receiving him? The one standing next to Qin Mong Sung is a Western man. He's about 1.75 meters tall and has a slim build. There are 2 black men and 2 white bodyguards behind him. There are also 4 bodyguards surrounding him. 3 of them are Western and 1 is Eastern. The scout who was the furthest away secretly reported the situation he observed. Soon, Suyu received the latest information from the front lines. Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Yang also received the latest news from the front lines. Suyu and the Yun Province military region didn't know who the Western face that suddenly appeared was, but Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Yang knew who it was. They also knew who the only Eastern face among the group of Western faces was. They are the suspects that the soldiers of another unit are tasked to keep an eye on. Suyu repeated what Commander-in-Chief Xia had told him to the Cloud Leopard commandos at the front line without missing a single word. He told the Cloud Leopard commandos to immediately find the correct location and ignore these western faces. They rode in the truck, and when they were about to enter the village, V8 and his 6 comrades jumped out of the truck. Under the cover of the night, they avoided the checkpoint at the village entrance and slid down the mountain. Their faces and hands were pricked countless times by tiny thorns as they moved forward in the dark. When they finally arrived outside the village, they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. They tried their best to suppress their breaths, their chests rising and falling as they swallowed their throats to adjust their rapid breathing. Although they were in a carriage, because they had to go around the checkpoint and climb over the mountain, the entire march was particularly hurried for fear that the distance would be too far. As soon as they adjusted their breathing, the 7 of them immediately went into position. They bent their backs and avoided the guys patrolling outside with guns. They circled to a place that was advantageous for observation and hid in the dark. G3, we've arrived at our final destination. We've arrived. How far are you guys? V8 quickly contacted the other group of comrades who had been following Q King the whole way after finding their location. G3, who was still rushing over, immediately answered V8. It's a little far. T6 is trying to get a vehicle now. It'll take half an hour to get there. If we can't get a vehicle, it'll take at least 1.5 hours. Chapter 39:15. You guys are backup. Be careful not to be targeted. I'll contact the Brotherhood now. V8, who was sweating profusely, did not rush G3 and the rest. G3 and the rest had been following behind Q King the whole time. It was a rapid march. Compared to hiding and not moving at all, the 7 of them who came later by car were more tired and exhausted. Okay, be careful. T6, who was driving the car, kept a close eye on G3 and replied softly, Don't worry about us. Our skin is stretched taut. We won't screw up. V8 acknowledged softly and immediately contacted the Cloud Leopard commandos who were lurking nearby. They belonged to the Yun province's military. Knowing that they were there, they tried their best to avoid the best spots when looking for a favorable geographical position to observe. This was to prevent the 2 teams from bumping into each other and scaring each other. You guys guard the southeast, we'll guard the northwest. There's still a team of brothers who haven't arrived yet. They're our backup. After contacting the Cloud Leopard commandos, V8 quickly reported their location. At this moment, only G3 and the rest had not arrived yet. That did not matter much. As long as the backup was on the way, it was fine. In the darkness, several pairs of eyes stared at the figures walking into the village. Cobra and Qinmong Sane walked at the front, chatting and laughing along the way. They looked very friendly. Xia Jinyuan, who was a little behind, looked around. Walking in the dark, he pursed his lips tightly. Where were the 3 Chinese female soldiers who were imprisoned? Was his little fox okay? Had his comrades, who had been following him all this time, all caught up? If he saw little fox later, how was he going to talk to her? Would she still be able to recognize him? Would she still be able to recognize his voice? Would she still be able to recognize him just by listening to his footsteps like before? Xia Jinyuan thought as he walked in the dark. His handsome face was extremely cold. His face was tense the whole time, so cold that there was no trace of warmth. Luke, who was walking a few steps ahead, could not help but slow down a few times and wait for him to come closer. What's wrong? Luke slowed down again and asked, Did you see something? Xia Jinyuan looked around. The prison where the female soldiers were being held was in Nanxiang. The light in Nanxiang was dim. Would they be taken directly to the dungeon by Qinmong Sane? Xia Jinyuan, who had been thinking about something, answered Luke calmly. Nothing. Is there really nothing? Why do I feel that you are very serious? Luke, who was terrifyingly sharp, asked in disbelief. I'm being serious because we're in someone else's territory. If they want to deal with us, don't you think it would be a piece of cake? Xia Jinyuan asked back to Luke's question. Luke nodded thoughtfully. That's right. We should be more serious. Suddenly, loud insults came from the front. Xia Jinyuan's eyelids twitched a few times. He raised his eyes and looked forward. Luke, who heard the commotion, had a fierce look in his eyes. He whispered, "Are they abusing the Chinese soldiers?" In the dark, Xia Jinyuan's fists were clenched so tightly that they were about to crack. Abusing the Chinese soldier, Qin Mong saying, "You will end up very, very badly tonight." Quick, let's go and take a look. Luke, who had an equally cold expression, quickened his pace and caught up with Cobra. He did not even wait for Xia Jinyuan to catch up. He looked very anxious. Xia Jinyuan, who had clenched and unclenched his fists, chased after them. He heard Qin Mong say that he was going to send a few more photos to the Chinese side to force them to agree to his conditions. He also said that he wanted the goods back, but where were the people? He had no intention of returning them. He even said that he wanted to let the Chinese side know that Qin Mong was not to be trifled with. Chapter 39:16. Qin Mong arrogant words made Xia Jinyuan's eyes grow colder and colder. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword drawn from a frozen lake, emitting waves of hostility. Negotiating with the Chinese was already delusional. Tonight, he would make all of his delusions vanish into thin air. With his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade and his equally powerful brothers from the Cloud Leopard Commando team, Qin Mong wouldn't be able to escape tonight. While Cobra agreed with Qin Mong, he made up his mind to leave immediately after seeing the Chinese female soldiers. He didn't even plan to wait until tomorrow morning. He didn't think that a business partner who dared to look down on a country could continue to develop. He could be arrogant and savage, but he definitely needed to be able to judge himself correctly and understand his own capabilities. Obviously, Qin Mong, a business partner he admired and even thought he could work with for a long time, had lost himself. He didn't think highly of a person who had lost himself. No matter what, the Chinese were still a country. No matter how backward and poor they were, how could they allow their soldiers to be humiliated? They had to leave immediately. It was very dangerous here. The smile on Cobra's face tightened. He looked around and only saw the undulating hills nearby. Nestled in between the hills was a small village with wooden houses built randomly according to the terrain. Some of the wooden houses were even built with unknown long grass. A few sparse street lamps were directly tied to trees with electric wires. With a few incandescent lamps, they became street lamps for illumination. The deeper they went, the more Cobra's brows furrowed. He didn't quite understand. Why would a place like this be the concentration point for all the drugs? Was it because it was bordered by several countries? Someone jogged down from the winding path at the foot of the mountain and quickly ran to Qin Mong. Cobra took the opportunity to fall back a few steps and whispered to his bodyguard, "Be careful of the surroundings. It might not be safe here." Qin Mong's arrogance in ignoring the Chinese side alarmed Cobra. He began to realize that he was in the same predicament as the other party. The bodyguard replied respectfully, "Just now, Xia and Luke reminded us to pay attention to the surroundings and not stray too far from Sir." Cobra turned around and glanced at his side. He saw that the subordinates he admired more and more had already put their hands into their lapels. A smile flashed across his sunken grayish-blue eyes. It seemed that he could bring Xia out more often in the future. Qin Mong's subordinates had finished reporting and trotted all the way to the wooden house on the mountain. Xia Jinyuan heard Qin Mong's voice and said to Cobra with a slightly gloomy expression, "My subordinates have already dragged them out, and are thinking about what kind of lesson they should be taught. Does Mr. Cobra have any suggestions? Suggestions? Cobra thought that it would be best if she did not make any suggestions and left quickly. She smiled and said, "If you want to successfully take back your things, I think you need to first ensure the safety of the 3 Chinese female soldiers. You haven't taken back your things yet. If the 3 Chinese female soldiers are gone, I think—" In order to make Qin Mongsane take what she said seriously, Cobra deliberately paused and even changed his expression into a very serious one. "If the Chinese female soldiers are gone, I think it's unlikely that the Chinese side will return the things to you. Of course, this is just my opinion. In my heart, goods are much more important than people." Chapter 39:17. At the very least, the Chinese soldiers had to be alive before he left. He didn't want to be targeted by the Chinese. God, he had a feeling that this was going to be a terrible negotiation. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was very grateful for Cobra's selfishness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a suggestion. It sounded like he was making the suggestion for the sake of Qin Mongsane, but in reality, it was all for his own safety. He didn't want to be targeted by the Chinese. Xia Jinyuan, Cobra had guessed what was going through his mind, but Qin Mongsane didn't. He listened to Cobra's suggestion because he also thought that goods were more important than people. Once again, Yi Qian and the other 2 women were dragged out of the dungeon. This time, they were not dragged into the wooden house. Instead, they were dragged under a large tree. The location was different, but the treatment was still the same. Like before, the man behind them hit their knees with the butt of his gun and forced them to kneel. The pale-faced Lu was no longer as flustered as she was during the day. Her hair was messy, and she clenched her teeth tightly. Even though she was forced to kneel, her back was as straight as a pencil. Yi Qian was right. Even if they were now in the hands of this group of people, they couldn't lose their moral integrity as Chinese soldiers. The 3 women's backs were as straight as a pencil. Dan Yi, who had been feeding them water and food, had a twisted expression on her face. She could only watch. Other than watching, she couldn't do anything to the Chinese soldiers. Otherwise, she would be expelled from the village and would never be able to return. She didn't want to be expelled from the village. She wanted to stay and kill more Chinese soldiers, so she had to endure for now. "Are they waiting for someone to come over?" Zhou Yijin, whose mouth was no longer stuffed with food, asked Yi Qian softly. She noticed that these people stood to the side without doing anything after dragging them out. She was a little suspicious that they were waiting for someone to come over. Yi Qian had already taken note of their surroundings. He made a picture of their surroundings and engraved it deeply in his mind to facilitate her next move. Hearing this, she replied in an even softer voice, "Yes, it seems like they're waiting for someone to come over." Who were they waiting for? She hoped that it would be Qin Mongsane. Zhou Yijin swallowed slightly, and her fingers trembled uncontrollably. She wanted to say what she would do to them when they arrived, but she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. He couldn't scare himself. Since the other party wanted to complete the deal with the Chinese side, then, as Aunt Lu said, the Chinese side would stall for time, and their lives would not be in danger for the time being. The Chinese side was indeed stalling for time. Just now, Qin Mongsane's subordinate had reported the Chinese side's request. The Chinese side wanted to confirm the safety of the female soldiers before discussing the deal. Qin Mongsane felt that the Chinese side was not tactful, so he wanted to teach the Chinese female soldiers a lesson and force the Chinese side to lower their heads. Only after Cobra reminded him did he give up on the idea. A group of people walked up the winding path. Soon, Cobra saw a Chinese female soldier in a formal military uniform with a gun pressed to her head and kneeling under a tree with several incandescent lights. Xia Jinyuan, who had been lagging behind, walked slowly and steadily. Similarly, he also saw the Chinese female soldier kneeling under the tree. Even though they were separated by a certain distance, he immediately recognized the person he had been thinking about day and night. The first person he saw was Yi Qian. Yi Qian did not see Xia Jinyuan. Her eyes were attracted by the short Burmese man at the front. That was Qin Mong Sain. She recognized him. This was the target she needed to deal with tonight. Very good. She had finally waited for him. She shifted her gaze a little further to the side. Suddenly, her pupils constricted violently. Was she seeing things? Did she see wrongly? She closed her eyes fiercely, then opened them abruptly. It was the same. Chapter 39:18. Yi Jian closed her eyes and opened them again. She closed her eyes again and again until she opened them slowly. Her heart, which had stopped beating because of the appearance of the figure, began to beat again with a thump, thump, thump sound. In front of her, the shadows of the trees were mottled and the light was dim. His slender figure stood in the half-light, as proud as a pine tree. When she blinked again, the slender figure was still there. He hadn't left. He hadn't disappeared. He was still standing there quietly. Such a familiar figure, a figure that made her feel suffocated, was standing there. His sudden appearance shattered all the firmness in her heart in an instant. Warm tears instantly filled her eyes. Her nose, which had been very smooth just a moment ago, was now blocked. She could only breathe through her mouth. Yi Qian blinked her eyes very gently. She didn't dare to let the tears in her eyes fall. She was afraid that the moment her tears fell, that familiar figure would be her hallucination. It wasn't a hallucination. It really wasn't a hallucination. The person she loved deeply, was standing in the half-light, quietly standing there. She looked at him, and it felt like 1,000 years had passed. She didn't dare to look any longer. Just a quick glance. Yi Qian looked away. She didn't dare to let her tears fall. She held back the tears that were about to fall and forced them back. They said that the love of a Special Forces soldier was the most bitter. At this moment, Yi Qian finally experienced it. The most bitter love was meeting on the same ground, but they couldn't even make eye contact for a short moment. Because they were shouldering different missions, they were shouldering heavy responsibilities. Even a short moment of eye contact had become an extravagant hope. The most bitter love couldn't walk under the sun and could only struggle painfully in the dark and cold corners. Yearning from morning to night was also a bone-piercing pain, just like how she and he were now, so close yet so far away. Yi Qian didn't know if the lover she missed day and night had seen her. She also didn't know if the lover who loved her felt the same way as she did. The moment they saw each other, she was so excited that her heart was like a swing, rising and falling, rising and falling. It didn't matter if he didn't see her. It was enough that she saw him, knowing where he was, knowing that he was safe, knowing that he was safe, knowing that he was safe. Even if he didn't see her, it didn't matter to her. Just letting her gaze on him for a short moment was enough to satisfy her. We haven't seen each other for a whole year. Captain Xia, how have you been? I'm relieved that you're well. Yi Qian looked away. Even Zhou Yijin, who was closest to her, didn't notice that in just a few breaths of time, her emotions fluctuated from a stormy sea to a mirror's surface. The tears that he tried so hard to hold back didn't flow out. Only the corners of his eyes were slightly wet. However, this little bit of wetness made Xia Jinyuan clench his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his palms. He saw the person he missed day and night. He saw the person he loved to the bone, his lover who had become one with his flesh and blood. But he couldn't look at her anymore. He couldn't look at her deeply. Who am I now? One could not see the light of day, and the other was a criminal being pursued by the domestic border police. But who was she? She was a soldier who could stand upright under the sun, wearing an olive green military uniform. Even in the face of so many criminals, she didn't lose her dignity as a soldier. Chapter 39:19. How could criminals and Chinese soldiers know each other? How could they stare into each other's eyes for a long time? How could they cross a distance of less than 10 meters to meet each other? They couldn't. Although they were so close to each other right now, they were separated by thousands of miles. They couldn't recognize each other, nor could they look at each other deeply. Once again, Xia Jinyuan glanced at his lover's calm, mirror-like face. His heart ached so much that he almost suffocated because of her kneeling. He slowly loosened his fist, then clenched it tightly again. He did this a few times, and the strength from his palm made his heart, which was almost twisted into a ball of flesh and blood, slowly transmit strength to himself. The breath of turbid air that had condensed in his heart like a stone slowly flowed out as he clenched his fist and slowly loosened it. When the breath of turbid air was completely exhaled, the blood that had condensed in his heart finally had a trace of warmth. She was kneeling like this, kneeling in such a humiliating manner. As her boyfriend, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't even give her an extra glance. He couldn't support her. He couldn't give her warmth. He was right in front of her, watching her suffer, but there was nothing he could do. His heart, which had finally calmed down, tightened again. At that moment, Xia Jinyuan really felt like his heart was bleeding. He pursed his thin lips and forced himself to look into the distance. It was pitch black in the distance, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He didn't have the heart to look at the night scenery in the distance. He could feel her gaze on him, and he could feel how much excitement was contained in her brief gaze that seemed to inadvertently land on him. Just like him, she was so excited that her heart felt like it was jumping out of her chest. It fluttered its little wings and flew to the side of the person it loved deeply. She was still standing there, but her heart had already flown away. They really looked like Chinese female soldiers. God, does Qin Mong Sane really think that he has lived for too long and is looking for some excitement? Luke's low voice came from beside him. He had been sizing up the 3 female soldiers who were forced to kneel under the tree. After sizing them up very carefully, Luke was very sure that they were really 3 Chinese female soldiers. Xia Jinyuan pressed his thin lips together and took another deep breath. After confirming that he could speak indifferently as usual, he said, "It's okay for him to seek excitement, but we can accompany him to seek excitement." "That's right. You're absolutely right. We can accompany him in his search for excitement. Now it's time for us to leave. I have to remind Mr. Cobra that we're almost ready to leave." As Luke spoke, his gaze swept across the pitch-black mountains. He didn't know how many hidden dangers there were. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. His intuition told him that this was not a very safe place. Even though Qin Mong Sane claimed to be a very safe place, he still felt that it was not safe. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan didn't want to leave so soon. He hadn't said a word to the lover he deeply missed, and he was somewhat unwilling to leave just like that. "Luke, Mr. Cobra doesn't like it when we interfere too much with his decisions," he reminded Luke. In response, Luke nodded lightly. That was right. Cobra didn't like it when his subordinates interfered too much with his decisions. Right now, he was happily chatting with Qin Mong Sane. If he suddenly rushed up and said that they could leave, Cobra might listen to him, but it was very likely that he would be unhappy. This was Cobra, and he knew him very well. Chapter 39:20. Qin Mong Sane wanted to invite Cobra to take a closer look at the Chinese female soldier he kidnapped, but Cobra refused with a smile and said with a smile, "That's your trophy. I think I should keep my distance." Keep his distance, and don't let the Chinese female soldier remember him. That was Cobra's true intention. That was what he really thought. Hearing his refusal, Xia Jinyuan, who was a little disappointed, pressed the corners of his mouth tighter. He hoped that Cobra would accept the invitation, but he also knew that the suspicious viper would not go over. The sound of his breathing was long and slow. Only his heart, which had nowhere to rest because of her appearance, was still beating wildly, and it was still hurting. I'm not interested in other people's trophies. What really interests me is... Cobra looked at the nearby wooden house with a deep smile on his thin face. His short and soft light brown hair fluttered in the evening wind, covering his grayish-blue eyes and the greed in his eyes. I'm more interested in the goods that are about to be mine. If one day Qin Mong Sane was gone, all the goods that used to belong to him would one day belong to Cobra. Cobra was very excited just thinking about it. Qin Mong Sane, who did not know what Cobra was thinking, laughed out loud. No problem. Although this is the first time we have reached an agreement, in order to show my sincerity, I can let you see the sample in advance. Now, wait a moment. I still need to cooperate with a small request from the Chinese side. The Chinese side needed to confirm whether the Chinese female soldiers were safe. Then, he would generously tell the Chinese side that their female soldiers were safe for now, but whether they would be safe in the future was uncertain. And Qin Mong Sane glanced at his partner who was standing still, and a cold smile flashed across his inverted triangular eyes. He still needed to let Cobra know that in Myanmar, Qin Mong Sane had the final say. Even if he had a direct contact with General Min Lai, it would not make any difference. There had been people who wanted to bypass him and directly contact General Min Lai. But what happened in the end? Of course, they were killed by him. He put on a fake smile and said, "The Chinese side wants to test my strength and see if I have the guts to go against them. I think I have to tell them that I can even kidnap their female soldiers. What else do I not dare to do? When dealing with dishonest people, we should let them know not to provoke people who are not to be trifled with. Just like there was once someone who wanted to replace me, I used the knife in my hand to tell him that if he angered me, only death would await him." There was a deeper meaning in his words. Cobra, who was threatened, didn't say much. He only raised his eyebrows slightly and made a please gesture, indicating that he could go ahead, and he would wait here. Was he threatening him? He really hoped that he would have a chance to threaten him in the future. It had been a long time since he had been threatened by someone. It was a strange feeling. He just didn't know how long this arrogant guy could live, and whether he would have the chance to threaten him again. Cobra looked at Qin Mong Sane's back as he left, and there was a faint smile on his sickly pale lips. The 4 bodyguards around him were protecting him from 4 directions, ready to deal with any danger at any time. The cooperation between the two had not really started yet, but they had already started scheming for their own interests. Both sides were well aware of this, but they still maintained a cooperative relationship. They would not easily break the current relationship between the two of them. Luke looked at Qin Mong Sane's back as he left, and then looked at the 3 Chinese female soldiers who had 3 rifles pointed at their heads. There was a flash of pity in his deep gray eyes. If that damn guy did something bad to them, he was sorry, but he couldn't help them, and he couldn't even inform their country. Chapter 39:21. Luke sighed softly as he thought about what would happen to the Chinese soldier. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing next to him, turned his gaze to the Chinese soldier. His gaze was no longer as excited as before. Instead, it was deep and calm, as if he was looking at a stranger. No one would notice anything strange. The most ordinary gaze became Xia Jinyuan's greatest joy at the moment. He was so happy that he could look at his lover again. He was full of hope that his lover would notice that he was looking at her and respond to his gaze. When looking at each other once had become an expectation, then Being able to talk to each other at a close distance had become his biggest wish. Perhaps she heard Xia Jinyuan's prayer, or perhaps they had been in love for so long that their hearts were connected. When Xia Jinyuan's gaze fell on her, Yi Qian raised her eyes slightly and quietly looked at the short figure walking towards them. Inadvertently, her gaze fell on his face. Finally, the two lovers made eye contact for the first time in a foreign country. The moment their eyes met, both of them felt as if their hearts were clenched by a pair of invisible hands. They were so nervous and so excited. They were obviously suppressing too much yearning in their hearts. They wanted so much to hug each other, but they could only hold it in. They had to hold it in until their faces were as calm as a mirror. They couldn't let anyone know that they knew each other. This kind of endurance required a very strong willpower. Only in this way could one not be able to tell that something was wrong. Restraining the real impulse in one's heart, using a perfect disguise to complete the gaze that the two of them had been apart for a year. Even if it was only a short 3 seconds, it felt like the end of time. Xia Jinyuan, who was free to move, took advantage of the fact that he was half in the light and half in the dark. While Luke was paying attention to his surroundings, his lips moved very gently. He didn't know if his lover knew what he was saying. He quickly said the words he wanted to say the most after seeing her. "I miss you very much." He added in his heart, "My little fox." He could only say half of the sentence. If he said too much, he was afraid that someone would find out. Looking at each other, hugging, whispering sweet nothings to each other, being so close to each other had all become wishful thinking. How much he wanted to stand in front of her, how much he wanted to hug her, how much he wanted to tell her, how much he missed her. There were too many how much he wanted to, but he didn't know if he could make it happen tonight. Yi Qian laughed in her heart. They were about 10 meters apart, and he was standing under the swaying shadows of the trees. She couldn't even see his handsome face clearly. She recognized him because they were familiar with each other. Even if they were in a sea of people, she could still recognize him at a glance. She really had no way of knowing what he said, but she knew, at that time, he must have been like her, so excited that he needed to use all his willpower to suppress the love in his heart. Even after such a long reunion, they did not forget the responsibilities they had to shoulder. After a few seconds of looking at each other, the two of them looked away at the same time, no longer looking at each other. Yi Jian's gaze fell on Qin Maoxing's face, which was getting closer and closer to her, and her facial features were becoming clearer and clearer. Her somewhat cracked lips were stubbornly pursed, and there was obvious anger in her eyes. She used her gaze to get Qin Maoxing's attention to fall on her, and directly ignored Zhou Yijin and Lu Lu. Yi Qian also hoped that this would happen. Chapter 39:22. Yi Qian, who was here to protect the two female soldiers, shouldered all the danger himself and tried his best to protect the two female soldiers. No matter what happens later, the two of you must not make a sound. You understand? As Qin Maoxing was less than 3 meters away from him, Yi Qian quickly reminded them, "Don't let him notice you. Leave everything to me." Zhou Yijin's heart trembled, and the corners of her lips trembled violently in order to protect her, and Lu Lu, her Aunt Lu, stood in front of the group and let the fierce-looking man who was walking towards them only pay attention to her. Lu Li's tears flowed out again. She understood what Yi Qian meant, and because she understood, she couldn't help but cry. Qin Maoxing was already standing in the middle of the 3 female soldiers. His gaze was fixed on the female soldier, who was glaring at him angrily. She was even more beautiful than in the photos. After looking at her for a while, Qin Maoxing suddenly laughed, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth from years of smoking. "I can see the anger in your eyes," and he took a gun from one of his subordinates and used the barrel to lift Yi Qian's chin. And the desire to kill me. But he exerted more force, causing Yi Qian's slender neck to straighten. Seeing her even angrier eyes, Qin Mong Sain's laughter became even colder. Unfortunately, you can't kill me, but I can kill you. He quickly pulled the rifle's magazine and loaded the bullet. At the same time, his finger was already slowly placed on the trigger. The sinister smile on his face revealed an even more cruel smile, as if he was going to shoot right now and end a fresh life. Zhou Yijin, who was trembling all over, couldn't hold it in any longer. She shouted, "We are Chinese soldiers. If you kill us, our country will not let you off." When the Burmese man who was holding a rifle against her head saw this, he didn't even wait for Qin Mong Sheng to speak. He directly hit Zhou Yijin's head with the barrel of the gun and shouted in broken Mandarin, "Shut up!" Zhou Yijin, who was afraid that Yi Qian would be shot, saw the ferocious-looking middle-aged man glaring at her. Although she was afraid, she was more relieved. She couldn't let Aunt Lu lead all the danger to herself. She had to do something. Brother Six had specially sent a text message to remind them to take care of Aunt Lu when he wasn't around. Aunt Lu protected her, and at the same time, she had to protect Aunt Lu. Zhou Yijin shut up and glared fiercely at Qin Mong Sain. She didn't know who this man was, but she knew that his identity was not simple. Qin Mong Sain glanced at Zhou Yijin, then looked at Yi Qian, and then at Lu Lu. His gaze swept across the faces of the 3 Chinese female soldiers, one by one. The ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth had a hint of other intentions. He continued to use the barrel of his gun to forcibly lift Yi Qian's chin. He turned his head and said to his subordinate standing beside him, "Go and ask Mr. Cobra to come over. Tell him that I want to give him a surprise." It was a pity that such a beautiful Chinese female soldier would be shot. It would be good to have some fun before dealing with her. Under the ferocious smile at the corner of Qin Mong Sain's mouth, Yi Qian, who was originally angered by Zhou Yijin, couldn't help but feel uneasy. What she was most afraid of was not being killed by poison, but the violence of her body and soul being destroyed at the same time. Just now, she read under Qin Mong Sain's ferocious smile what she was most afraid of. Chapter 39:23. She couldn't wait any longer. If she waited any longer, Qin Mong Sain would really do something worse than a beast. Since the target she had been waiting for had appeared, it was time for her to complete her mission. Before Qin Mong Sain took action, she had to take action to prevent any atrocities from happening. Yi Jian forced herself to raise her head and look at the dark surroundings with the corner of her eyes. The Cloud Leopard Commando team members were hiding in the dark in the mountains that looked like giant beasts. "Are you guys ready? Captain Xia, we've only met in a hurry tonight. When will we meet again? I haven't had the chance to talk to you yet. Will I have the chance to say, I miss you very much to you tonight? Now that you've heard Yijin's voice, are you even more worried? You must be very worried. Your girlfriend and cousin were kidnapped and forced to kneel. You must be very worried and heartbroken." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing not far away, retracted his gaze and suddenly looked over again. His heart had already fallen into an abyss. Yijin? He actually heard Yijin's voice. V8 said that Qing Niao was completely willing to be kidnapped to rescue the 2 female soldiers. Was it because Yijin was kidnapped that his little fox was willing to take the risk? She once smiled and said to him, "Captain Xia, your family is also within the scope of my protection. I'll protect your family with you." She smiled like a flower as she said that. He gently pinched the tip of her delicate and cute nose and said, "I'll protect your family with you too." They had both said that they would protect each other's family together. Now, his little fox was using her actions to protect his family, No matter how much Xia Jinyuan tried to restrain himself, his eyes were already covered with a thin layer of mist. Cobra saw the people around Qin Mong Sane walking towards him. He waved his hand and said without turning his head, "Luke, Xia, you two go over and remind my partner that it's getting late." Damn it, he was now very worried that this guy would really shoot the female soldier on the Chinese side. He didn't order the 4 bodyguards around him to go over. Instead, he directly ordered Luke and Xia Jinyuan to go over. It was clear that he trusted his bodyguards the most. "Yes, sir." Luke, who was used to being at the forefront, immediately nodded and patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder. "I'll do the talking. You keep an eye on the surroundings." Xia Jinyuan, who originally thought that it would take some effort to reach Yi Qian, pursed his lips and nodded slightly with his stiff neck. He stepped forward with his long and straight legs and walked with Luke towards the tree, where the 3 Chinese female soldiers were being held. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 8 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Closer, closer. He was so close that he could clearly see her face. He was so close that he could even see the faint traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. He was so close that he could hear each other's breathing. Yi Qian's heart tightened. She really wanted to take a closer look at him, but she only thought about it in her heart. She didn't really want to see him up close. She didn't even want him to stand in front of her, because Yi Jin was still here. She could restrain her excitement, but what about Yi Jin? Could Yi Jin restrain herself? If she suddenly shouted, "Brother Six," wouldn't Captain Xia's identity be exposed instantly? Wouldn't she be in danger? "Don't come over, Captain Xia. I beg you, don't come over." It wasn't easy for Yi Jin to hold on until today. If you come over, there's really no way to guarantee that Yi Jin won't scream. "For your own safety, Captain Xia, I beg you, don't come over. Please, don't come over." Chapter 39-24. In the depths of her heart, Yi Jian, who needed to lower her eyes to clearly see the figure in front of her, begged humbly. She didn't dare to look at the front from the corner of her eyes for too long. She could only occasionally take a glance at the front and quickly retract her gaze. Qin Mong Sane, whose eyes were filled with ferocity, heard the footsteps behind him. He grinned at Zhou Yijin. Under the snow-white light, his disgusting yellow teeth were like sharp beast teeth, ready to pounce and bite her in the next second. He put away his gun, allowing Yi Qian to more clearly see the slender figure approaching her. He didn't hear the pleas in the depths of her heart. Step by step, he walked over calmly and steadily. His straight figure was like a bullet fired from a gun, giving off a fierce aura. Closer, closer, so close that she could clearly see his facial features. Yi Qian, whose chin was pressed against the barrel of the gun, trembled slightly. She glared at Qin Mong Sane angrily and unwillingly. Her body softly leaned against Zhou Yijin's body, pretending that she was frightened. Zhou Yijin thought that Yi Qian was really frightened. She glared fiercely at Qin Mong Sane while supporting Yi Qian with her own body. They leaned against each other and supported each other. Luke had already put his arm around the shoulders of Qin Mong Sane's subordinates, who were walking towards them. He had them follow him back to Qin Mong Sane's side. He chuckled and said, "Buddy, if you have anything to say, it's the same. Our Mr. Cobra told me to pass on a message to your boss." He walked in front and didn't pay much attention to the 3 Chinese female soldiers. Xia Jinyuan, who was approaching, didn't avoid him this time. She was so close that Xia Jinyuan could no longer restrain his gaze. He lowered his eyes slightly and looked at his lover, whose neck was held up by the gun barrel to the point where he could see the fragile blood vessels beneath her skin. His fingers trembled slightly. He hadn't seen her for a year. His lover had lost weight again, but her facial features had become more defined and beautiful. Her face was like the rosy clouds, and her eyes were like the stars. He could even see his own figure reflected in her cold, black eyes. She was using her angry eyes to hide her true feelings. She just stared at him, just like that, in a daze. The depths of her eyes were filled with longing for him. Only in this way could they look at each other openly and look at each other greedily. Even a simple exchange of glances would require them to disguise themselves. Well, Xia Jingyuan's thin lips moved, and he finished what he had not said before. "I miss you very much, my little fox." Yi Qian, who had his chin held up by the barrel of the gun, clearly saw what he was saying through his moving lips. His eyelids trembled slightly, and his hands, which were tied behind his back, slowly clenched. "I miss you too, Captain Xia." In his heart, Yi Qian replied to the person he loved deeply. Zhou Yijin almost screamed. Brother Six. She actually saw Brother Six. After not seeing him for a year, she actually saw Brother Six in a place like this. This meant that her previous guess that Brother Six had a very special occupation was completely correct. She didn't think too much about it. Brother Six, Aunt Lu. Zhou Yijin bit her lower lip hard to stop herself from making a sound. Seeing Brother Six here, Aunt Lu, did you see him? Did you see him? She must have seen him. If she saw him, Aunt Lu must have seen him as well. Zhou Yijin was a little agitated. At the same time, she felt her Aunt Lu's entire weight on her. Her breathing was very rapid, and she was momentarily stunned. Gradually, she understood something. Chapter 39:25. She retracted her gaze and lowered her head, hiding her frightened little face in the darkness. She couldn't look at him any longer. If she did, she would be exposed. Zhou Yijin's lowered head made Yi Qian's heart, which had been in his throat, calm down. Even though his breathing was still rapid, the clenched hands behind his back had already loosened. Thank goodness Yijin didn't scream. Thank goodness she was just overly worried. Her gaze once again carefully fell on the man she loved deeply. Because she was leaning on Zhou Yijin, Yi Qian could look directly at her lover, who she hadn't heard from for a year, from the corner of her eyes. He had lost weight. He had really lost a lot of weight. His cheeks were sunken, which made him look even more handsome. His eyes were cold. He had also become darker. In the past, he couldn't get tan no matter how much he tanned. He was even teased and envied by his comrades. Every time he stood in line with Case 7, his skin was much fairer than the comrades around him. In contrast, his tan comrades looked even darker. The current captain, Xia, wasn't as fair as before, but he was still very handsome. He still made her heart pound when she looked at him. Every time she looked at him, she would fall in love with him a little more. The more she looked, the more she loved him. The more she loved him, the more she looked. Her body and mind were completely immersed, and she didn't want to leave his world. He had tanned and lost weight, but his spirit hadn't changed at all. When she didn't know, he was like an ancient sword unsheathed, containing a frightening sharpness. Just like now, he was standing beside the Western man without saying a word. Even if he didn't say a word, it was enough to make people not dare to look down on him. This was the man she loved deeply. He was an indomitable spirit who never admitted defeat and was never afraid. He was a great husband who used his flesh and blood to shelter her from the wind and rain. Yi Qian, who was carefully sizing him up from the corner of her eyes, retracted her gaze in satisfaction. She had no other desires. Even if she could only look at him, even if he didn't say a word, she would be satisfied just by lying down and looking at him properly. She could feel his breath and be so close to him. Even if he didn't say a word, she would be satisfied. Her empty heart fell into her ears along with the sound of his breathing. It was such an ethereal sound, but when it fell into her heart, it actually filled her empty heart. Her heart, which had been hanging like a balloon because of his departure, could finally be put back to its original place. Her heart beat a little just because he was by her side. Satisfied, Yi Qian retracted her gaze. Xiao Jinyuan glanced at Luke, who was standing next to Qin Mong, saying, he deliberately did this so that he could look at her more clearly and she could look at him more clearly. As they got closer, their gazes became more cautious. They stopped looking at each other. And when they heard each other's breathing, their hearts became closer and quieter. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan felt relaxed for the first time in a year. His heart, which had always been tense and didn't dare to relax in the slightest, finally found a temporary peace. Her breathing was a harbor that allowed him to relax both physically and mentally. Yi Qian was excited and deeply worried because he took another step closer to her. Similarly, his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade felt the same way, especially V8, who knew the relationship between the two. At this moment, his heart was in his throat. His captain's step just now almost made his heart jump out of his throat. Chapter 39:26. It's too scary. Too scary. V8 muttered softly. He spoke to G3 alone, and his voice was trembling. Captain and Qing Niao bumped into each other. F*CK, I'm having a heart attack. There was a short silence in the earpiece. After a while, G3's voice was like sand rubbing against each other. So, what if you bumped into each other? Isn't it normal to bump into each other in the same place? It's normal to bump into each other. The point is, Q King saw Qing Niao being forced to kneel with a gun pointed at her head. That's F*King scary. V8 swallowed his dry throat with difficulty before saying, I'm not afraid that Q King will not have the heart to kick Qin Maosheng. No, Q King wouldn't be so impulsive. This time, G3 quickly answered V8. Their captain could tolerate ordinary people's sufferings, and he could even do such a ruthless thing as kicking his girlfriend into the hospital. At this moment, seeing Qing Niao being forced to kneel in front of him by criminals, even if he couldn't bear it, there was a volcanic eruption of anger in his heart. He always remembered his duty and would never make such a mistake as impulsive. As their captain, even if his heart was bleeding, he would still endure it. This was the captain they knew, the king of their Snowfield Brigade. Keep an eye on the surroundings and don't focus too much on Cobra. Q King reminded us that this B***starred is very sensitive. If you have hatred, direct it at those small fries. Don't pick on those retired soldiers from the Burmese army. After all, these people are trained. Stare at the trees. The trees don't know and can't feel your hatred. V8 gritted his teeth before answering G3. That's what I'm doing now. I'm a tortoise. A tortoise for now, not a tortoise for long. We have already driven here, but we will not drive directly into the village. According to your location, we will abandon the car in advance about 5 kilometers away. If we encounter any of the Qin Mong Sain's spikes on the road, we will have to remove them before we can come over. After G3 explained the situation on their side, he cut off the communication with the V8 and turned to look up at his comrades who were swaying with the car. Qing Niao was forced to kneel by a bunch of bastards. Q King is right in front of us. We have to do what he can't do now. Those bastards who made Qing Niao kneel, none of them can escape. 200 people, including the Brotherhood Company. There are only about 30 people. The higher-ups want us to teach these bastards a lesson. Let's teach these bastards a lesson. I haven't worked with the Brotherhood Company before, so I can't gauge their strength. Previously, they said that we were external aid and the Brotherhood Company was attacking. I want to change it now. You have any objections? When T6 and the others heard that Qing Niao had been forced to kneel again, they exploded. Now that they understood what G3 was implying, they answered in unison, "Agree, Disagree. All right, let's start again. We're all good at night battles and sneak attacks, and we also like to do things like backstabbing. Tonight, we'll do the same as before. Let's take out all the sentry posts first. When they heard that Qing Niao had been forced to kneel again, G3 and the other 6 comrades adjusted their tactics and reported it to the higher-ups. When Commander-in-Chief Xia heard this, he slammed his fist on the solid wood table. His eyes were filled with military might as he gritted his teeth and said, "They've gone too far." If he did not kill them, he would not be able to quell the hatred in his heart. The entire operation plan is up to you. The Yun Province military, the Drug Enforcement Division, and the army have no right to interfere. Forcing our soldiers to kneel twice and humiliating our country's prestige. The only way to intimidate them is to kill them. Be careful. I'll wait for your triumphant return. Chapter 39-27. These were Commander-in-Chief Xia's exact words. He enunciated each word clearly to let the Snowfield Brigade's special forces know what his determination was. With Commander-in-Chief Xia's support, it was even easier for G3 and the others to handle. Soon after, V8 and the others received the revised battle plan. First, G3 and the other 5 would participate in the assassination. Second, only 7 of the Cloud Leopard commandos would stay behind. The other 7 would escort the 2 female soldiers away. Third, the rest of the plan would remain unchanged. They would wait for the 2 Cloud Leopard Commandos members who had already infiltrated the village to retreat into the forest with the female soldiers before informing the rest of the Cloud Leopard Commandos members. They paid close attention to the movements in front of them and focused on Xia Jinyuan's V8. They received the revised battle plan in less than 5 minutes. At this moment, Qin Mongsane was still using the barrel of his gun to prop up Yi Qian's chin. He was deliberately using words to frighten the female soldiers. Among the 3 female soldiers, only Lu Lu didn't know that there was another Chinese soldier standing opposite her. When she heard those threatening words, her face turned pale and her body was already on the verge of collapsing. They said that they would do this, and that to them. They said that they would kill them, that they would let dozens of men take turns on them, and that they would cut off their tongues first before chopping off their fingers and toes and sending them to China. They even said that their country had no intention of saving them. If Lu Lu didn't know that Yi Qian was sent to save her, she would have really broken down at this moment. After a few minutes of intimidation, Qin Mongsane saw that only one of the female soldiers was trembling in fear. His expression couldn't help but darken. He retracted the barrel of his gun from Yi Qian's chin and planned to use another method to scare the 3 female soldiers. When Lu Lu saw the ferocious man with his mouth wide open and his saliva splattered on her face, he retracted the gun that was pressed against Yi Jian's chin. Her pale lips finally regained some color. She was afraid that she would scream out loud, so she bit her lower lip so hard that it left a deep bite mark. She shivered as she looked at the Western man who had suddenly walked over. Then she looked at the Asian man who was standing beside him. His features were as handsome as a god's, but in her eyes, he was like a demon. Lu Lu couldn't help but lean towards Yi Qian out of habit. Who would have thought that Yi Qian would fall towards Zhou Yijin? When she leaned over, she directly fell onto Yi Qian. Her frightened and weak appearance immediately made Qin Mongsane laugh out loud. He pointed at Lu Lu and laughed at Luke in broken English. "Chinese female soldier. She's very pretty. Here you go." Luke had to combine a few English words to understand what he meant. He quickly shook his head and said with a smile, "I still prefer our Western women. Eastern women are too thin. When I hold them in my hands, I feel like I'm holding a gun. My little brother won't raise his head at all." The translator translated his words to Qin Mongsane in Burmese, which made him laugh even louder. Eastern women are very soft. When you hold them in your arms, you feel like you're holding soft cotton. You can totally give it a try. He still wanted to live well. No matter how soft an Eastern woman's bones were, why would he look for a Chinese female soldier? Luke thought to himself. He still had a sly smile on his face and said, I've tried her before. Her breasts were very small and her butt was flat. She couldn't arouse my interest at all. Mr. Qin Mong Sane, our Mr. Cobra said that we should take a look at your goods first. We just received a call saying that we have some matters to attend to and need to return to China immediately. So, Mr. Cobra said that he's very sorry and needs to return to China immediately tonight. Now, we need to hurry up and take a look at the goods. Then, we can confirm the order and start our business. Chapter 39:28. Qin Mong Sane, who was laughing just now, suddenly pulled a long face. He could already feel that Cobra was rejecting him again and again. This made him a little unhappy. He took a big step forward, extended his claws, and grabbed Lu Li's hair. Lu was shocked and in pain. She screamed in fear as she was dragged out by her hair. Qin Mong Sane, whose eyes were filled with ferocity, laughed even louder when he heard the female soldiers scream. Come on, how can you bear to reject such a beautiful Chinese woman? I'll give her to you. She's yours tonight, he said loudly, and the translator quickly told Luke in English. In exchange, Luke's deep eyes flashed with a cold light, looking at the Chinese female soldier whose hands and feet were tied behind her back and who was screaming in pain. The smile on Luke's face faded a lot. Lu, who could not stand up smoothly, screamed in pain. Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan, as well as the members of the Snowfield Brigade and Cloud Leopard Commando Team, who were watching through their binoculars. Bastard! F***CK. I can't take it anymore. The members of Cloud Leopard Commando Team cursed in a low voice through the microphone. They gripped their rifles even tighter. Right now, they really wanted to shoot and kill the person who bullied their Chinese female soldier. They all wanted to, but they could only endure it. Before they saw Yi Qian in action, they could not act on their own. Endure it a little longer. Endure it a little longer. It's almost over. It's almost over. The leader of Cloud Leopard Commando Team held Wang Yuan so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand were protruding. Lu screamed and kicked her tied feet. She did not ask Yi Qian for help because she knew that if she really did ask Yi Qian for help, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Qian saw Lu being dragged up by her hair. He saw her face contorted in pain, and his eyes turned cold. She could not make a move now either. If she made a move now, she would only harm Eugene, and Lu. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Lu wanted to protect her head with her hands, but she couldn't because her hands were tied behind her back. She screamed as Qin Mong Sane dragged her up. Zhou Yijin cursed in Chinese. Be *****, beast. Fucking let go of me. She screamed and cursed. She wanted to ask her sixth brother for help. Several times, she almost looked away, but halfway through, she turned back to Qin Mong Sane's face. Qin Mong Sane didn't speak Chinese, but he had been active on the border between China and Myanmar for a long time. Although he didn't speak Chinese well, he could understand a little bit. He could tell that Zhou Yijin was scolding her. He was already unhappy because of Cobra's rejection, and his face darkened. He threw Lu aside and directly kicked Zhou Yijin in the chest while cursing, "Bitch!" Zhou Yijin was kicked to the ground by him. Then she was punched and kicked by the surrounding Burmese men, as well as cursing ferociously. The veins on Xia Jinyuan's forehead were about to explode. The V8 soldiers gripped their guns tightly again. Q King, you have to F***king hold it in. You have to hold it in. F***CK. We have to hold it in too. We can't be impulsive. We can't be impulsive. Luke's feet shifted slightly, and then he abruptly halted his steps. He glanced at the two female soldiers who had been flung aside by Qin Maosheng. Just now, perhaps if he had agreed, the two female soldiers wouldn't have been beaten up. Our soldiers have been kidnapped for a few days now. Why hasn't China made a move yet? Chapter 39-29. How could a country react so slowly to an external attack? How could they allow their own country's female soldiers to be abused and beaten up by criminals from another country? Luke sighed inwardly. If a country could abandon its soldiers so casually, he really felt bad for the country's soldiers. It was really not worth it. The country you were proud of, and even proud of, abandoned you when you were in the most danger. This kind of country would only fill people with despair and ultimately lead to their own destruction. Was China really such a country? The female soldiers continued to be beaten up. The female soldiers were still lying on the ground, crying. The sound filled his ears. The usual playful smile on Luke's face had already disappeared. His expression was solemn, and his eyes were filled with pity. He lowered his eyes slightly to look at the female soldiers who were being beaten up. Zhou Yijin, who was being beaten up, was in so much pain that her stomach was cramping. She bit her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from screaming. She was in so much pain that she could only make muffled grunts from her throat. She had been holding it in so that her screams would not increase the pleasure of these people beating her up. Yi Qian held it in. She had to hold it in. Even Captain Xia warned her with his eyes that she had to hold it in. If she didn't, she would be the next one to be beaten up. She had come with the responsibility of rescuing two female soldiers. If she was beaten up and injured, then all of their plans would be delayed. When Cobra saw this, his brows were tightly knitted together. He, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally took a step forward and walked towards Qin Mongsane, who was suddenly angry. This was a smart but arrogant guy. He had thought that they could work together for a long time, but now it seemed that he had made the wrong decision. He really shouldn't have met with such an arrogant guy. He didn't walk very close. Standing in the shadows that couldn't be illuminated by the simple street lamps, Cobra said calmly, "Mr. Qin Mongsane, I want to know how long it will take for you to end all of this. If you're tight on time, please send one of your subordinates to take me to see the goods, okay?" Cobra's patience was running out. He thought that Qin Mongsane would be a very good partner who could guarantee his long-term supply, who knew that although the other party was capable, he was too arrogant. Those who were too arrogant usually ended up in a miserable state, so they should keep a certain distance from him. Cobra was the kind of guy who was so vigilant that if there was even the slightest bit of trouble, he would immediately eliminate the source of trouble. It was because of his vigilance that Xia Jinyuan's mission was so difficult. He had to take every step carefully for fear of making a mistake. Right now, he just wanted to leave immediately and make Qin Mongsane continue to believe that their cooperation would continue. He wanted the other party to happily send him away. Qin Mongsane had already turned around to face Cobra, who was talking to him. The translator beside him quickly translated into Burmese, so that Qin Mongsane could immediately understand what Cobra was saying. Cobra looked at Qin Mongsane, who turned around but did not stop beating the Chinese soldiers. Her thin and pale face darkened. "You have your own things to deal with, and I also have mine to deal with. Our time is very precious. Please don't waste our precious time, okay?" He didn't want to get involved in the conflict between this arrogant guy and China. He just wanted to leave this place immediately. Leave immediately. He didn't want to waste even a second. Even if this guy had strictly guarded the entire village, he didn't want to stay a second longer. Chapter 39-30. When Xia Jinyuan and Luke heard Cobra's voice, they looked at each other tacitly. Luke shrugged his shoulders, patted the dust off his body, and took a deep look at the Chinese soldier, who was gritting her teeth in silence. He pursed his lips and motioned for Xia Jinyuan to return to Cobra with him. The Chinese soldier, not bad. Hopefully, she can get through this. Xia Jinyuan turned around and walked back to Cobra. Every step he took, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Every step he took, his feet felt like they were walking on sharp glass shards. It hurt. His heart, his whole body. There was no place that didn't hurt. He could only turn around and leave. He couldn't even take another look. He still had his task to complete. He still had other things to do. "I'm sorry, my lover. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." At that moment, Xia Jinyuan, who still looked indifferent, was bleeding with every step he took. His face was hidden in the darkness, and tears slowly flowed from his eyes and finally disappeared into the corners of his mouth. The tears were salty and bitter, just like his current mood. Qin Mong Sane could hear the displeasure in Cobra's voice. He laughed and said loudly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Cobra. I've wasted your precious time. Give me 3 more minutes. After I finish taking the photos, I'll immediately invite you to take a look at the goods I've carefully prepared for you. Give me the camera. Quick." The camera had been in the hands of the Burmese woman, Dan Su. When Qin Mong Sane said that he wanted to take the photos himself, she wanted to squeeze in and hand the camera over. However, a Burmese man beside her directly took the camera away and respectfully handed it to Qin Mong Sane. Dan Su, who had a perverted hatred for Chinese soldiers, was overjoyed when she saw the Chinese soldier being beaten. She secretly glared at the man who made her lose close contact with her boss, then continued to excitedly stare at the Chinese soldier, who was still being punched and kicked. Beat them, beat them, beat them hard. It would be best if all 3 of them were beaten to death. Don't let them return to China alive. Waves of punches and kicks kicked up a cloud of dust. Under the snow-white streetlights, the dust flew like fog. Qin Mong Sane used his camera to look at Zhou Yijin, who was still being kicked, and took a photo with a click sound. After taking a photo of Zhou Yijin, Qin Mong Sane also took a photo of Lulu, who was lying on the ground, curled up with 2 streaks of tears on his face. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside Cobra, witnessed everything. His handsome face hidden in the shadows seemed indifferent, but in fact, his jaw was extremely tight. He was also enduring extreme pain. He didn't allow his gaze to move away. He coldly observed all the atrocities and memorized the faces of the Chinese soldiers who were violently beaten. He would remember these people. The only one who wasn't beaten up was Yi Qian. Most of her angry gaze fell on Qin Mong Sane's face, leaving only a sliver of her gaze to look at her lover, who was already standing in the shadows, his silhouette barely visible. If it was her turn to be beaten up next, she hoped that he would continue to be as indifferent as he was now. He mustn't be the slightest bit strange. The Western man whose gaze was as sinister as a poisonous snake's, who had always hidden himself in the darkness and didn't easily reveal his true face, was her mission. The others had nothing to do with her mission. "Captain Xia, please continue to be indifferent." Yi Qian, who was kicked in the shoulder and fell to the ground, suddenly retracted her gaze. Her gaze moved in a parabola as she was kicked to the ground. She retracted her gaze from the man she loved deeply and finally fixed it on the face of the guy who kicked her. Qin Mong Sane, who was holding a camera in his hand, stood there and looked down at the female soldier, whose eyes were filled with resentment. After looking at her for a few seconds, he bared his teeth and revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 39-31. The expression on this Chinese female soldier's face was too stubborn, and he really didn't like it. Seeing that Yi Jian had fallen to the ground, Qin Maosheng refused to admit defeat and supported his upper body with his elbow. With a ferocious smile, Qin Maosheng raised his foot and kicked Yi Jian's shoulder again. Then he did something that made Xia Qin Yuan almost break his fingers. He stood in front of Yi Qian, who was struggling to get up. He raised his leg and stepped on Yi Qian's face with the sole of his shoe. He spat on the ground and said in a sinister tone, "You want to sit up? Did you ask for my permission?" The moment the hard rubber sole stepped on her face, Yi Qian wasn't thinking about how she would be treated. She was thinking about the man who loved her deeply. Would he be able to restrain himself like he did just now? Her entire body was kicked to the ground, and her face, which had been squashed, happened to be facing the crowd in front of her. Through her narrow and blurry vision, she could see the calves of countless people, including the man she loved deeply. She saw him standing in front of her, motionless. The wind blew through his trousers, and she could clearly see that his calves were extraordinarily tense. She could even see that his legs were slightly trembling. Yi Qian, whose face was deformed from the pressure, didn't struggle. She could struggle, but she didn't want to. She didn't want him to see her struggling. She didn't want him to feel even more sorry for her. She didn't want him to be impulsive because of her. She did not want her beloved Captain Xia to be in danger because of her. He was already in enough danger. V8 told her that Cobra was not only a drug dealer, but also an extremist. Captain Xia was like a layer of thin ice beside him every day. He was already in so much danger, and he was so careful with every step he took. How could he bear to let more than a year of hard work go to waste because of her? How could he bear to see himself be consigned to eternal damnation because of her? A short period of humiliation in exchange for his safety this time. It was worth it. Therefore, instead of struggling, it was better to submit and avoid more humiliation. Yi Qian didn't move. She allowed the hard soul to step on her face, and the bastard who stepped on her to laugh wildly. She only had one thought in her mind. She had to protect her lover in her own way. Her lover, please continue to be patient. For my sake, please stay where you are and continue to be indifferent. Just watch from the sidelines like a stranger. Please, you have to hear her begging in her heart. Kacha, Kacha. The flash of the camera emitted a bright white light that made people squint their eyes. Qin Mong Sane raised his camera and took a photo of him stepping on Yi Qian's face. V8 and the others saw it and clenching their teeth, so hard they were about to bleed. F***CK. Bastard. How dare he humiliate their Qin. Courting death, courting death, courting death. At this moment, the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade were about to reach their limits. They had already endured until the veins on their foreheads were bulging. They had endured until their right hand that wasn't holding a gun tightly grasped the grass, soil, and stones beside them. They tried their best to restrain themselves and used this method to continue enduring. G3, they kicked Qing Niao down and stepped on Qing Niao's face. Qin Mong Sane, this bastard, he stepped on Yi Qian's face. I'm already bleeding internally. Hurry up and F***King, get over here. The last sentence, hurry up and F***King, get over here, was squeezed out forcefully from the gaps between his teeth. It was too difficult to endure. He could barely hold it in any longer. Chapter 39-32. G3, who was not present but also clenched his fists when he heard this, shouted in a low voice, F***CK. We have to F***King tolerate it even if we can't. If Q King can tolerate it, you guys have to tolerate it too. His girlfriend's face had been stepped on by that B*****'s shoe. The one who endured the most pain and suffering was Q King. He endured it more than anyone else. If he endured it, everyone had to endure it. They had to F***King endure it. When a comrade of the Snowfield Brigade saw this scene, he could no longer tolerate it and bit down on his arm. He bit down hard, and a sound like bubbles rising from a pool came from his throat. It was muffled like thunder, causing tears to appear in the eyes of V8 and the others, whose eyes were already red. It was too painful, too unbearable. Bastards, you'll pay for tonight's debt with your blood. Although the members of the Cloud Leopard Commandos were not Yi Qian's comrades, they were all Chinese soldiers. When they saw this scene, they were all furious. They really wanted to rush forward and shoot to their heart's content with their guns. The ones closest to Yi Qian, and the others were the two members of the Cloud Leopard Commandos who sneaked into the truck after Yi Qian got off the boat and drove into the village. They had always been the closest to the female soldiers, but they could only watch and could not do anything. If they moved, they might be able to vent their anger, but the entire plan would be ruined. In the end, it was very likely that no one would be able to leave alive. Endure it. They could only endure it now. They could only endure it even if their hearts were bleeding. Brothers, it's a critical moment now. Calm down. Let them be arrogant for now. It'll be our turn later. The team leader of the Cloud Leopard Commandos said through gritted teeth in the public channel. He said this to comfort himself, to calm the anger in his heart. V8, who had endured it until his teeth were chattering, said to his comrade beside him, "Brother Lien is right. It's a critical moment now, so we must endure it. There's another person who's feeling worse than us right now. Since he's able to endure it, we have to endure it all the more. We can't drag him down." Now that Qin Mongsane had appeared, the female soldier Yi Qian, who was in charge of the beheading operation, would definitely make a move. They would once again sneak into the vicinity of the dungeon and cooperate with Yi Qian to rescue the female soldier, then work together to assassinate Qin Mongsane. Seeing Qin Maosheng stepping on Yi Jian, all the soldiers hiding in the dark didn't move their eyes away. Instead, they widened their eyes even more. They wanted to remember this scene in their hearts and make Qin Maosheng pay the price for humiliating the Chinese soldiers. No one knew how much pain Xia Jinyuan was enduring. His handsome face was indifferent as he stood beside Cobra. He looked at the humiliated Yi Qian with the cold eyes of a stranger. He endured it so much that he didn't even dare to clench his fists to restrain himself. He didn't want the sharp Cobra and Luke beside him to notice anything strange about him. On the surface, he put on a perfect disguise, but the blood in his heart was surging like a violent storm. The living thing in his chest seemed to have gone on strike. Only blood kept spurting out, and a rusty stench surged up his throat. Xia Jinyuan looked at Qin Mongsane, who was laughing arrogantly, and forcefully swallowed the blood that had rushed to his mouth. With his mouth full of blood, he tilted his head and casually raised his wrist. He used his sleeve to wipe away the blood that had seeped to the corner of his mouth. His handsome face, which was like a celestial being from the ninth heaven, was slightly pale. Chapter 39-33. His comrades in the Snowfield Brigade were right. Among them, the one who had endured the most pain was none other than Xia Jinyuan, who loved Yi Qian deeply. His little fox, the woman he loved deeply, was now being humiliated, and he had once said that he would protect her, But what could he do now? He couldn't do anything. He could only watch, just like everyone else around him, who could only watch. He could only watch. He had to endure. Even if all his comrades hiding in the dark, including his comrades from the Brotherhood, couldn't endure it, he had to endure it. His little fox had already used her lack of resistance to tell him that she wouldn't move, so please don't move either. For her, for himself, he couldn't do anything. Even if she was suffering unprecedented pain, he had to stand tall like a mountain and not move at all. But he was also a human. He was also a man of flesh and blood with emotions and desires. The woman he loved deeply was suffering in front of him, but he couldn't do anything even though he had promised to protect her. Was he useful as a man? Useless. Useless. He was really F*** king useless. As a woman's man, he was really F*** king useless. But he wasn't just a man of flesh and blood with emotions and desires. He was also a soldier. Duty, faith, protection, loyalty, determination, fearlessness, sacrifice. He was a soldier who had to put love aside and be responsible for his uniform. He was a man and a soldier. When there was a conflict between love and duty, he had no choice but to always choose duty. I'm sorry, my comrade, my lover. In the face of love and duty, he chose duty. I'm sorry. Blood surged into his mouth, and he swallowed it back down. Even if his chest was burned to ashes, he could only watch coldly. Even if his soul seemed to have died, his body had to continue to hold on. And hold on well. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was as pale as gold, swallowed the last mouthful of blood that rushed to his mouth. His tall and straight body, like a mountain, like a pine, like a spear, didn't move at all. Yi Qian smiled. She smiled in her heart. This was the man she loved deeply. Even if it was so hard to love him, she was willing to do it. Even if a special forces soldier's love couldn't see the light of day for the rest of her life, she would take good care of it. Even if she missed him deeply, she would have no regrets and was willing to accept it. The reason why Xia Jinyuan was able to attract Yi Qian was because he could always clearly distinguish between black and white. He knew what to do and what not to do, and could even tell Yi Qian what she should do and what she should not do. Yi Qian would accept it even if he had to do it in the cruelest way possible. Why? Because he was different from her. Every time he carried out a mission with her, it was to reunite with her alive. If they wanted to reunite with each other, they had to pay the price for coming back alive. Just like now, the two of them were paying the price for coming back alive and reuniting. Although it was so cruel, the two of them still managed to do it. For the sake of coming back alive and reuniting with each other, Yi Qian felt that it was worth it no matter how cruel the price was. Yi Qian felt that it was worth it. Even if Qin Mongsane was deliberately crushing her face with the sole of his shoe, she still didn't move. It was a storm now, and after the storm, there would be a rainbow. And she would definitely see a rainbow. Chapter 39-34. In fact, even though Yi Qian had lived 2 lives, no one had ever stepped on his face before. At this time, her emotions were not as turbulent as her comrades'. Xia Jinyuan's restraint was her motivation to accept it calmly, so she did not feel too angry. More importantly, she would personally make the guy who stepped on her face pay for all the humiliation she had suffered over the past few days. Now that he stepped on her face, she would step on him back. With a faint taste of blood in his mouth, Xia Jinyuan put his hands into his wide trouser pockets. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white, and there were several deep nail marks on his palms. He had used too much force, and the nail marks on his palms had turned purple. The helpless self-blame was like a crucifix, and he was the man nailed to it, suffering a punishment worse than death. Finally, Xia Jinyuan withdrew his cold gaze. He did not want to look at her anymore. He was afraid that his perseverance would instantly collapse. The taste of blood in his mouth gradually faded. Xia Jinyuan turned his head to look at Luke and said calmly, "Luke, His low voice was blown away by the night wind. He looked at Luke's forbearing expression and slowly glanced down at Luke's face. He then saw Luke's tightly clenched fists. After staring at his fists for a few seconds, Xia Jinyuan's gaze slowly returned to Luke's face, which was suppressing his anger. He noticed something unusual about Luke. Suddenly, he felt that Cobra, who was standing in front of him, was about to turn and look in their direction. Xia Jinyuan moved and stood in front of Luke, blocking Luke's view of the female soldier, who had been slapped. He also blocked Cobra's view of them. "You two wait outside. If anything happens, just rush in." Cobra took advantage of Qin Mongsane's triumphant photo of the female soldier and whispered to the two of them, "Don't give him a chance to separate you two." Luke slowly loosened his grip and nodded. "Yes, sir." Cobra glanced at Xia Jinyuan again and nodded slightly. Then he looked away and continued to watch Qin Mong Sain's intentional performance. "Perform? Clown. I believe you won't have many chances to perform anyway. Pitiful clown, I hope you cherish your final moments." On the other side, Qin Mong Sain, who had just finished his performance, retracted his foot and deliberately used the sole of his shoe to ruthlessly stomp on Yi Qian's face a few more times. Only when Yi Qian felt so good that he threw his head back and roared with laughter did he retract his foot. Yi Qian's face was covered with dirty shoe prints, and his face, which was pressed against the ground, was bleeding. The blood and mud mixed together and congealed, staining his face. "Send the photos to the Chinese side. Tell them that if they don't cooperate with me, I don't want the goods. These 3 Chinese female soldiers will be used as collateral for my subordinates to take turns playing with." He threw the camera in his hand to the subordinate next to him. The subordinate took the camera and passed it to another person. The other person then passed the camera to Dan Su, who was in charge of developing the photos. Dan Su, who took the camera, finally laughed. She didn't laugh out loud. She only let out guffaws in her stomach. "Chinese soldier, ha ha. Do you see that? Brother, do you see that? The Chinese soldier who killed you is now being beaten up. Do you see that?" Dan Su, who couldn't laugh, looked even more ferocious than Qin Mong Sain. She even kicked Zhou Yijin's back twice when no one was paying attention. Chapter 39-35. Zhou Yijin couldn't tell who hit her. She was kicked in the back and bit her lower lip until it bled. It was so painful, but she still didn't make a sound. Yi Qian, who had already sat up, raised his shoulder and wiped off the dirt and blood at the corner of his mouth. His cold gaze fell on Dan Su, who secretly attacked Zhou Yijin. This woman became her second target tonight. Whether or not she could talk to Captain Xia tonight was secondary. She just wanted to kill Qin Mong Sain first, and then kill the Burmese woman who hated the Chinese soldiers to the core and didn't hide the murderous intent in her eyes. A bodyguard with a mobile phone in his hand walked to Qin Mong Sain and respectfully handed the phone over. General Minlai called. He planned to come over tonight and have a good talk with Cobra. Cobra waited for him to come over. His call also indirectly stopped the beating of the Chinese soldiers. Qin Mong Sain glanced at Cobra, who was standing not far away, and a gloomy light flashed in his inverted triangular eyes. He said to General Minlai, "I understand, General. Cobra and I will wait for your arrival tonight." Since General Minlai said that he came over to talk to Cobra in person, it meant that he knew that Cobra had always been there and hadn't left. Qin Mong Sain didn't even have a chance to lie. The punching and kicking finally ended. The 3 Chinese female soldiers were once again dragged back to the dungeon. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside Cobra, exhaled the murky air that had condensed in his heart. Finally, it was over. "Yijin, are you okay after being beaten? Wait a little longer. Soon, soldiers will come to save you. It will all be over soon. His little fox, you are really strong. So strong that it has exceeded his expectations. He hadn't seen you for a year, and you have already grown into a qualified soldier. Tonight, he will definitely avenge you for all the pain you have suffered today." As Yi Qian and the other 2 female soldiers were brutally dragged away again, Qin Mong Sain smiled again with a cold expression, as if nothing had happened just now. He invited Cobra to sit in the wooden house. Cobra naturally wanted to refuse, but Qin Mong Sain mentioned that General Minlai planned to come over, so he could only wait even if he wanted to leave immediately. All they could do now was wait. General Minlai will arrive in about 2 hours. We'll look at the goods while waiting for General Min Lai to arrive in person. Mr. Cobra, it seems that General Min Lai is very sincere in wanting to cooperate with you. I can already see that we will have a lot of cooperation in the future. Chin Mong Sain, who had a cold look in his eyes, said with a laugh, as if he didn't mind General Min Lai's attention on Cobra. In order to express his gratitude, Cobra bowed slightly and asked politely, "I'm very honored to be recognized by General Min Lai. I'd like to know if General Min Lai is from his unit. Judging from the distance, 2 hours shouldn't be enough. The general has his own helicopter. In order to be able to see you, the general will take the helicopter after he finishes his business." Chin Mong Sain's voice was much fainter, which made the translator very nervous. He translated the Burmese into English and changed the coldness in his voice into respect, so that Cobra would feel more comfortable. Although the translator was humble, Cobra could hear the displeasure in Chin Mong Sain's voice. He nodded with a smile and said to the translator, "Tell your husband that we will definitely have a lot of opportunities to cooperate. We can make a lot of money together. Also, ask him if he can take me to his warehouse to take a look." The request made the translator feel that it was very difficult. How could it be possible? Chapter 39-36. After listening to the translation, Chin Mong Sain raised his eyebrows fiercely. "Want to go to his warehouse to see the goods?" "Mr. Cobra, my warehouse is here, but other than my own people, the other guys who have been to my warehouse have all died. Do you still want to go?" "Ha ha. No, I don't want to go to the warehouse at all now." Cobra laughed and said, humorously, "I still want to live for a long, long time. If I see your warehouse and die, it's really a pity. You will also feel pity because you will lose a partner who will bring you great wealth." After that, Chin Mong Sain also laughed and ordered his subordinates to pick up the goods and send them to his usual resting place. Cobra, who was smiling, saw him ordering a subordinate to pick up the goods and could not help but squint slightly. He was waiting for General Min Lai to come, but he wanted to know where Chin Mong Sain's warehouse was located. So he could understand. No one was stupid enough to show their trump card, but he still wanted to know where this guy's warehouse was. Cobra, who could understand but did not accept, gave one of the bodyguards a look, and the bodyguard nodded slightly, indicating that he had received it. Cobra and Chin Mong Sain continued to talk and laugh along the path up the mountain. He did not seem to care about whether it would be dangerous to blindly follow a hungry wolf. They talked and laughed along the way, as if they had been friends for many years, without any pressure. They needed to wait for General Min Lai together. Chin Mong Sain did not dare to do anything to make General Min Lai angry, so no matter where he went, he would be safe. Chin Mong Sain, of course, did not dare to do anything to Cobra. He was appreciated by General Min Lai because he was very sensible. At this moment, no matter how afraid he was of Cobra, he had to smile and chat along the way. "I take more than half of the goods from the Golden Triangle, and the rest is divided equally between Thailand, Burma, and you. Whenever you want the goods, no matter how much you want, I can satisfy you. I can also guarantee the highest purity and the safety of all the goods." In front of them, Chin Mong Sain's confident voice drifted over. Xia Jinyuan, who was observing the surroundings to find a suitable hiding spot, glanced at a bodyguard who suddenly turned and left in a different direction. His eyes darkened. Cobra's bodyguards should have secretly followed them to find out where all the drugs were hidden. He then swept a glance at the back of Chin Mong Sain's head. His eyes, as dark as the sea, surged with waves of killing intent. Since Ching Niao's mission was him, and with the cooperation of his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, he would not be allowed to leave alive tonight, no matter what. The poison stored in the village would also be burned to ashes. Now, all they had to do was wait for Ching Niao to fire the first shot. and they had to solve everything before General Minlai arrived. He needed to pass the news to his comrades. His comrades and the members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team had secretly sneaked into the Chinese territory. Although he was not afraid of General Minlai finding out, if a fight broke out in front of him, the problem would not be as simple as rescuing the kidnapped Chinese female soldiers. Little Fox, whether the news could be spread or not depends on you. He hoped that he could still see you before the battle. He hoped that he could give you a good hug and tell you that you were really powerful. You were the most powerful female soldier in his heart. Xia Jinyuan, whose palms were bleeding from his fingernails, quickened his pace to catch up with the people who were walking up the mountain to the wooden house. The killing intent in his eyes was hidden deep and undetectable. Chapter 39-37. Yi Qian, who had started the battle, was dragged back to the dungeon. This time, Zhou Yijin was the most seriously injured. She whispered to Yi Qian, "Aunt Lu, I think my ribs are broken." She had kicked him so hard that even speaking a word now made him feel pain in his chest. Yi Qian quickly untied herself. She twisted her hands into a strange angle, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. Yi Qian did not stop even though the rope was so tight that it hurt her wrists so much that they were bleeding. Yi Qian did not stop. She said to Zhou Yijin softly, "Don't exert too much strength. Give me 2 more minutes." She could immediately untie the rope that had tied her up for dozens of hours. She would be fine soon. She would be fine soon. On the other side, Lulu was sobbing softly. She arched her body and slowly moved to Zhou Yijin's side. She said guiltily, "Yijin, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Zhou Yijin, who was in pain all over her body, heard Lulu crying so hard that she was about to pass out. She smiled optimistically and said, "No, Lulu, don't think too much. Also, don't lean on me. I'm injured now. Come over here." Zhou Yijin, who was still in the mood to joke, gasped in pain. "You didn't choose a good spot to lean on. It hurts when you press on me." I'm sorry. Lulu apologized even more guiltily. She quickly moved her body away, and her tears flowed even harder. What should she do next? Lulu, who was in tears, did not know. Yi Qian would definitely be able to save them. Could he really? It had been so long, but there was still no movement. Could it be that he could not save them? Lulu, who was in tears, became even more afraid. The confidence that she had built up with great difficulty had collapsed again tonight. She began to doubt whether she would be able to return to the army alive. Just as Li's imagination was running wild, Yi Jian finally untied herself. When the rope fell off from her wrists, Yi Jian quickly untied the rope that bound her feet, ignoring the fact that her shoulders were severely numb after being tied up for a long time. Yi Qian's hands were still not nimble enough. His wrists were still injured by the rough rope, but it did not affect Yi Qian's speed. Soon, his feet were free as well. Tossing the rope aside, Yi Qian stood up and walked over. He helped Lulu up from the ground and said to Zhou Yijin, whose eyes were wide open because she could suddenly move normally in the dark, "We will definitely be able to leave tonight. We will all be able to leave safely." Lulu, who had lost her confidence, was dumbfounded. She sat there in a daze. Even when her hands and feet could move freely again, she still did not come back to her senses. Zhou Yijin's eyes were already filled with tears. She knew that Aunt Lu would definitely have a way. She knew that with Aunt Lu here, she would definitely be able to leave this place alive. "In a while, you guys will leave with the soldiers who saved us. Don't panic. Just follow them." Yi Qian did not know that the members of Cloud Leopard had already infiltrated the area. According to the original plan, as long as she saw Qin Mong Sane appear, the entire rescue plan would officially start. Then, The members of Cloud Leopard should be approaching the dungeon by now. She also had to act quickly on her side. After dealing with the people outside the dungeon, she would secretly rescue the female soldiers. Then, she would sneak into the darkness and take the opportunity to deal with Qin Mong Sane. The entire plan would be complete. Chapter 39-38. Would she be able to meet Captain Xia, who was also here? Maybe she would. Maybe she wouldn't. Yi Qian, who was trying to hide the bitterness in his heart, untied Zhou Yijin and gestured for her to lie down gently. She raised her hand slightly and took a deep breath to see if the pain had worsened. Localized pain was the most obvious sign of a broken rib. At the same time, there would be coughing. So far, Jean hadn't coughed. When she raised her hand and took a deep breath, there was no obvious increase in pain. Yi Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It should only be a soft tissue contusion. There are no broken ribs, she said softly with a hint of a relaxed smile. Zhou Yijin even tried to turn over. After confirming that there was no obvious pain, she breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the benefits of long-term dance training are here. My bones are softer than the average person's, so I can withstand more pressure. Lu, who had already recovered and was still digesting why Yi Qian could move, couldn't help but laugh as tears rolled down her cheeks. It seemed to be true. Other than the contusion, there were no other problems with her bones. When the two of them laughed, the smile in Yi Qian's eyes deepened. Zhou Yijin's smile was mixed with bitterness that Lu didn't have. She raised her hand and groped Yi Qian's face. She gently and carefully stroked it a few times. Zhou Yijin threw herself into Yi Qian's arms and burst into tears. It was fine that she was beaten up, but what about Aunt Lu? Aunt Lu's face was stepped on by that bastard for a photo. This was the greatest humiliation. I'm sorry, Aunt Lu. I'm sorry, Aunt Lu. I shouldn't have sent you a text. If I hadn't sent you a text, you wouldn't have suffered with us. She didn't dare to sob too loudly, for fear that they would attract the attention of the guards outside if they were loosened. Her shoulders shook, and her tears were like a water tap without a valve, instantly wetting Yi Qian's chest. Her back was gently stroked, and Yi Qian's soft but firm voice came from above. You asked me for help, which means you trust me. Even if you didn't send me a message, I would still come to save you if I knew. Don't cry. If you keep crying, I'll wring water out of my clothes. Also, don't you think it's dirty? I haven't changed my clothes for days. Don't you smell something sour? In the end, Yi Qian made a joke. Zhou Yijin wanted to laugh, but she wanted to cry even more. She simply buried her face in Yi Qian's shoulder and said in a muffled voice, That's good. I haven't washed my face for a few days. Your clothes are wet from crying, so you can help me wash my face. Let's go out and wash our faces with clean water. Wash our faces with tears. The more we wash, the more. There was a slight movement outside, as if something was being dragged away. After softly saying the word, dirty, Yi Qian's eyes suddenly became sharp. He held Zhou Yijin's shoulders with both hands and pulled her away from his arms. He put his finger to her lips and gently made a shoot gesture. After that, he quickly rolled a few times and hid at the edge of the door leading to the dungeon. Someone was gently prying open the iron chain. Yi Qian slowly leaned out to take a look outside the pitch-black door. When she retracted her gaze, there was a bright light in her eyes. The person prying open the lock so gently was definitely not Qin Mong Sane's men. If it wasn't them, then it must be the soldiers who came to save them. Although he had his suspicions, Yi Qian still asked in a low voice, Who is it? Cloud Leopard. The person gently prying open the iron chain said in a low voice. Just as the lock was pulled open and the iron chain was about to be pulled out, the guard in charge of security hurriedly said, Someone's coming. Chapter 39-39. The member of the Cloud Leopard Commando team, who picked the lock, quickly repeated to Yi Jian, "Someone's coming." Just as he was about to lock the door again, Yi Jian, who quickly leaned out to look outside, saw the figure walking over in the faint darkness of the night. She quietly stopped him and said, "Don't lock it. It's only a woman." "Be careful." The member of the Cloud Leopard Commando team quickly hid. Yi Qian reached out and gently removed the chain. At the same time, she held the corner of the door with both hands. Dan Su was one of the targets she needed to get rid of tonight. Since she had sent herself to her door, there was no reason to let her leave alive. Yi Qian, whose eyes were filled with hostility, slowly stood up and hid in the corner, waiting for Dan Su to come over. Dan Su, who was in charge of delivering food and water to the Chinese soldiers, appeared at the entrance of the dungeon again. She glanced at the unguarded entrance and then looked at the chain that was casually placed at the side. Not only did she not think too much about it, she even heaved a sigh of relief. She even found an excuse to get the guards to open the door by saying that she was delivering food to the Chinese soldiers. Now, it was great. She could enter without needing to say anything. She tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent as she pushed open the door and walked in. She would never know that she had stepped onto a path of no return. A black shadow suddenly swept over from the side. Before she could react, her right hand that was holding the dagger was caught and pulled tightly. She felt as if something cold had suddenly sunk into her chest. It was very cold and very painful. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but then she thought about whether she should call for help. Her mouth was gagged, and the black shadow that suddenly rushed out covered her mouth and pressed her to the side. Her legs started to kick, and even her eyes were wide open. It hurt. Her chest hurt. So much. Her eyes widened in horror. Finally, her gaze focused on a black shadow whose face she could not see clearly. She heard the black shadow say in a low and cold voice, "Dan Su, you said that our truck hit you and we had to send you to the hospital. Now, guess if I'll still accompany you to the hospital?" This voice she could tell. She could tell. It was the Chinese soldier's voice. She could tell. Woo, woo. Dan Su began to struggle even more fiercely, but after a fierce struggle, she stopped moving. Her chest was in too much pain. The dagger that should have pierced into the female soldier's body had now pierced into her own body. It turned out that it was so painful to be stabbed by a knife. Then, was she also killed by the Chinese soldiers like her brother? Was her life coming to an end? Dan Su's face no longer had the joy she had when she saw the Chinese female soldier being beaten up. Instead, there was only horror at the fact that her life was about to disappear. She breathed heavily through her nose. She shook her head weakly and begged for mercy. No, she didn't want it to end like this. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to die. Yi Qian removed his hand from her mouth. His dark eyes were frosty. "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Yes, she wanted to go to the hospital. Hurry up and take her to the hospital. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to die at all. Dan Su, who had not expected death to come so suddenly, was so shocked that tears kept flowing out of her eyes. She even raised her hand, wanting to pull Yi Qian and beg Yi Qian to take her to the hospital. Yi Qian looked at her raised hands, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. He lowered his body and leaned over to Dan Su's ear. "Do you think I'll send a person who constantly wants to kill Chinese soldiers to the hospital?" Chapter 3940. His cold voice traveled into Dan Su's ears, causing her to be even more shocked. She didn't want to die. She wanted to go to the hospital. Please, send her to the hospital. As long as she was sent to the hospital, she would be obedient in the future. She wouldn't dare to think about killing the Chinese soldiers every day. Please, Dan Su pleaded with her eyes. Large tears flowed out of her eyes. Her strong desire to live made her feel inferior. Yi Qian was unmoved by her begging. His cracked lips curled up slightly. He said with a faint smile, "Don't think too much, Dan Su. Now you can only wait for the god of death to come and take away your soul. Please, please, please." Dan Su, who had blood flowing out of her mouth, begged for mercy. Blood continued to flow out of her mouth, and the shock on her face deepened. It was no use. Her begging couldn't move Yi Qian at all. If she didn't get rid of her today, there might really be soldiers who would die in her hands in the future. She wouldn't be merciful enough to spare a potential threat. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Dan Su's eyes widened. Her face was full of shock. She stopped breathing. Blood was still flowing out of her mouth, and her body was still twitching slightly. She didn't understand why she had lost her life in the end. She also didn't understand how someone who had her hands and feet tied could still kill her. Yi Qian didn't explain to her. She just wanted to get rid of an enemy who was a potential threat to the Chinese soldiers. Once she was done, she naturally had to leave. At this time, the two members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team, who were in charge of rescuing the female soldiers, also sneaked into the dungeon. One of them held a gun and stood guard at the entrance of the dungeon, while the other entered the dungeon to untie the female soldiers. The soldier who came in looked at the figure lying on the ground. The smell of blood entered his nose. His gaze swept over the three female soldiers standing together. How did they get rid of this Burmese woman? Why didn't they hear anything outside? Doubts flashed through his mind. He stepped over Dan Su, who was already dead, and pulled out a combat dagger to untie the three female soldiers. Soon, as he got closer, he discovered another problem. He could vaguely see that the three female soldiers could move their hands and feet. All of them looked like they had been untied. After dealing with Dan Su, Yi Qian immediately returned to Zhou Yijin's side and pulled up the two people who were still sitting on the ground. "Now, let's leave this place immediately. Leave with the soldiers who came to save us. It's all over now. Go back and have a good sleep. When you wake up, just treat it as a bad dream." A member of the Cloud Leopard Commando team, who was close to him, couldn't help but whisper, "Have they all been released?" "Yes, they're all loose." Yi Qian gripped the two female soldiers' cold hands and asked the soldiers calmly, "Give me a gun. You're in charge of advancing, and I'll cover the rear." A member of the Cloud Leopard Commando team, who had been following Yi Qian the entire time, handed him a pistol. He suppressed all the doubts in his heart and said in a low voice, "Retreat." When he gave the order to retreat, none of the Chinese soldiers standing guard outside relaxed. Instead, they all gripped their guns tightly and prepared for battle at any time. Retreating was the most difficult and dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be discovered. Only when they entered the mountains would they feel more at ease. Two male soldiers with guns walked in front to break out of the encirclement. Zhou Yijin and Lu Lu were in the middle, and Yi Qian was at the back. They left, including Zhou Yijin and Lu Lu, without even looking at Dan Su, who was lying on the ground. They hurriedly left the dungeon. Yi Qian, who was at the back, dragged Dan Su, who was lying on the ground, to a corner. Then she closed the door, tied the iron chain, and locked the iron lock again. After that, she quickly followed. Chapter 3941. Zhou Yijin and Lu Lu didn't know that a woman had died in front of them until they left the dungeon. The main reason was that they didn't see how Yi Qian did it. They only knew that someone was about to come in, and Yi Qian, who was hiding in the shadows, rushed over like a fierce beast. They didn't know what he did, but the woman fell to the ground. The woman's voice was so weak that they could only hear the words, "Save me." Save me? It should be saving them. Lulu and Joey Jean both heard the words, "Save me," although they didn't see what Yi Qian did to the woman. They had the same answer in their hearts. It was just that this answer made them subconsciously avoid thinking too deeply about it. There was still some distance from the dungeon to the mountains. Although the escape route had been planned, they still had to pass through several wooden houses. Some of the houses were lit, while others were pitch black. They didn't know if there was anyone inside. They also had to avoid the sentries and patrols. If they were too slow, they would be discovered. If they were too fast, they would make a sound. The hidden cloud leopard team member sighed softly. He quickly said to the two female soldiers behind him, whose breathing was so rapid that they could clearly hear it, "Don't be afraid. We're here. Follow behind us, and don't make a sound. Understand? Once you enter the mountains, there will be people coming to pick you up. Don't be afraid. It's all over." Yi Qian also said to the two of them, "Tonight we will return home. Everything will end the moment we leave the dungeon. There's nothing to be afraid of." Hearing Yi Qian's calm and gentle voice, Zhou Yijin tightly held Lu Li's hand. She panted heavily and nodded. She had always thought that she was very courageous. She didn't even frown or blink when she encountered something as big as the heavens. But now she realized that she was too frivolous. It wasn't that she was courageous, but that she had never encountered anything that could make her frown or blink. Now that she had encountered it, her frown didn't loosen and her eyes didn't blink. It wasn't that she was courageous, but she was so afraid that if she blinked, danger would come. After this incident, she would never say that she was brave again. She was far from being brave enough to be fearless of death. Lu Li's hands were shaking. Even though Zhou Yijin was holding her hand, she was still shaking. She was too scared. Her hands were cold, but her palms were sweaty. She was the same, and so was Zhou Yijin. "Go!" Yi Qian's calm voice came from behind. Lu quickly turned around to look at the female soldiers behind him. At this moment, Lu finally understood how brave Yi Qian was when he deliberately got kidnapped just to save them. Her bravery was something that he would never be able to reach in his entire life. The five of them retreated into the mountains under the cover of the night. The village where Qin Mong Sane hid the poison was heavily guarded. Other than the open sentries, there were also hidden sentries. If it wasn't for the Cloud Leopard commandos who had been guarding the village for a few days and saw that the hidden sentries changed shifts, they wouldn't have known that there were so many hidden sentries. From time to time, the scouts hidden in the trees would provide information about the situation near the evacuation line to their retreating comrades. They would report to their comrades if there were any patrols and which hidden sentries and open sentries they needed to avoid. With the help of the scouts, the entire evacuation operation was much smoother. At this moment, Qin Mong Sane didn't have time to pay attention to the three female soldiers. He was showing Cobra the high purity of the poison. Cobra's bodyguard had also returned. When he came in, he nodded to Cobra, indicating that he already knew where the poison samples on the table came from. Chapter 3942. No one noticed that the three Chinese female soldiers who were originally locked up in the dungeon had escaped, and no one knew that one of them had been killed by the Chinese female soldiers. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing outside, was calculating the time in his heart. With Little Fox's speed of action, she should have already started the entire operation by now. She was the fuse for the two operations. As long as she started, the soldiers of the Snow Region and Cloud Leopard commandos would immediately take action. As for his side, Xia Jinyuan stopped in his tracks and glanced at the wooden house with the lights on. His plan was about to begin. At 9:20 p.m., after retreating for nearly half an hour, the 5 of them finally successfully entered the pitch-black mountain. When the scout of the Cloud Leopard Commandos saw his comrades enter the mountain, he softly told his waiting comrades, "We've successfully retreated into the mountain." The Chinese soldiers, who were tense all over, finally relaxed. They blinked their eyes that had been glued to the scope, or lowered their heads to wipe the sweat on their faces. At this moment, there was a faint smile in their eyes. The most dangerous part of the mission to rescue the female soldiers was completed. The next step was to quickly return to the Chinese territory. Only then could the entire rescue mission be considered complete. The Cloud Leopard Commandos member who entered the mountain switched to the public channel. While panting heavily, he wiped away the sweat that was about to seep into his eyes. He smiled and told his comrades in the operation, "We've safely entered the mountain. Wait for the rendezvous. Over." The member glanced at the female soldiers who had almost collapsed on the ground after entering the mountain. They had to be supported by another female soldier. As he spoke, he gave Yi Qian an "okay" sign, which meant that they were temporarily safe. It was pitch black. Yi Qian, who didn't have any night travel equipment, didn't see his hand gesture. She only knew that Zhou Yijin and Lu Lu seemed to be completely drained of energy after entering the mountain. She had to support them properly. Otherwise, the 2 of them would fall into a heap. "Take a break, take a break, take a break before we leave." Yi Jian held their hands tightly and comforted them. It was normal for them to be nervous, since it was their first time experiencing a life and death race. Furthermore, they were already doing very well. Only by persevering all the way would they be able to retreat more smoothly. Zhou Yijin was already holding Yi Qian's arm tightly. This was the only way she could find the strength to support herself. She was so nervous that her throat hurt. She didn't open her mouth to speak, and only nodded in response to Yi Qian. Rest. She had to rest. Right now, her legs were so weak that she couldn't exert any strength. Even if she were to walk, she wouldn't be able to take a step. The leader of the Cloud Leopard Commando team put down his binoculars and replied, "Roger that. We'll meet up in 10 minutes. V8's voice came from the headset. "Brother, please pass the communication equipment to the female soldier who saved the 2 female soldiers. We need to speak to her alone." After receiving the message, a member of the Cloud Leopard Commando team quickly took off his wireless communication equipment and handed it to Yi Qian. He said, "There's another team of brothers on a mission. They need to speak to you in private. The arrangement from above is for us to send the 2 female soldiers up and then come back to help you complete the mission. 1 more person means 1 more power, and you can leave more smoothly." After receiving the communication equipment, Yi Qian was slightly surprised when he heard that there was another team of brothers on a mission. How could there be 2 teams on a mission at the same place at the same time? This didn't make sense. Furthermore, they said that they wanted to speak to her in private. What else did they need to say to her in private? Chapter 3943. Yi Qian, who was full of questions, quickly put on her wireless communication equipment. Just as she put the earpiece into her ear, she softly said, "Hello," to test the sound. A familiar voice came from the earpiece. Even though it was just a soft "hello," Yi Qian could tell that it was V8's voice. That meant the other group of brothers on the mission were her comrades from the Snowfield Brigade. Were they here to help Team Xia? They must be. Otherwise, why would they be here? Yi Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. V8 said in the earpiece, "Brothers from the Cloud Leopard Brigade, you guys escort the 2 female soldiers back. Leave the rest to us. The higher-ups have just given the order. 7 people in the team will stay behind to provide support. The rest will escort the female soldiers back to their country." Now that the 2 female soldiers were rescued, the assassination mission would be left to them. Assassination. Hee hee. The Snowfield Brigade was the best at it. That guy who dared to step on Yi Qian's face. Just wait and see. The members of the Cloud Leopard Brigade received the order a little later than the Snowfield Brigade. The team leader obeyed the order and left 2 scouts and 5 commandos behind. The rest of the team would leave immediately after the 2 female soldiers arrived. Zhou Yijin didn't have time to say goodbye to Yi Qian. She only had time to hold Yi Qian's hand tightly and whispered in a tense voice, "Aunt Lu, I'll wait for you and Brother Lu to come back." "Don't worry, I'll come back with your Brother Lu." Yi Qian nodded gently and said with a smile in his eyes, "We'll see you in the capital." Yi Qian would let her go back alive and return safely like before after completing a mission to reunite with her students, friends, family, and comrades. Okay, after receiving a promise, Zhou Yijin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She endured the pain of being beaten up tonight and gritted her teeth without saying a word. She turned around and held Lu Li's hand as they went into the depths of the forest with 2 members of the Cloud Leopard Brigade. She wouldn't be able to help Aunt Lu if she stayed. If she left, Aunt Lu would be able to do her things with more peace of mind. "Aunt Lu, I'll wait for you and Brother Lu to come back safely in the capital." After leaving, Lulu looked back at Yi Qian, who didn't leave with them. She was very worried and said, "Why didn't Yi Qian leave with us? If we leave her alone, what if something happens to her? Those guys won't let her go. We have other brothers, don't worry. Let's go, be careful of your feet." The member of the Cloud Leopard Commando team, who was in charge of clearing the path, brushed away the branches blocking the way and explained to Lulu so that she could be at ease. Hearing that there were still people here, Lulu was relieved. Yi Qian was already talking to V8. With the wireless communication, Yi Qian knew that she had adjusted the plan after being kidnapped. With a serious expression, she moved behind a wooden house and said softly, "Understood. I will do my best to cooperate with Q King's plan." V8 did not explain Xia Jinyuan's plan in detail. He only told her that after dealing with Qin Mongsane, they would escort her back. The chaos they would create would not target Qin Mongsane, but the Western men around Xia Jinyuan. However, they had to make the Western men misunderstand that all the chaos was caused by Qin Mongsane's kidnapping of Chinese female soldiers. The purpose of their plan was to let their captain gain the trust of the Western men so that they could complete the mission and return to China as soon as possible. Yi Qian hoped that the man she loved deeply would return to China as soon as possible. Now that she was asked to cooperate with Xia Jinyuan to complete the mission, Yi Qian did not hesitate. She was willing to do anything for him. Chapter 3944. Qing Niao, the cabin you're in now. Q King is there too. You'll probably be able to meet him later. V8 reminded Yi Qian through the earpiece. You were stepped on just now, so he's probably holding it in until he bleeds. Don't get too worked up when you meet him later. It'll be scary if you vomit blood. Her boyfriend was right in front of her, but he could only watch his girlfriend get bullied. V8 was afraid that Yi Qian would have a knot in her heart. As a good comrade, he couldn't help but speak up for Xia Jinyuan. Seeing you suffer, I believe he's the one who's the most upset. Qing Yao, can you forgive his helplessness? V8 wanted to say that, but he realized he couldn't say it. Forgive Q King for his helplessness. But who would forgive Qing Niao for her helplessness? That was what he was thinking, but he heard Yi Jian's soft voice drifting over like the wind. We're different from others. If we have to fuss over such a small matter, then there would be too many things to fuss over. Back then, he beat me up until I had to lie in the hospital. If we were to settle the scores one by one, then there's no way to settle them clearly. We're different. I've always known that. I knew he couldn't save me, and I didn't want him to step in. Fortunately, everything is over now. I'm very happy. Yi Qian replied with a smile. She was hiding in the dark, so she said that, but she also thought the same. V8 chuckled when he heard that. Yes, he almost forgot that Q King and Qing Niao were different. Their love was different, and their way of getting along was different. All of these differences made up their understanding of each other. They were well aware of their responsibilities, and they were also well aware of each other's responsibilities. How could there be a knot between them when they understood each other so well? He was overthinking it. V8 felt like his eyes were covered with water. He muttered, F***CK. He quickly raised his hand and secretly wiped his eyes with his sleeve as if he was afraid of embarrassing himself. Men bleed, but not cry. Why would he cry? Take it that I'm talking too much. Take it that I'm just farting. V8 wiped his tears and answered Yi Qian. This time, his tone was very light. Next, it's time for us to get rid of these bastards. Qing Niao, we're fighting side by side again after a year. I wish you victory. I wish you victory. Yi Qian smiled, turned around, and calmly slipped into the darkness. How could she blame this on the man she loved so much? He wasn't that stupid. Every grudge has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. This account must be settled on Qin Mongsane. She had lived for 2 lifetimes, but this was the first time someone had stepped on her face. She had to get revenge for this, and she had to get it back properly. The silence of the Burmese village at night was eerie, and no one dared to approach it. Burmese men with guns walked back and forth at their sentry posts, paying close attention to their surroundings. The hidden sentry posts kept their eyes fixed on the area they were in charge of, and if there was anything unusual, they would inform the sentry post immediately. The 2 sentry posts, one in the open and one in the dark, cooperated with each other. They had helped Qin Mongsane solve countless hidden dangers, and it also made him feel that his post was the safest. Yi Qian walked towards the wooden houses built on the mountain under V8's instructions. Qin Mongsane was in one of the wooden houses. As for her, if she couldn't quietly take care of him with a dagger, then she would use the silencer in her hand to take care of him. This time, she didn't use a sniper rifle. The appearance of a sniper rifle at a long distance would easily make people think that there was a large army nearby. It wouldn't be good for the Cloud Leopard Commandos to escort the 2 female soldiers to retreat. Chapter 3945. Moreover, shooting from a distance would cause too much of a commotion and would instantly alert everyone. On the other hand, shooting at close range would cause very little commotion. If Qin Maosheng was taken care of by himself, his subordinates wouldn't be able to detect it so quickly, which would also give her enough time to retreat. However, shooting from a close range was also a problem. If she shot from too close a distance, they would fire at her intensively once they noticed her. Therefore, it was best to sneak in and assassinate with a dagger. Yi Qian avoided a hidden sentry and sneaked under the roof of the wooden house. From the hidden sentry post under the wooden house, she crept forward quickly like a snake. Then, she rolled twice and hid in the bushes behind the wooden house. She went around to the back of the hidden sentry post and quietly climbed in through the window of the wooden house. About 3 minutes later, she quietly left the wooden house with a faint smell of blood on her body. Someone was lying on the ground in the wooden house. Blood was flowing like a snake. Next to it was a broken walkie-talkie. After leaving the wooden house, Yi Qian exhaled a mouthful of foul air with a faint smell of blood. She pulled down her earpiece and reported the latest situation she found. The inside of the wooden house is made of cement. It's at least 15 centimeters thick and has a certain degree of elasticity. I suspect that the wooden houses in the entire village are camouflaged. The outside is no different from a normal Burmese wooden house, but the inside is made of cement. Thinking back to the wooden house that they dragged into earlier, there were no cement walls. This meant that even if Qin Mong Sain kidnapped them, they were always on guard. Yi Qian looked around and confirmed that they were safe for the time being. Then she said, "I'm afraid this village is not an ordinary village. I suspect that there are no villagers in the entire village. Everyone is Qin Mong Sain's men." As soon as she finished speaking, V8's voice followed. There's no doubt that this is the case. Although the entire village makes a living by planting opium poppies from sowing to harvesting, they are all Qin Mong Sain's men. This is also the village where he raises retired Burmese soldiers. Qin Niao, most of the people here are retired Burmese soldiers. So that's how it is. When she dragged them into the wooden house to take photos during the day, she thought that the Burmese man on sentry duty was a retired soldier from their country. She did not think too much about it. All of you be careful. I'm afraid there are more than 1 or 2 people in some of the wooden houses. I don't dare to casually flip into the houses. Yi Qian exhaled softly. She didn't even have a pistol in her hand. She held her dagger horizontally and stared straight ahead. She took a few steps back and hid behind a tree. She saw a few guys with guns coming down the hill, then turning a corner and walking down another path. "Scout, is there anyone else ahead?" Yi Qian had been giving her directions. He was a scout from the Cloud Leopard Commando team. With the help of the scout, they could advance faster. No, the 4 people who passed by just now went down the mountain path to your left. You are still 500 meters away from your destination. The scout from the Cloud Leopard Commando team reminded Yi Qian through the earpiece and asked her to keep an eye out for her surroundings. At the same time, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade had already infiltrated the village and started the assassination with their daggers drawn. They knew exactly how many hidden and open sentries there were in the village. At this moment, they were like radishes that were uprooted one by one. The entire process was one of stealth, elimination, I'll take care of the machine gunner. The 2 of you sneak over to Qin Niao's side. V8, who was hiding under the tree, said to his 2 comrades behind him, "If you see any survivors, take care of them. You'll have less firepower if you kill one." The 2 Snowfield Brigade comrades gave an "okay" hand signal. After separating from V8, they quickly moved closer to Yi Qian. Chapter 3946. G3 Inrong and the others had already abandoned the car and snuck into the village on foot. At this moment, they were very close to the village. The 7 members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team had left, and they could take over. Although the members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team were constantly watching the village, they did not discover the other Brotherhood company's figure. They had been communicating through wireless communication throughout the entire process. At this moment, they could only hear from their earpiece that they had already begun to move. Dark 4 cleared. Advance. Bright 6 cleared. Advance. Killed 2 of them and seized 2 rifles. They're useless, so I threw them away. F***CK. Did you unload the magazines? What's my image in your heart? Is it a stupid image? No, brother, you're so big in my heart that you're glowing. You're not stupid at all. The earpiece was full of the Brotherhood company's indecent tone. It was impossible to tell that they were on a mission at all. It was as relaxed as if they were playing a game. He turned off the earpiece and said to his comrades beside him, "Which military region are they from? Are they that relaxed? I'm not moving and my back is sweating. How can they be so relaxed as if nothing is wrong?" "I don't know. The higher-ups didn't say. Our captain doesn't know either." Listening to their conversation, I feel relaxed. Lower your voice. The 2 brothers who are picking up the female soldiers are almost here. We have to evacuate. The relaxed voice from the earpiece still came from time to time. Those words that were clearly filled with blood all changed their tone after they said it. It was as if they were just casually playing, simple, and without any risk. However, as people who were on the battlefield, they all knew that the Brotherhood Company had divided the 6 open sentries and 12 hidden sentries into numbers. They were clearing them one by one according to the numbers. The whole process was filled with danger. The distance between life and death was often only a second, and they could face life and death in such a relaxed manner. That kind of calm to the point of being fearless was not only worth learning from, but also pondering deeply about how they could do it to this extent. The female soldier who took the risk was the same. As a female soldier, she faced it so calmly. What about them? They needed to learn, and even more so, they needed to ponder. At this moment, the members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team fell silent. Their eyes that were filled with perseverance became even more solemn. After dealing with the 2 hidden sentries closest to the target's wooden house, Yi Qian did not know that she had become one of the targets. She rubbed her sweaty palms on her body to wipe off the fine sweat. Very, very lightly, like a cat, she approached Qin Mong Sain's wooden house. The wooden houses in the village were the most common wooden houses in Myanmar. From the outside, they looked very shabby. Yi Qian gently parted the grass in front of him and carefully raised his head to look at the wooden houses. She saw that someone was smoking. Fearing that she would be discovered, she took one puff after another. Sporadic scarlet sparks flickered and soon disappeared. There was also a very faint smell of smoke in the air. Yi Qian, who was pressing down on the grass with one hand, slowly withdrew his hand and bent over to the side of the wooden house. In front of the house, the shabby wooden door was tightly guarded. On both sides of the door, there was a Burmese man holding a gun. There were also a few black figures moving around from time to time. It was not convenient for her to shoot at close range, and there was also no way for her to sneak in and assassinate with a dagger. Yi Qian began to approach the wooden house. Luke, who had finished smoking, also returned to Xia Jinyuan's side. He was a little quiet tonight, and he had already finished 2 cigarettes. Chapter 3947. After standing there for less than a minute, he said to Xia Jinyuan, "They've been in there for almost an hour. Why hasn't it ended yet? Did Mr. Cobra change his mind and decide to work with Qin Mong Sain again? Oh, God, I don't think he's a good partner. He's too arrogant. There are many risks in working with him. With Mr. Cobra's experience, it's impossible to establish a working relationship with someone like him. But it doesn't mean that Mr. Cobra will agree just because you say you don't want to." Xia Jinyuan replied to Luke, who was a little agitated, and reminded him, "Also, Luke, you're a little different tonight. Don't let Mr. Cobra see it." Luke was silent. Yi Qian, who was crawling in front of him, maintained his crawling posture and didn't make a move for a long time. She heard Captain Xia's voice. Just as V8 said, she and Captain Xia would meet. Yi Qian crawled forward again. Soon, she hid herself in a blind spot where no one would notice her. In front of her were 2 trees, behind her were bushes, and further down was a high ridge. If she was discovered, she would have to jump down from the ridge and hide in the poppy field in front of her. After hiding well, Yi Qian made the sound of a night bird. 1 light, 2 urgent, and then 1 light. The secret signal of the Snowfield Brigade's night training came out of Yi Qian's mouth. Xia Jinyuan's body paused slightly, and he said to Luke, "I'm going to pee. You guard here." "Okay." Luke didn't suspect anything. He also needed to calm himself down. He didn't look at where Xia Jinyuan went to pee and went off on his own. He didn't pay attention to where Xia Jinyuan went, but Cobra's bodyguard, who was guarding the wooden house, took a look. He didn't suspect anything either. Who would suspect anything at a time like this? Besides, Xia Jinyuan was now Cobra's trusted subordinate, so the bodyguard wouldn't suspect him easily. Yi Jian looked at the slender figure that was walking towards her. She couldn't help but grab the grass tightly. She used too much strength, and her fingers dug into the soft layer of soil. Xia Jinyuan thought it was one of his comrades and didn't expect it to be Yi Qian. So, as he approached and naturally loosened his belt and was about to take out his little brother, Yi Qian's voice came from under the tree. "Are you really going to do this?" His face, which was usually calm and composed, had a very, very big question mark. What? It's not V8 and the others? Instead, it was the lover that even his heart ached when he thought of her. Just now, he didn't feel any pressure at all. It was so natural that he almost whistled. In front of his lover, he loosened his belt a little and pulled down the zipper of his pants. No matter how thick-skinned Comrade Xia was at this moment, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and his face began to blush a little. It's not one of his soldiers, it's his woman. Xia Jinyuan didn't think he was that thick-skinned to release his little brother in front of his woman, but he was already halfway through the process. Plus, he said he was going to pee, so he still had to finish the whole process. Thus, Comrade Xia Zhongxiao, whose face was a bit hot, pretended to be very calm. He moved a few steps to the side and finished the whole process. Yi Qian was speechless. He saw that Xia Jinyuan's movements were obviously stiff. He thought he would stop this awkward process, but he didn't expect him to continue. Chapter 3948. Yi Qian was speechless. She saw that his movements were obviously stiff and thought that he would stop this awkward process. She didn't know that he still had to continue. There was no one else other than her who would encounter him like this. Before the sound of water could be heard, Yi Qian buried her face in the grass that emitted the smell of rotten leaves. At the same time, she stretched out a finger and slowly covered her ears. It was no use covering her ears. They were so close that she could still hear what she needed to hear. It was just that she had to lower her volume. Xia Jinyuan quietly finished his business. He quietly straightened his pants and walked over to Yi Qian. She was lying down while he was standing. She had a lot to say, but because of what she did, the atmosphere became awkward. She didn't know what to say. Yi Qian didn't know what to say either. Her face was so hot that her hands were burning. The most suitable adjective to describe the current atmosphere was honeyed awkwardness. At this moment, she and Captain Xia were in a honeyed awkwardness. She was clearly happy, but she was also embarrassed to get close to him. How could this silence go on? In the end, the one who broke the silence was the thick-skinned Lieutenant Colonel Xia. He lowered his head and looked at the figure that was lying on the ground. He said softly, "They haven't come out yet. You need to wait a little longer. Also stand up. This is a blind spot. They can't see you." He could only hug her properly if she stood up. Yi Qian knew that this was a blind spot. When she heard his voice, she chose a blind spot to hide. She wanted to look at him properly, even if it was just one sentence. Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting for her to stand up, looked around carefully, especially in the direction of the wooden house. Even if they were both in a blind spot, he still had to be careful of being discovered. They didn't have much time to meet. At most, 5 minutes. There was no more time. He still had comrades who were risking their lives on the mission. He couldn't ignore their lives because of personal matters. 5 minutes. He and Little Fox only had 5 minutes. From now on, they would start the countdown of 5 minutes. 1 minute was 60 seconds. 3 minutes was 180 seconds. He was already counting down in his heart. 179 seconds, 178 seconds. 177 seconds. The seconds ticked by. Yi Qian slowly got up. Her gaze was not entirely focused on Xia Jinyuan. She stood up cautiously. Before she could stand up, her arm was grabbed by a pair of strong hands. Before she could react, she fell into the arms of the man who was counting down in his heart. The familiar, refreshing scent instantly surrounded her. The tip of her nose and her breath were filled with his scent, and the warmth that belonged to him instantly spread to her, making her feel his warmth. It was just like the warmth that made her feel at ease in the past, which made her so greedy. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan were reunited after a long time. The first thing they did when they hugged each other was not flirtatious. Instead, Yi Qian reminded him in a low voice, "Keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let anyone see you." "Yes, I'm here." The man who was hugging her answered her in a low voice. His hand gently caressed her face as he spoke. "Tell them that General Minlai will arrive here in about an hour. Your mission needs to start before he arrives. My mission is easy to handle. Your situation is more tricky. Let's just shoot him directly. It's too easy for him to kill him with one shot. We have to choose according to the situation." Chapter 3949. If possible, Xia Jinyuan wanted to personally torture Qin Mongsane. He would have used the same method to retaliate. He would have pointed a gun at his head and told him that the consequences for insulting the Chinese soldiers would be terrible. However, time was of the essence. Everything had to be completed before General Minlai arrived, so he could only choose to end it with one shot. Xia Jinyuan hugged the person he loved the most tightly and told her everything he knew as fast as he could. "There's a warehouse in the village that stores poisonous goods. I've already confirmed it. It took them 12 minutes from the time they went to retrieve the goods. It won't be difficult to find them if we do a carpet search around the place where you were beaten up. Find them and burn them all. Don't let them come out and harm others." He spoke quietly and quickly. His rough and warm fingers gently stroked Yi Qian's cheeks that had been stepped on. It was very gentle, and she could feel the tenderness in his touch. After explaining the important matters, Xia Jinyuan gently closed his eyes. As a boyfriend, he was very unqualified. He couldn't even ask her if she was okay. At that time, her face had been stepped on by Qin Mongsane. It must have been very painful. When he thought of that scene, Xia Jinyuan's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Qian, who was hugging him, could feel that his back was stiff as if something was pressing on him. His back, which had always been as straight as a pine tree, was now slightly bent. Such a proud man. A man who was blessed by the heavens because of her. Even his back was bent. Yi Qian, who felt a dull pain in her heart, gently closed her eyes. She looked up at the man who was touching her face with trembling fingers and pretended to ask a very serious question. "Captain Xia, do you usually use your left hand or your right hand?" "Usually use his left hand or his right hand." Xia Jinyuan was not the only one who was stunned by Yi Qian's question. V8, who knew that the two of them had bumped into each other, was also a little confused. Left hand, right hand, what does that mean? V8 looked down at his right hand and left hand. Forgive him for his lack of talent, but he could not guess what Yi Qian was referring to. Xia Jinyuan, who was also stunned by her question, suddenly understood something. Her question was like a bullet hitting the heart of a bullet. No matter how sad he was, there were cracks, and he found a little relief in these cracks. "Right hand," he answered her, his eyes filled with love and sadness. His little fox was just trying to make him happy. "And you, right now, are touching my face with your right hand." "Captain Xia, I don't think you washed your hands just now," Yi Qian said seriously again. V8. F***CK. He finally understood Why Qing Niao asked about the right hand and the left hand. So that was what it meant. So that meant that when their captain was dealing with a life-threatening situation, Qing Niao was right beside him. Watching the whole process, in an instant, V8 could no longer remain calm. He knew that Qing Niao and the captain would meet, but he really didn't expect the way the two of them met was so unique. It was really rare. At this moment, no matter how calm Xia Jinyuan was, the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard what his little girlfriend said. That's right, he did not wash his hands just now. This was the first time he touched his girlfriend's face without washing his hands after going to the washroom, and he was even caught red-handed by his girlfriend. Captain Xia, remember to wash your hands next time. Luckily, I don't mind. Yi Qian continued to speak seriously. After he finished speaking, he sighed faintly. We've been married for so long, I can accept a little problem. Chapter 3950. Old couple. Old couple. In bed. Such an equation quickly formed in V8's mind, and he cursed in his heart. Beast! Qing Yao was so young. Captain, how could a beast like you do it? Also, when did you do it? Why didn't I know anything about it? He knew that their relationship was a little ambiguous, but they didn't make it public, and he was too embarrassed to ask. How could he have known that? They were already an old couple. Beast. Beast. Captain Beast expressed his innocence. It was true that the two of them had been married for a long time, but they had always lived a sexless life. This was the V8 that Xia Jinyuan had responsibly told and questioned him when he came back later. Xia Jinyuan leaned his entire weight on Yi Qian. He had to admit that he was really amused by her. Then, the more it happened, the more his heart ached. She was the one who was humiliated and suffered, but in the end, she was the one who made him happy. After a short moment of happiness, Xia Jinyuan found it harder to breathe. He was so lucky to have met her in his life. His right hand that was caressing her cheek trembled even more. Xia Jinyuan felt his heart tighten and his limbs hurt. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Yi Qian felt his trembling and pursed her lips. It wasn't easy to make him smile, but now he felt bad again. She raised her hand and covered the back of his hand with her own. She said casually, "It's just a scratch. It doesn't hurt. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Don't take it to heart." How could it not hurt? She was just comforting herself. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had never shed tears before, felt his eyes sting in front of his girlfriend. Uncontrollably, tears flowed out of his eyes. Yi Qian happened to look up, and he happened to look down. Suddenly, a few drops of tears flowed out and dripped onto Yi Qian's face. There were still warm tears dripping down. Yi Qian froze, as if he had been electrocuted. Her hand that was on the back of his hand was trembling. Slowly, she felt a drop of water on the tip of his nose. Her fingertips touched it. It was wet and a little sticky. These were tears. Captain Xia, who existed like a god in her heart, never frowned in the face of great difficulties, never thought that he would be stumped, and never lowered his head. Now he was actually crying. Yi Qian's slightly damp fingertips instantly felt as if they were being burned by electricity, so much so that the trembling of his hands became even more obvious. Captain Xia had cried for her, just like the direction of her life. Xia Jinyuan knew that he was crying, but he did not think it was embarrassing. Men did not cry easily, but only when they were deeply hurt. Tonight, she had suffered such a great humiliation. Helpless, he wanted to cry, so he cried. "Don't cry. I'm really not in pain. It doesn't hurt at all. Look, aren't I still standing in front of you? I'm really fine. I'm perfectly fine." His tears made Yi Qian's heart ache. It was only when the man, who was like a king standing in the clouds, cried that she realized how painful it was for her. It was much more painful than when Qin Mong Sane stepped on her face. Look, this was the woman he loved deeply. How could he not love her even more deeply? Because of his tears, his heart ached so much that he even comforted her. How can it not hurt? I can see that you're bleeding. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and planted a tender kiss on her forehead. His thin lips curved slightly, and his hoarse voice came like the wind. Yi Qian, now you're a qualified soldier in my heart. You've already become a qualified soldier. You performed so well tonight. Tonight, you're the best and most qualified soldier in my heart. Chapter 3951. Yi Qian smiled and rubbed her face against his palm. It's not enough. I have to do better. If our roles were reversed tonight, I wouldn't have been able to be as calm as you. Calm? No, little fox, I didn't manage to be very calm. Xia Jinyuan smiled bitterly. You told me that I needed to be calm. How could I disappoint you? You did very well. Very, very well. I haven't seen you for a year, and you've grown so much. I've missed a lot of your exciting moments. But here, he held her hand and placed it on his chest. Here, I'm a little disappointed, happy, and proud. It also lets me know how much blood and tears you've shed to be by my side. It's been hard on you, my love. Thump, thump, thump. A strong and powerful heartbeat came from under his palm. It was as if the heartbeat in his chest had become one. Yi Jian, who was happy because of his affirmation, looked up and said very softly, I have to grow up quickly. Only by growing up quickly can I catch up with your footsteps. If you can't wait for me, then I'll have to work very, very hard to catch up to you. I'm not afraid of hardships. I'm just afraid of being too far away from you. I'll work even harder. I'll walk every path that you've walked until I can walk side by side with you one day. Her eyes sparkled because of what he said. She was so happy, like a child who had been given candy. It was so pure that it took his breath away. He had always known that she saw him as a goal to move forward. She saw him as an indestructible landmark. She deeply worshipped him. To be honest, there was no man who didn't like being worshipped by the woman they loved. Men's natural vanity was satisfied. He was the same. He felt extremely satisfied because of her adoration. But now he only felt lucky. He was glad that he had made the right choice when he was young and had become the man she wanted to be. Otherwise, how could he have a girl who worshipped him so deeply? Xia Jinyuan's heart was soft and sweet. He hugged the love of his life tightly and said softly, Look up, little fox. Yi Jian raised her head. In the next second, a black shadow pressed down on her. His lips were already on hers. It was a very, very heavy kiss. His breathing was hurried, and he couldn't wait to kiss her. At this moment, Yi Qian stood on her tiptoes and looked up. She was almost hanging on his body, allowing him to kiss her fiercely. He kissed her so fiercely that it felt like he was biting her lips. There was a faint taste of blood in their mouths and teeth. Even if he tasted blood, he didn't stop kissing her fiercely. The tip of his tongue entered her mouth domineeringly and forcefully, inspecting every inch of her body like a king. Before she could even take a breath, he started sucking again. It was like a violent storm, making it difficult for her to even breathe. Xia Jinyuan couldn't control himself. When his lips touched her soft and warm lips, he was defeated. All his psychological defenses were completely defeated by her sweetness. He threw away his armor and surrendered to her. Right now, he was sucking on her ferociously. Deep in his heart, he really wanted to merge her into his flesh and blood so that they could become one. That way, no matter where they went, no matter where they were, they could be together forever. Hold me tight, Yi Qian. Hold me tight. Hold me tight. He sucked and kissed her. Between his lips, there was a muffled but restrained voice. No matter how excited he was, he didn't forget where they were. Chapter 3952. Even the most normal kiss between lovers had to be carefully protected by him for a longer period of time. There was no gentle prelude. After being separated for so long, not only did he stop at hugging her, even kissing her was not enough, but he could only hug her tightly and kiss her deeply. Right now, he was like a traveler who had walked in the desert for a long time and suddenly received rain that could prolong his life. He could not stop this kiss that could make him persevere. His sexy Adam's apple moved as he greedily sucked in the sweetness between her lips and teeth. Deep and shallow sounds could be heard. As V8 listened to the B-A-G-B-A-G sounds, his resolute face was calm. Yes, he was pretending to be calm. He was a bachelor and had never had a girlfriend, but he was someone who had seen pigs run. Sometimes he would even watch 1 or 2 episodes of TV dramas where men and women cried and made love. He had also heard the B-A-G-B-A-G sounds on TV before. This was the F*King sound of kissing. Sure enough, the two of them who had not seen each other for a year were like dry firewood and a raging fire. When dry firewood touched a raging fire, it burned. Moreover, the fire was a little fierce. Fortunately, it was not a public channel. Fortunately, he was the only one who could hear it. Fortunately, he was the only one who could bear all this suffering. But don't kiss for too long. This place is really not a place for you to kiss for too long. Forget it. Let's give them some time to get together. This couple had it tough, even tougher than T6 will use couple. At least that couple did not have to worry about their girlfriends going on life or death missions. This couple, the man worried about the woman, and the woman worried about the man. Their hearts could not be at ease. Previously, he was envious that the two of them were like-minded, but now he was so jealous that he was not envious anymore. What kind of F*King relationship was this? They even had to F*King count the time before they could even hug. It could not be too long, just a few minutes. Just thinking about it made him feel suffocated. V8 wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand and froze. The water he wiped out earlier was his own tears? Why was he crying? Was he crying with her? Feeling a little embarrassed, V8 contacted the 2 comrades who had previously instructed to support Yi Qian. E6, the 2 of you keep a close eye on Qing Niao for a few minutes. With them on guard duty, this pair of lovers who had met in the flames of war could have a good chat. As a comrade, the only thing he could do was to keep a lookout for the 2 of them. E6 was a man from the northwest and had once fought alongside Yi Qian. He and another comrade with the code name M did not know that their captain was a couple with the female soldier Qing Niao. Hearing this, he replied with an okay. He hid in a dark spot where he could see the movements around the wooden house and was responsible for keeping watch. V8 pulled his earplugs and temporarily blocked out the kissing sounds that made his heart dance. Xia Jinyuan had no idea that Yi Qian had been communicating with V8 the whole time. It was easy to control him, but he still lost his composure and ended the passionate kiss that lasted less than a minute. This kiss had already exceeded his expectations for tonight. He did not expect that not only could he hug her, but he could also kiss her so deeply. Tilting his head, he buried his head in her neck and kissed her earlobe affectionately. It was a light kiss, but it was filled with deep affection. Yi Qian hugged his arms even tighter. He wanted to integrate her into his flesh and blood. She wanted to do the same too. Captain Xia, Captain Xia. Yi Qian opened his mouth. His tears were already rippling as he hugged the body that gave him peace of mind and was filled with masculinity. In his heart, it was as if large patches of flowers were blooming, beautiful as spring. Chapter 3953. Xia Jinyuan held the back of Yi Qian's head tightly. He was tall, so his back was arched. Just now, he had pulled Yi Qian into his arms, and they seemed to have become one. Hearing her soft, nasal murmurs, he couldn't help but kiss her neck. He answered her, "I'm here, I'm here. I'm by your side right now." He didn't leave immediately. "I'm hugging you now, tightly hugging you, telling you how much I miss you. It hurts so much." The tearful Yi Jian sniffled softly and rubbed her face against his chest like a puppy. "You're wearing a dark-colored military uniform, so no one will notice that I'm crying. No one will notice if you leave a few scratch marks on my body. Do you want to try?" He grabbed her hand and really wanted her to leave some memories on his body. Yi Qian couldn't bear to do that. She shook her head and refused. "No, I don't want you to get hurt." Xia Jinyuan paused slightly at her words. Then he said, "Silly, how can I not get hurt? People like me can get through it even if I get hurt." "Then I don't want you to get hurt by me." She looked up from his chest and stared at him with her deep, dark eyes. The night was so dark that she couldn't see his face clearly. She could only see the outline of his face, but she was still very happy. Xia Jinyuan, who felt a little guilty, didn't let her look up for too long. He pressed his hand against the back of her head and pressed her back into his arms. "Let me hug you again." If she let him hug her again, they would have to separate again soon. Yi Qian understood his unfinished words. She buried her head in his arms again and hugged his waist tightly. She didn't forget to remind him again, "Look around and be careful." How could he be completely engrossed in such a dangerous reunion? The vigilance that had already been carved into his bones had become a habit. "Don't worry, I know." Xia Jinyuan looked around and even paid close attention to the movements in the wooden house. He hugged his lover tightly, buried his head in her neck, and breathed deeply. Her unique aura easily drove away the pressure that had accumulated in his heart over the past year, filling him with endless fighting spirit. Hiding by Cobra's side was his most exhausting mission so far. Every time he was tired, his mind would be filled with her smile, thinking that she was still waiting for him, thinking of the promise he made. No matter how tired he was, he would grit his teeth and persevere until the mission was completed. Tonight was the most important night. He had been lurking for more than a year. Whether or not he could gain Cobra's trust to enter his study room depended on this night. If he still couldn't gain such deep trust this time, then he wouldn't delay any longer. He would find an opportunity to deal with Cobra directly and return to China. There was no more crazy kissing. The two of them hugged each other quietly and enjoyed the brief peace of their reunion after a long separation. The whole process took at most 3 minutes, and it was the 3 minutes that they stole. 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. The 3 minutes were getting closer and closer, and the countdown had already begun. One lowered her head, and the other raised her head. The two of them spoke at the same time and pursed their lips at the same time. They both knew what the other wanted to say, so they tacitly let go of each other at the same time. There was no separation, only silent gazes. Chapter 3954. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand again and touched Yi Jian's face gently. His tall body bent down, and his warm, thin lips landed on the face that had been stepped on. Who dared to step on the face that he treasured? "Wait for me." He left her with 2 firm words, then turned around and walked towards the wooden house. He didn't look back as he walked out of Yi Qian's line of sight. Yi Qian watched him leave with a military salute. The person who hugged her just now was an ordinary man who loved her deeply, but the person who walked away now was a soldier with a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. With a turn of the head, the difference between a lover and a soldier was clear. V8's soft voice came through the earpiece. "Is it over? We've taken care of all the open and hidden sentries. Yi Qian's expression froze. She seemed to have forgotten to mute the communication. Then what did V8 hear? He must have heard something. That's why he asked, "Is it over?" Yi Qian's face was burning. He hid behind a tree and adjusted his breathing before answering, "My target hasn't appeared yet. We'll probably have to wait a little longer. King Q just told me that the Burmese General Minlai will arrive here in about an hour. We have to start our operation before he arrives. We can't let him see us. There's a warehouse in the village that stores drugs. I don't know the exact location. If you can find it, burn it. Don't let it come out and harm people." "Roger that. Qin Mong Sane, clean it up. 2 other comrades are on their way to support you." V8 could feel Yi Qian's awkwardness through the wireless communication. He chuckled. "When you see the target appear, tell us to cut off the power. You take advantage of the chaos to take care of him. G3 and the others are in position. The 2 comrades who will support you are near the wooden house. It's up to you now." G3 and the others finally arrived 10 minutes ago. They didn't take a break and immediately completed the battle deployment according to the topographic map provided by V8 and the Cloud Leopard Commandos. At this time, Zhou Yijin and Lu Lu, the 2 female soldiers, returned to China under the protection of 7 male soldiers from the Cloud Leopard Commandos. They were safe. "Got it." After answering the question, Yi Qian began to change her hiding spot. If she wanted to assassinate him with a power outage, she would have to get closer to him. She glanced at the roof of the wooden house. This would be her hiding spot. Before ending the call, V8 said with a smile, "Qin Niao, I'm a gentleman." Therefore, he knew not to look or hear indecent things. Yi Qian, whose face was burning, maintained his composure and pretended not to understand. He replied, "I know," and quickly ended the conversation. V8, who was hiding in the dark, told his comrades the news that General Minlai would arrive in about an hour. As soon as he finished, he and his comrades crept towards the power station in the nearby village like a beast sneaking up on its prey. Qin Mong Sane was very vigilant. They had even arranged for people to guard the power station. If there was a power outage, they could immediately repair it. "You take the left, I'll take the right. Twist his neck and kill him." Under the dim light of the power station, V8, whose eyes were covered in oil paint, made a hand gesture to his comrades. He then circled to the back of the power station and attacked from the right. With one on the left and the other on the right, the 2 of them covered the mouths of the 2 Burmese men who were guarding the power station. They locked their elbows on each other and twisted their arms. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the 2 Burmese men were taken care of without spilling any blood. At this point, they couldn't care less if their targets were innocent. Chapter 3955. The battlefield was cruel. If they gave the other side a chance to survive today, they might be wiped out in the future. They would never give the enemy a chance to survive, so whether they were innocent or not was not within the scope of consideration. The most important thing was to ensure that the entire mission could be carried out smoothly. Besides, how innocent could a guy with a gun be? The firepower of the village was strong enough. The T6 that sneaked into the village touched the mortar beside his feet and grinned. "There's still a mortar. Keep it in case it comes in handy." In a village of more than 200 people, almost everyone had a gun in their hands. As for them, there were more than 20 people in a village. Against a village of more than 200 people, they should have some heavy firepower at hand. Z7 took down a guy who was about to go to the open sentry post and said in a low voice, "Keep it, get ready for the second wave of clearing. I've caught up with them here. F*CK, it's early? Previously, the shift change was at 12 o'clock. The Cloud Leopard Scout said in a tight voice, "It's still a little short of 10 o'clock. Why is it early?" There are always exceptions. It's fine to submit for a shift change. Right now, the sentry posts are all ours. Project X, who was in charge of the fourth sentry post, said with a chuckle. However, his eyes were cold and sharp as he looked around. The 3 machine gunners are also in position. How's the situation over at the female soldier's side? The female soldier that G3 was referring to was Yi Qian. They were all in the public channel, so they were still a little careful and did not say Yi Qian's code name in front of the Cloud Leopard members. As for themselves, they were all letters and omitted numbers. It sounded like a rough code name that was casually given. That's right, their code names were just that rough. Just wait for her target to appear. We'll cut off the power here and take action. It's a pity that we can finish off that son of a bitch with one shot. We can't even grind him down properly. V8, who was holed up in the power station, held his gun and said with a look of pity. Meanwhile, his eyes were as fierce as a beast's as he stared coldly ahead. Hurry up and find the warehouse for the drugs. Use the T6 mortar to finish it off. It'll be cleaner. We've probably found it on our side. The comrade with the code, name X, rubbed his hands that were frozen by the cold air. He stared at the heavy door made of mixed steel that was opened by a password lock and replied in a low voice, underground cold storage, mixed steel door, about 10 centimeters thick, bulletproof function. Password lock, mortar can take care of it. Project X's hands touched the cold steel door. He wiped his runny nose with his fingers and looked at the password lock again. There's an alarm on the password lock. If we don't crack it properly, the alarm will go off. The whole village will know. I think we should solve it with the mortar. It's a bit cold here. I'm afraid of the cold, so I'll leave first. F***CK, is your period here? Afraid of the cold? Y, who was in charge of security, retorted, Come out quickly. There's movement outside. Hearing that, Project X bent his back and retreated from the tunnel that was about 20 meters deep. Then he crawled out from the entrance of the tunnel and saw Comrade Y approaching the entrance of the room. Footsteps could be heard coming from outside the door, getting closer and closer, leaping, hiding, and guarding the door at the same time. The door was pushed open, and 3 people came in, closing the door, pinning them down, and killing them in one move. They worked together to finish off the 3 of them. Someone had to guard this place. If anyone else came, they would be exposed once they saw that the comrades guarding the door were all gone. The drugs were found. The Snowfield Brigade's early cleanup was completed. Now, all that was left was to wait for Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was hiding near the wooden house, saw the Western man, who seemed to be on good terms with her man, walk over and stand beside her man. Chapter 3956. Luke, who had just finished another cigarette, stood in the dark. His gray-green eyes slowly sized up Xia Jinyuan. After smoking a few cigarettes, Luke finally calmed down and thought about how he should deal with the female soldier being beaten up. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered that when he lost his composure, Cobra suddenly turned around and looked at him. It was Xia who moved sideways and blocked Cobra's view. Did Xia notice something and intentionally help him, or did he coincidentally block for him? Luke was a little uncertain. Xia Jinyuan looked at Luke, who was sizing him up, and said calmly, "What do you want to say to me now?" "Sorry, I just want to have a good sleep when I go back. I don't want to go out drinking and having fun with women with you. It should be a coincidence." No one suspected him when he stayed by Cobra's side for 5 years. What could Xia suspect? "Don't worry, you're a boring man. I've already given up on the idea of going out drinking and having fun with you. You know how disappointing it is to go to a bar with someone who doesn't do anything. I've done the same thing several times. I don't think I'll be stupid enough to do it again." Luke shrugged. He put aside the alarm in his heart and thought that it was just a coincidence. If Xia really suspected something, he would definitely tell Cobra, since he was loyal to her. Cobra should be the one, but he didn't. So it should be just a coincidence. And he was overthinking. Luke, who stopped thinking about it, looked at the wooden house that was still motionless. He raised his golden-gray eyebrows and said worriedly, "I am now 100% sure that Mr. Cobra will work with that frivolous guy. I have a feeling that there will be many disasters in the future. No, that frivolous bastard will pay for what he did tonight." Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "Mr. Cobra won't cooperate with him. I'll bet $2,000. No problem. If you lose, you have to give me $2,000. Luke raised his eyebrows and insisted on his guess. Xia Jinyuan glanced at him and insisted on his judgment. "If you lose, you have to give me $2,000. His calm reply made Luke shrink back. A miser who saved money for fun was suddenly generous enough to take out $2,000 as a bet. Luke felt that he might lose. Therefore, he asked again, "Are you sure you will win?" "What do you think?" Xia Jinyuan, who was a miser in the other party's eyes, put away the faint smile on his face. He faced the cabin and reminded Luke, "It's over." "It's over? Oh, God, it's finally over. What do you think they talked about? Why did they talk for so long?" Luke, who also stopped smiling, put his hands behind his back and raised his chin slightly, waiting for Cobra to walk out of the wooden house. Xia Jinyuan looked at Luke again. This guy was testing him just now. The more he tested him, the more he was sure of his guess. The Special Forces soldier in the Russian signal flag. Not bad. After more than a year of cooperation, he admired the strength of the other party. But what was his purpose of hiding by Cobra's side for 5 years? Was it the same as him to find the real power behind Cobra? If that was the case, Luke couldn't find it after 5 years. Then what about himself? Would it take him 5 years to— No, 5 years was too long. He gave himself 2 years at most. Now that 1 year had passed, he had 1 more year to complete it, because he still had to attend Little Fox's graduation ceremony. He had to personally hand over the real military uniform that belonged to a soldier to her. This was their agreement. Chapter 3957. Cobra walked out with a smile. He was in a good mood. After about 90 minutes of chatting, he learned a lot about the entire Myanmar drug chain. He also saw the high purity of the drugs. Now, he was hoping that the Chinese side would take action immediately after he left. If Qin Mong Sane was done for, then he could buy the high-purity drug production chain through General Minlai and achieve the greatest benefit. Qin Mong Sane, who received a deposit of $1 million on the spot, was in a good mood. He happily sent a car to send Cobra out that very night. "I'm happy to have found a good partner tonight, Mr. Cobra. I promise that all the drugs provided to you will be the best I have here." No. It should be said that they will be the best in Myanmar. As he spoke, Qin Mong Sane stretched out his hand. "I hope that we can cooperate more happily." The translator translated quickly. Cobra, who understood, held his hand and looked very expectant. He said, "Of course, our cooperation will be more pleasant. It's a pity that I'm a little short on time. Otherwise, I would like to travel in Myanmar for a few more days. We still have many opportunities. If we miss this time, we will definitely have another chance next time." After Qin Mong Sane finished speaking, he ordered his subordinates to prepare the car. He also needed to leave here and wait for the good news from the Chinese side. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by Yi Qian. She had already loaded the gun and was ready to fire. She was waiting for the other party to stand in front of her so that she could kill him with one shot. Captain Xia said that it was too easy to kill the other party with one shot. Yes, it was indeed easy to kill him. However, it was not that there were no other ways for her to vent her anger. For example, Yi Qian's gaze fell on Qin Mongsane's throat. For example, here, Qin Mongsane walked down the steps of the wooden house while laughing. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. He said, "It seems to be a little cold." As soon as he finished speaking, a dull sound suddenly rang out. Then, all the lights in the entire village went out at the same time. From the shooting to the entire village falling into darkness, it happened in a short 3 seconds. Before all the lights went out, Cobra, who was closest to Qin Mongsane, saw a bloody hole in his throat. Before she could see the man's expression clearly, her vision suddenly turned dark. Then, Cobra was pushed to the ground by her bodyguard. The dull sound woke everyone up. They were all too familiar with this sound, especially Cobra's bodyguards. Qin Mongsane, who was shot, was still standing. They instantly realized what had happened. Carrying pistols, they immediately fired in one direction. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out in an instant. They were not concentrated in one spot. They were all shots. Yi Jian, who was rolling on the ground, heard someone shout, "Protect Mr. Cobra." They immediately shielded Cobra behind them and used their bodies as shields to ensure Cobra's safety. Yi Qian was no longer at the point where they concentrated their fire. After shooting accurately, she continued to roll and left the wooden house according to the route she had set. She heard someone shout, "Protect Cobra." This was the target that Captain Xia was keeping a close eye on. She would be fine for the time being. Qin Mongsane should be in trouble. Although Qin Mongsane's subordinates reacted quickly, and there were even 3 retired Special Forces bodyguards hired from abroad, it was too late. Qin Mongsane, who was shot in the throat, felt a cold sensation in his throat. Then he swallowed something very hot down his esophagus. He even raised his hand to cover his neck. It was not until blood gushed out from his throat that he realized that he had been shot. Chapter 3958. However, the bullet did not penetrate the back of his neck. It entered his esophagus and was swallowed by him. Bullets were magical. They were 100% accurate. Those who were hit would die, but there were always exceptions who miraculously escaped. Take Major General Yang, for example. He was once shot in the heart, and the bullet stayed in the narrow gap between the heart and the protective membrane. Everyone thought that Major General Yang had no chance of survival. In the end, the surgery was successful, and the bullet was removed from the pericardium. He survived and was promoted to Major General. Qin Mongsane was in the same situation now. Yi Qian was indeed accurate, but it allowed him to avoid the scythe of the god of death. Although he was shot in the throat and had difficulty breathing, the possibility of survival was quite high if he was treated in time. A foreign bodyguard next to him reacted very quickly, like people who had been on the battlefield. In addition to carrying a gun at all times, he also had bandages and other first aid equipment. He immediately supported Qin Mongsane, and the other 2 foreign bodyguards covered them as they retreated. They were too familiar with the village. Even if it was pitch black in front of them, they knew which direction to retreat, in which would be the safest. At this moment, they were all minding their own business. How could they care about others? The 3 foreign bodyguards were covered by Qin Mongsane's men, and they quickly retreated to a safe area. The entire retreat process was very calm. There was no panic at all. The worst was the translator. His first reaction was to hold his head and squat on the ground until he heard someone say, "Go." He didn't know who said it, so he simply rolled and crawled over. Cobra quickly retreated under protection. They did not go in the same direction as Qin Mongsane. Even if he knew that the other party was more familiar with the safe area, Cobra did not follow. Instead, he retreated in the opposite direction. At this time, he had to stay away from the guy who became a target. If he went in the same direction as him, he would also become a target for the Chinese. A few seconds ago, he was still talking and laughing. Now, Cobra did not even think about Qin Mongsane's life or death. Cobra, who had retreated to a safe area, could not help but curse in his heart. He knew that the frivolous guy who kidnapped the regular army of a peaceful country would definitely get into big trouble. He knew it. He knew it. Therefore, the thing he was most worried about happened. Just now, when the shot had hit Qin Mongsheng, he knew that it must have been done by the Chinese side. He thought that the Chinese side wouldn't be able to find it so quickly, but he was wrong. They found it and shot it with great precision. Mr. Cobra, we can't go down the mountain. We should go up the mountain. Also, pick up the gun on the ground. We might need it. Quick, let's go into the mountains. Luke shouted in a low voice. He fired blindly in front of him with his gun, not caring whether he would accidentally hit the Qin Mongsane people. If it was a mistake, then so be it. He couldn't care less. Luke thought of the Chinese side and had no other choice but to kill that arrogant fellow with a single shot. Well, it was a mistake then. Luke, who had shot blindly, let himself stay behind. In the chaos, he pushed Xia Jinyuan away so that he could get away from the shooting range. Xia, let's stay behind. Hit him directly. Damn it, this isn't our problem. We just need to retreat ourselves. Let's go. Don't engage them. On the other hand, Xia Jinyuan had already reminded his comrades not to shoot the guy who was with him when they were shooting accurately. At least for now, this guy's identity could not be killed with one shot. Chapter 3959. If he really was a Special Forces soldier from the Russian signal flag, then the two of them could take care of each other in secret. Of course, he hoped that this guy, who seemed to be good at everything, wouldn't secretly play tricks on him. Otherwise, even if he really was a Special Forces soldier from the signal flag, they would have to fight to the death. Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, didn't answer Luke. He only used his actions to tell Luke that he was now in charge of covering Cobra's retreat. At this time, Cobra's advantage was completely revealed. He brought a total of 10 people with him on this trip. The strength of the 4 bodyguards was needless to say. Each of them was an elite, and their hands were stained with countless tough characters. As for the other 6 bodyguards, other than Luke and Xia Jinyuan, the remaining 4 bodyguards were also tough characters. One of them could be said to be equivalent to several people around Qin Mongsane. Compared to a guy who only mingled in his own country and a guy who mingled in the international world, who could fight terrorists and give a headache to a war-torn country, the latter's strength was much stronger than the former's. The village where Qin Mongsane hid the drugs was beaten to a pulp by the soldiers sent by the Chinese side. There were countless casualties, but Cobra's side didn't have a single person injured. From this, the difference in strength was immediately clear. This was also the reason why Xia Jinyuan didn't dare to let the other brothers participate in his plan. He only dared to let the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade participate directly. He was afraid that the soldiers of his brothers would be sacrificed in the battle. Go, go, go. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Luke's voice was hoarse as he signaled for the people behind to quickly retreat. He was one of Cobra's most trusted subordinates, and was also the one who rushed to the front whenever there was danger. Xia Jinyuan was the same as him. They blocked the danger first, so that Cobra's most trusted bodyguard could take the boss and retreat to a safe place as soon as possible. Cobra felt that no place was safe now. As he fled into the mountains, he saw Qin Mongsheng's subordinates retreating in the same direction as him. He immediately took out his pistol and fired a few shots at the few black shadows. That was how he got rid of the unfavorable factors. With a sinister voice, he said to the bodyguard beside him, "Don't let these idiots come near me." Cobra knew that if someone with good looks got close to him, he would become a live target for the Chinese side. He didn't want to become a target himself. Xia Jinyuan looked down and once again accurately knocked down 2 black shadows that were running towards them. He said coldly, "I'll hold them off. Luke, you escort Mr. Cobra to the mountains first. I'll come back to meet you guys later." The battle was too intense, and there had to be someone guarding this place. Luke wanted to stay behind to cover the retreat, but Cobra said to Xia Jinyuan, "Xia, I'll leave this place to you. I'll wait for you to leave together. Luke, let's go." Without giving Luke a chance to speak, Luke, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but grit his teeth. He really wanted to curse. "Fuck you." Luke gritted his teeth and rushed out, leaving only Xia Jinyuan behind. The other 9 bodyguards followed Cobra. They left together. Cobra had gradually trusted Xia Jinyuan, but among the 10 bodyguards, only Xia Jinyuan had been with him for the shortest time. At the crucial moment, Cobra chose to let Xia Jinyuan face danger. Xia Jinyuan, who had volunteered to stay, didn't think so. He took the initiative to stay, of course. He had another purpose. The dense gunfire tore the silence of the village apart. The night wind, which was originally filled with the smell of the jungle, was now filled with the smell of gunpowder. Chapter 3960. Qin Mong Sain's subordinates all picked up their guns and fired as they ran. They didn't know where the fatal bullets would come from. In order to reach the mountain as soon as possible to protect Qin Mong Sain, they could only shoot blindly and try to kill their way out with suppressive fire. They wanted to kill their way out, but the Snowfield Brigade came prepared. They had even set up their positions. Roars could be heard from all over the village. Their comrades from the Snowfield Brigade were very calm as they killed. The subordinates of Qin Mong Sain never thought that they would be attacked in their own home. Some of them didn't even have time to react before they were ambushed. They were stunned by the bullets and were yelled at a few times before they realized that someone had snuck into their village. That was terrible. Everyone in the village started to move. The retired officers from General Minlai's army reacted much faster than the ordinary subordinates. They quickly organized their subordinates and secretly observed the situation. Roars could be heard from all over the village. Those with some status raised their guns and shouted at the people below, "They're here! Shoot here! Quick! Machine guns! Set up the machine guns! Shoot them back! Shoot them back!" The subordinates guarding Qin Mong Sain's drugs were almost all retired soldiers from General Minlai's army. They had received professional training and knew how to defend themselves and counterattack. As a few retired officers yelled and organized themselves, they finally stopped panicking. They started to counterattack and tried to take down all the suppressive fire. If it was an ordinary army facing them, they might really be able to counterattack successfully. However, the ones fighting against them were all special forces from the Snowfield Brigade. They were all the best of the best and had all undergone countless hellish training. Some of them were even special forces who had gone abroad for training. They were kings in individual combat, but in group combat, they were like fighter jets that crushed their opponents. When ordinary soldiers faced an elite division, even if they had heavy weapons, they didn't have a chance to use them. When they took out their rocket launchers, they didn't even finish loading them. Those who carried the rocket launchers fell to the ground. The Cloud Leopard commandos who were in charge of providing support and hadn't fired a shot, yet stared at the flashes of fire from time to time. Those flashes of fire were all caused by the bullets that were fired from the barrels. They were extremely dense. The military had said that the Brotherhood company that fought alongside them was the best in the world, and that was not an exaggeration at all. To be able to take out so many whistles, find the poison vault, and even get close to the enemy's heavy firepower without being discovered, these guys were the best of the best. He didn't know which military region these brothers were from, but they all wanted to learn from them. The gunshots were getting louder and louder, which meant that all of Qin Mong Sain's subordinates in the village had reacted. The dozens of Burmese who were responsible for guarding the wooden houses fell one after another under the counterattack. E6 and M, who were supporting Yi Qian, fired one bullet at a time, killing several Qin Mong Sain's bodyguards. In an instant, they were all picking people to shoot at, and the people they killed in advance were all the people who had punched and stomped on the Chinese female soldiers. He didn't shoot anywhere else. He shot all of them in the throat. Obviously, they were thinking the same thing as Yi Qian. A ruptured throat was the most torturous for the injured. Even though there was a hole in the throat, the central nervous system was not immediately shattered, and the patient could still raise his hand to cover the bloody hole in the throat. Everyone would be afraid in the face of death, especially when one's mind was still very clear. When one thought that one was about to disappear, it would make one deeply frightened. Chapter 3961. Those who had brutally beaten up the Chinese female soldiers and were now shot in the throat were like this now. They covered their throats with their eyes wide open in horror. The more they covered their throats, the more blood flowed out. When they couldn't cover their throats, they could even hear the sound of air leaking out of their throats. They didn't die immediately. In their horror, they could clearly feel the final countdown of their lives. In the end, they died with horror on their faces. The 3 foreign bodyguards beside Qin Mong Sain didn't participate in the brutal beating of the Chinese female soldiers. Therefore, when they came to their senses, they still had time to carry Qin Mong Sain, who was dripping with blood from the neck down, and retreat to the side. Qin Mong Sain, who had retreated to the side under the protection of the 3 foreign bodyguards, was shocked and horrified. He liked to shoot bullets at others, but he didn't like to be shot himself. But today he was shot. He wanted to speak, but his throat was too painful. It was so painful that he almost fainted from the pain. You can't speak now. We need to treat the wound immediately. The foreign bodyguard was very responsible. He said in stiff Burmese, "The bullet didn't penetrate. It's very likely that it's stuck in your throat. We don't have enough equipment to remove the bullet now. We need to send you to the hospital immediately. Now, we can only give you a simple bandage to prevent too much blood loss." The 2 foreign bodyguards were on alert, while the other one quickly took out a bandage to treat the wound. The bleeding was a little fierce. The bodyguard first used several layers of gauze to block the bleeding hole, and then wrapped the bandage around the neck again and again. I think General Minlai's helicopter should be here soon. We can take the helicopter to the hospital then. Now, we need you to hold on. This was an employer who paid them a very generous commission. They needed to fulfill their duties. Next, they also had to be on guard against the person who assassinated their employer appearing again. They didn't know if the boss they worked for could survive. Although the wound had been simply bandaged and the bleeding wasn't as fierce as before, they didn't have much hope for their boss to survive, hearing the very rapid panting. They just said that to reassure their employer, if he could hold on a little longer, maybe a miracle would happen. It was a miracle that the bullet did not penetrate the back of the neck when it hit the throat. The 3 men were shocked when they checked the wound. Was God too good to their employer? Qin Mong Sain was still alive. Unlike those who had been shot in the neck by E6 and M, he was still breathing and could even speak intermittently. Our side, female soldiers, kill, kill. His eyes shone with a ferocious light. Even though they couldn't see his face clearly in the darkness, they could tell from his voice that he was extremely ferocious. It must be the soldiers sent by the Chinese side. Those damned bastards were now in his territory. He wanted to kill them all. He was too agitated, and the bloody hole that had been blocked with great difficulty started to bleed again. The foreign bodyguard immediately covered it with gauze again and wrapped it with a few more bandages. He said very seriously, if you get agitated again, and General Minlai hasn't arrived yet, you will never be able to speak again." This sentence scared Qin Mong Sane. With his vocal cords damaged, he couldn't say a complete sentence. If he spoke too fast, he could feel the blood flowing out again. He could only speak slowly. Chapter 3962. Kill the Chinese female soldiers. Then kill the guys who entered the village. Don't think about going back alive. The Burmese language had a lot of consonants, and each consonant caused Qin Mong Sane great pain. But in order to let his bodyguards know what he was saying, he used the slowest and softest voice to give his orders. The 3 bodyguards thought that they should return to the wooden house and get the spare medical kit there. People like them always had some medical supplies for external injuries with them. The wooden house where Qin Mong Sane usually rested in was also prepared, just in case. They needed to use it now, but they couldn't return to the wooden house. The 3 bodyguards quickly divided up the work. One was responsible for protecting their employer, one was responsible for firepower, and the last was responsible for contacting the outside world. There were about 200 people in the village, and the Snowfield Brigade had silently taken care of dozens of them. The night was dark and windy, and it was the best time to act. The special forces, who were good at fighting at night, shuttled through the village like ghosts, removing the huge tumor bit by bit. The reinforcements rushing up the mountain from the bottom of the mountain were all fired with machine guns, and no one was left alive. Z7 Han Zheng blocked all the signals in the village so that no one could call for help, even if they had a cell phone in their hands. They contacted the power station, but there was no response. They notified the open sentry, but there was no response from the hidden sentry. The whole village was occupied. The foreign bodyguard in charge of contacting the outside world no longer wasted time on his cell phone. If there was no way to contact the outside world, then it was better to retreat first. E6, who was staring at Qin Mong Sane and saw him being dragged aside by the bodyguards, quickly moved away from the first firing point. In the darkness, he switched to the second firing point under the cover of his comrade M. He raised his gun, aimed, and fired. Bang! The foreign bodyguard who was treating Qin Mong Sane's wound had just leaned forward when the bullet passed through his brain. He died faster than Qin Mong Sane. He fell directly on top of Qin Mong Sane. Qin Mong Sane's hands and feet twitched violently, and a series of strange sounds came from his mouth. The bodyguard who was in charge of his safety had fallen in front of him. That group of hateful Chinese armed police had come over. How dare they sneak into Myanmar? He had to tell General Minlai. He had to tell General Minlai. Qin Mong Sane, who was shocked and angry, was still thinking angrily. His other foreign bodyguard was shot in the shoulder by M, who cursed and immediately shrank back, not daring to move at all. The other bodyguard, who was on guard duty, realized that the enemy was mainly targeting his employer. After firing a few shots, he gave up on the idea of continuing to guard his employer. He fired a few shots into the darkness in front of him and hurriedly ran into the mountains. When Qin Mong Sane saw that his bodyguard had fled, his eyes were about to spit fire. He wanted to chase after the deserter and shoot him, but he could not immediately push away the dead bodyguard who had fallen on his legs. Ah. His mouth made a sound of anger, and he began to move his legs that were pressed down. He didn't dare to use too much strength and tried his best to keep his upper body motionless. It took a Herculean effort to move his legs that were pressed down. He couldn't stay here for long. He had to leave immediately. The bodyguard who had been shot in the shoulder picked up the gun used by the dead bodyguard and fought back. He didn't have time to care about his employer. He could only yell and ask Qin Mong Sane to leave quickly. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Chapter 3963. Of course, Qin Mong Sane wanted to leave as soon as possible, but he had to be fast. He searched his body, but he didn't know where his phone was. He searched the body of the dead bodyguard and found a phone and a pistol. Only then did he take the first step to escape. He was injured in the neck, but everything below his neck was intact. His escape was relatively smooth. However, his foreign bodyguard didn't manage to escape. Xia Jinyuan, who had promised to cover Cobra's retreat, fired his gun and solved another problem for Cobra. When Luke heard the gunshot, his heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked down the mountain. It was too dark. Without night vision equipment, he couldn't see the situation clearly. However, he knew that his good partner, Xia, had taken care of another guy who tried to follow him. Mr. Cobra, Xia is a very serious man. I feel very lucky that you made him my partner. Luke, who was covering the retreat, said this to the poisonous snake beside him. Cobra pursed his lips. After a while, he replied, I know. Xia is a very capable subordinate by my side. He will continue to be with you. You should trust him. Yes, he thought that he should trust Xia Kai. This guy, yes, is very powerful. He will definitely come back alive. When that time comes, he must take him to drink the best wine and pick up the most beautiful woman with a big butt. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan had no time to care about Luke. He turned around and helped the Shui brigade to deal with the fellows who had escaped to the mountains. He asked Cobra to help them. He firmly believed that Cobra was holding the retreat and taking care of the guy who might have been in a gunfight with the Chinese border guards. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although it was dangerous, it was worth it. Moreover, he could go find someone when he returned. This was the main purpose of his return. The Burmese bodyguards who insisted on protecting Qin Mong Sane were also taken care of by E6. Qin Mong Sane, who had a strong desire to survive, heard his subordinates scream and fall one by one. He knew that his current position was very unsafe. He needed to leave this place and find a more secluded place where the Chinese couldn't find him. He, who had been leaning against the tree, stood up bit by bit. He moved with difficulty to find a safer and more hidden spot. Only 3 to 5 minutes had passed since Yi Qian opened fire. Qin Mong Sane, who had been shot in the throat, had been rescued by his foreign bodyguards in time and handled properly. Surprisingly, he was still alive. When Xia Jinyuan found him, he was struggling to take out his phone to call for help. E6 and M put away their guns. They clearly saw who the figure walking down the mountain was. E6, who was originally surprised that Qin Mong Sane was still alive and was about to shoot again, turned his muzzle to the side and deflected the bullet at the speed of light. Qin Mong Sane, who had walked less than 10 steps, could not continue. He hid in the grass and took out his phone to call for help. The process of calling for help was torturous. He realized that there was no one around him. Where was everyone? Where are his men? Where did they all go? Where did they all go? Where did Whistle's men go? Where did the village patrol go? Where did they all go? Qin Mong Sane, whose eyes were wide open, hid in the grass and listened to the whizzing sound of bullets. The man who had been arrogant and insufferably arrogant in front of the Chinese female soldiers was now scared. Are you okay, sir? A cold voice came from the darkness. Qin Mong Sane was shocked. He subconsciously raised his hand and prepared to shoot. Before he could finish his action, someone had already fired. Chapter 3964. Qin Mong Sane, who was shot in the wrist, couldn't hold back and screamed. His scream was almost inaudible in the gunshot. He couldn't make another sound after the scream. Blood kept flowing out of the hole in his throat. This time, there were no bodyguards to bandage his wound to stop the bleeding. Qin Mong Sane recognized who the black figure was. It was the Asian-looking man next to Cobra that he didn't like. He was saved. He was just happy, but before he could fully express his joy, his face was covered by an even greater horror. If the other party wanted to save him, why would he shoot him in the wrist? He wasn't here to save him. He was here to kill him. Looking at the black figure squatting in front of him, Qin Mong Sain asked in pain, "Who are you?" He asked in stiff Mandarin, which was the only Mandarin he knew. His question showed that he had a guess in his heart that Xia Jinyuan was a Chinese. Cobra. Qin Mong Sain thought of the name of a poisonous snake that he was wary of. He even thought of the name of the snake that he wanted to kill, but in the end, he gave up because of General Min Lai. This ambitious guy proposed to go to the warehouse to look at the goods. He knew that this guy wasn't a good partner. He wanted to contact General Min Lai alone and swallow all the profits from the European and American markets alone. He knew that this guy was very ambitious. Now, he even sent his subordinate to kill him. At this moment, Qin Mong Sain's eyes didn't hide his hatred for Cobra. If he had known, he would have killed all of them tonight. General Min Lai might teach him a lesson, but he wouldn't give up on him for a guy that he hadn't started working with yet. Qin Mong Sain, who regretted not making the first move, widened his eyes. He fumbled around with his uninjured hand, trying to pick up the gun that fell on the ground. He tempted. I'll give you money, a lot of money. I'll give you money, a lot of money. Save me. I'll give you money, a lot of money. If money could make this guy save him, Qin Mong Sain was willing to buy his life back with money. He breathed hard and threw out bait that few people could refuse. In exchange, Xia Jinyuan smiled coldly. No, he didn't want money. He only wanted his life. There was a scream. Xia Jinyuan, who got up, stepped on his hand that could still move normally, and then kicked him to the ground. The spot he kicked was exactly where Qin Mong Sheng had kicked Yi Jian's shoulder. In the dark, someone witnessed everything. He almost screamed out loud. He bit his arm and forcefully swallowed the sound that rushed to his throat. He recognized the man. It was one of Cobra's subordinates. He actually came back to kill Qin Mong Sheng. The frightened black figure trembled and lay motionless. Big beads of sweat kept coming out of his forehead. He begged the man who returned not to find him. Please don't find him. No one noticed that the man had never raised his gun. The black figure had been crawling like a snake the whole time. Even E6 didn't see him. This son of a bitch is really lucky. Bluebird, you didn't manage to finish him off with a single bullet. E6 said in the channel, causing several of his comrades in the battle to let out a F***ck sound. Of course, they believed in Qing Niao's shooting skills, but they didn't expect a miracle to happen to the bastard. Chapter 3965. Then we can finish him off. V8 said coldly, shoot him one by one. Let him know the consequences of insulting Chinese soldiers. Q King is teaching him a lesson. Don't worry, he won't have a good time. M added. Yi Qian, who had dodged the bullets, didn't have time to answer. After taking care of the two Burmese, she adjusted her breathing and said, where is Captain Xia? E6. M, keep an eye on him. Don't let Cobra find him. Yi Qian frowned slightly. She actually came back. Since she couldn't finish off Qin Mong Sain with one shot, she would continue to shoot him a few more times. She didn't want Captain Xia to take the risk and come back. E6 said, keep an eye on him. Don't worry. Cobra has already escaped into the mountains. We have to follow her. Qin Niao, you keep an eye on him. The two of us will follow Cobra. Okay. In a short period of time, the three of them quickly changed positions. Two of them followed Cobra, while Yi Qian stood guard for Xia Jinyuan. Qin Mong Sain's bodyguard, who had been shot in the shoulder, ran out of bullets. He panted heavily and found a new position. He took out his phone to call for help, but it was the same. There was no signal at all. The village he was in was already under someone's control. Then the injured foreign bodyguard, who had originally planned to look for his employer, gritted his teeth, covered his bleeding shoulder, and decided to leave alone. There was no way to defend this place. There was no need to stay in a place that couldn't be defended. He couldn't take his employer with him. He was also injured. If he took his employer with him, neither of them would be able to leave. Moreover, he had been shot in the throat. There was no way to save him. The foreign bodyguard didn't fight back anymore. He quickly left this dangerous place where he could lose his life at any time. Qin Maosheng, who had miraculously arrived, was being stepped on by Xia Jinyuan's combat boots. Xia Jinyuan stepped on his face with great force. His breathing, which was not good to begin with, became even more difficult. All the oxygen left him, and he could not breathe. He even felt that the gunshots were far away from him. Ha! Ha! He opened his mouth wide. He didn't want to die, so he tried to breathe. Blood flowed out of his throat that was temporarily blocked by gauze. You like to step on other people's faces. Then you must like others stepping on your face too. Isn't this very comfortable? Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing combat boots, dragged Qin Mongsane to a corner before he took his revenge. Yi Qian didn't even realize where he was. Qin Maosheng was in despair. He seemed to have understood something. His hands gripped the corners of Xia Jinyuan's trousers tightly, and his throat made a broken sound. He wanted to speak loudly, but he couldn't say a word. Calm. No. Because kidnapping Chinese soldiers? Heard gunshots. These sounds are telling you what the consequences of kidnapping Chinese soldiers are. Xia Jinyuan stared coldly at Qin Mongsane, whose facial features were distorted. He used his combat boots to step on the face that he hated so much that he wanted to cut it with a dagger. His boots rubbed against the face that was no longer as arrogant as before and slowly moved toward his neck. He only moved a little. Qin Mongsane knew what he was going to do. He became more panicked, more afraid, and more desperate. His hands that were grabbing Xia Jinyuan's calf tightened. Chapter 3966. Ugh, ugh. He let out a muffled sound of despair. His hands were so tight that it seemed like they were going to bruise Xia Jinyuan's calves. There was a rustling sound nearby, as if someone was slowly crawling in the bushes. Xia Jinyuan, who had a cold look in his eyes, suddenly looked up. At the same time, he raised the gun in his hand. Bang! Bang! There were 2 gunshots. The first gunshot was followed by a scream. The second gunshot was followed by silence. The translator, who was so frightened that he wanted to sneak away, was taken care of just like that. The thick and sturdy soles of his boots stepped on Qin Mongsane's injured neck. Blood instantly soaked the bandages wrapped around his neck. Qin Mongsane's short but sturdy body was in so much pain that he began to twitch violently. It was too painful, too painful. It was even more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. He knew that his life was coming to an end. The more he knew, the more he broke down. He didn't want to die, but the person who wanted him dead wouldn't stop. Qin Mongsane, who was arrogant in front of the Chinese female soldiers, widened his eyes so much that his eyeballs bulged out. It was as if his eyeballs would be squeezed out of their sockets if he used a little more force. His facial features could no longer be seen clearly. Blood was all over his face, and there was also a deep shoe tooth mark. Qin Maosheng no longer looked as arrogant as he usually did. He had become a piece of dough that could be easily squashed. Xia Jinyuan could do whatever he wanted to him. His breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and his painful struggles were getting weaker and weaker. His twitching fingers trembled slightly. Qin Mongsane heard a cold voice from hell. You should know the price for stepping on my woman. A life for a foot. Do you understand? Qin Mong Sane was in a daze. He seemed to have heard it clearly, but also seemed to have not. But it's not enough to use your life to pay for stepping on my woman. You have to make the entire village pay for it. The cold voice from hell was still speaking. Qin Mong Sane struggled to raise his heavy eyes. He used the last of his strength to let out a last, muffled roar, and struggled unwillingly. He used his life to pay for the foot that stepped on his woman's face. Women who step on faces. Qin Mong Sane blinked very gently. He remembered that he had stepped on a woman's face tonight. It was the face of a Chinese woman, the face of a Chinese female soldier. His woman, the Asian man, said that he stepped on his woman's face. His eyes, which had already closed to a slit, became darker and darker. In the end, even a trace of darkness disappeared. This Asian man wasn't from Cobra. He was a Chinese soldier. Even the gloominess in his eyes faded. Only the panic on his battered and exhausted face was still there. Qin Mong Sane only realized when he died that no wonder he didn't like this Asian man. It turned out that he was a Chinese soldier. He kidnapped Chinese soldiers, and the Chinese side secretly sent people to destroy his entire village. The gunshots seemed to be right next to his ears, but also seemed to be very far away. It seemed to be quiet around him, but also very noisy. It was as if there were countless screams hovering in the air. He seemed to smell a very strong smell of blood. It was his own, but also his subordinates. Qin Mong Sane's heavy eyelids lifted again. He was unwilling to give up. He used the last breath of his life to support himself. A last, muffled roar came from the depths of his throat. His hands grasped Xia Jinyuan's legs tightly. His closed eyes suddenly opened wide. His eyes were so wide that it made people feel a chill run down their spine. With a strong sense of unwillingness, he breathed his last. Chapter 3967. He did not hear wrongly. The entire village was indeed filled with gunshots. He did not know where the gunshots came from, but they only knew how to fight. The Snowfield Brigade special forces that were occupying the open and hidden sentry posts quickly retreated. There was no need to continue guarding the sentry posts. Once the enemy notified the sentry posts and realized that there was no response, they would definitely understand what was going on. Then, the sentry posts would become the focus of their firepower. Indeed, when they realized that there was something wrong with the open and hidden sentry posts, Qin Mong Sane's subordinates, who were originally shooting randomly, started shooting at the sentry posts that originally belonged to them. As soon as they moved, the occupied machine gun position spewed out a tongue of fire. Da-da-da-da-da. The machine gun bullets were all continuous shots, so the sound was different from that of single shots. Even if one was far away from the firing point, the sound was enough to deter people from approaching. Hide, all of you hide. Don't come out, they have machine guns. Quickly retreat, quickly retreat. Danger, danger. Amidst the gunshots, Qin Mong Sane's subordinates screamed at the top of their lungs. Their faces and bodies were splattered with someone's blood. The bullets were like shooting stars, and in the next second, no one knew who was next to them. Retreat! Retreat! No one dared to rush into the mountains anymore. Some people stared at the positions that originally belonged to their machine guns, raised the guns in their hands, and fired continuously in that direction. However, there were still people who rushed into the mountains. They had to let some people into the mountains. Otherwise, they would not have an excuse to keep a close eye on Cobra and enter the mountains to cooperate with Xia Jinyuan's plan. They could not let Cobra discover the Snowfield Brigade's true motive. Thus, they had to confuse him. Cobra's thin face darkened when he heard the concentrated gunshots. Now that the entire village was shrouded in the sound of gunshots, he could not leave by car even if he wanted to. He could only escape into the mountains. He was forced to make the choice of escaping into the mountains. Cobra, who had always been the one to force others to make a choice, was very unhappy. When he saw that there were still people who continued to rush in his direction, he picked up the rifle and fired at them as if to vent his anger. When the bodyguards beside him saw this, they let their boss vent the anger in his heart. K7, who was guarding the muzzle of the machine gun, was scratched by the cement shards that splashed out when the bullets hit the wall. Blood seeped out from the shallow wound. He set up the machine gun, crawled in the direction where the bullets came from, and fired blindly. Cries sounded out as countless people fell to the ground and howled. This was war. Whoever held the initiative would be the one to plunder the lives of others. The village was about to be razed to the ground, but Xia Jinyuan needed to be brought along. Cobra escaped first, but he couldn't finish off the guy, who couldn't be finished off yet. Yi Qian, who had snuck into the vicinity of the wooden house again, picked up a rifle. He lay prone and used the night vision equipment provided by the Cloud Leopard Commandos to keep an eye on the figures retreating into the mountains. Cobra has already retreated into the mountains. It's almost done here. The number of people who had escaped into the mountains was about the same. There couldn't be more. After all, they were fleeing with weapons. They're familiar with the mountains, so we have to be wary of them shooting us in the back. Yi Qian told all his comrades. Got it. Got it. It's time to wrap things up. Okay, we've already started to retreat into the mountains. An unfamiliar voice sounded. The scout of the Cloud Leopard Commandos said in a low voice, "If you want to force them into the mountains, you can force them to the top of the mountain. There's a rock there, and below the rock is a cliff. We sneaked in from the side of the mountain. Force them to the edge of the cliff. They can't escape, even if they want to." Chapter 3968. The scout, who did not know Xia Jinyuan's specific plan, whispered. His comrades from the Snowfield Brigade said, "Thank you." Then they started to clear the area. K7 and I will bring up the rear. You guys go first. The T6, who was loading the mortar, said coldly. He aimed the mortar barrel at the Luss Road leading into the mountains. They needed to prevent reinforcements from coming over and bombing the only road leading into the mountains. The mortar was a weapon with a short body, a large firing angle, and a high trajectory. It was a weapon that could withstand the recoil and had a small blind spot, so it was easy to choose a firing position. It was most suitable for the T6 to use it to blow up the road. The mortar was much louder than the sound of a bullet. It even shook the ground when it was fired. It accurately landed on the target the T6 had locked onto and instantly exploded. The members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team, who were hiding in the dark, saw the village that looked like a blood prison in the light of the explosion. The village was filled with people lying on the ground. There were a lot of people lying on the ground. Sometimes several people were even stacked together. They had been shot by machine guns. Even though they often fought on the front lines and fought with criminals, when they saw this scene, their scalps instantly went numb. They did not even dare to look anymore. The scout's position was the best, so he saw the most and the most comprehensive. He put down the binoculars that he had been holding in his hand with a bang. His stomach was churning, and his face was ashen. Broken limbs and bodies, blood flowing like a river. He wanted to vomit. Ugh, someone wanted to vomit, but he forcefully suppressed it and took deep breaths, trying to forget the blood prison he had just seen. Which military region are they from? Some team members asked softly. Which military region were they from? They were so ruthless. They knew that the military had issued an order to make the Qin Mong Sane, who had kidnapped and humiliated the Chinese female soldiers, pay the price in blood. Now that they saw it today, it was really a price in blood. They were sure that after this battle, no one would dare to kidnap Chinese soldiers and threaten them again. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Let's just stay here and watch our mouths." The captain of the operations team pressed down on his churning stomach. He had gastric problems to begin with, and he had been eating compressed biscuits and cold water for the past few days. After being stimulated by the blood prison-like village, his gastric problems had flared up. No one said anything else. They all fell silent. Which military region would have such a terrifying band of brothers? I'm afraid none of the military districts have it. As special forces in the Yun province military, they more or less knew that there were a few mysterious special forces in their country. 2, 3, 4. They had all guessed so, but they had never seen them. Sometimes they even thought it was a rumor. Now, they felt that it was not a rumor. The brotherhood that was fighting with them tonight was most likely one of the mysterious special forces that had been rumored to be. So it really did exist, and they were lucky enough to encounter it. Although it's very scary, I'm very lucky. Finally suppressing the nausea, the scout wiped the corner of his mouth and said very softly, "One of the mysterious special forces. Impressive. Wasn't it amazing? Wasn't it lucky? They're done. I don't think we'll have a chance to make a move tonight. When they enter the mountain, we should be able to leave." The scout raised his binoculars again and looked at the village. He knew that his brothers from the mysterious special forces were finishing up, but he didn't see them at all. Chapter 3969. Wrap it up, retreat. Wrap it up, retreat. In the smoke, the mysterious special forces that the Cloud Leopard Commandos had mentioned, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade, dressed in military uniforms of various brands, quickly retreated into the mountains. In the face of the smoke and the flames of war, listening to the whooshing sound of bullets passing through from time to time, there was only one expression on everyone's face, and that was fearless determination. With cold and sharp gazes, they looked ahead with calm, almost mirror-like gazes. Every conversation was so calm, and that was the calmness that came from disregarding life and death. Every time Yi Qian fought with them, it was a kind of learning. Already in the mountains, E6, who was holding the rifle in his hand and chasing after Cobra's group, asked Yi Qian, "And I have caught up. Have you seen Q King?" The guys who had beaten up the Chinese female soldiers had all been killed. Next, they had to complete Q King's plan as soon as possible. Don't forget, there was still General Minlai. If he found out that something had happened, he would definitely send reinforcements. When that time came, they would be facing the army of a country, and it would easily cause diplomatic trouble. Yi Qian looked ahead in the darkness, but he still couldn't find his man. "No, I'll look again." The range was too big, and everyone was trying their best to hide. His man was no exception, so it was impossible to find him immediately. "Look up. Be careful. Don't shoot by mistake." Em reminded him. "Q King doesn't have night combat equipment. Come out after you find him. Don't let the two of them fight each other." Hearing this, Z7, who had been shooting until his eyes were red, squatted down and changed the magazine. He panted and said, "No, they can't be mistaken in the dark." E6 and M couldn't help but laugh. That's right, they were fighting side by side. Things like shooting by mistake shouldn't happen to them. The guys around Cobra are all tough characters. M and I didn't follow too closely. After we clear the field, hurry up and take care of the other minions who escaped into the mountains. E6 heard the rustling of leaves in front of them. He and M hid behind the leaves, carefully keeping a certain distance. The main event has begun. Brothers, start to retreat. Don't get caught up in the battle. Once you're done, retreat. The T6 combatant's clear voice with a hint of hostility entered the ears of all his comrades. He loaded a second mortar and fired it at the location of the drug warehouse. The comrades near the poison warehouse had already evacuated, following the heavy firing of artillery shells, and then a huge explosion, mushroom-like fire clouds rose layer by layer, and flames soared into the sky. As Cobra fled into the mountains, he heard two loud noises behind him. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly turned around. The bodyguard, who was following him in the dark, told Cobra that the poison vault might have been blown up. The poison vault had been destroyed. Cobra's face instantly twisted. When he retreated just now, he was still thinking that after this was over, he would think of a way to take all the poison that had not been transported out for himself. But now, there was nothing left. The Chinese side had completely destroyed the poison chain that Qin Mong Sane and the Burmese army had maintained. It was not that there was no movement. The Chinese side had been waiting for an opportunity to appear. Cobra's eyes were gloomy as he watched the poison he wanted disappear in the sound of gunfire. The gunshots in the village didn't seem as fierce as before. None of the loyal bodyguards dared to urge Cobra to leave. After taking care of Qin Mong Sane, Xia Jinyuan turned around and glanced behind him. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face, hidden in the darkness. Very good. After tonight, the village would no longer exist. Chapter 3970. Qin Mong Sane's remaining subordinates started to panic. They stopped guarding and scattered in all directions. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade killed them one by one. They didn't hold back at all. Xia Jinyuan, who was at the back, shot a black shadow that was rushing towards them and sped up to catch up with Cobra. Yi Qian, who was looking for him, only saw his figure flash before her eyes in the monotonous green world. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of her sight and disappeared without a trace. Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly when she saw where he had rushed out from. Just now, E6 had told her where Qin Mong Sane was hiding, and his figure had rushed out from that position. Since it was impossible to save Qin Mong Sane, then she would say that he had taken care of Qin Mong Sane for her. Finally, she saw Qin Mong Sane in a blind spot. His eyes were bulging, and he had died. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh when she saw a very obvious footprint on his bloodied face. E6 said that Qin Mong Sane didn't die immediately after being shot in the throat. At that time, she was also very shocked. It was the first time she had encountered someone who could survive a bullet in the throat. She had to admit that Qin Mong Sane was really lucky. He was able to survive after being shot in the vitals. And her Captain Xia came back just to do this. She had done something that she had wanted to return the favor to Captain Xia. She had to admit that she and Captain Xia's thoughts on certain matters were very similar. She half-squatted and reached out to check Qin Mong Sane's neck. Her pupils were dilated, and there was no pulse in his aorta. A clear voice entered the ears of her comrades, including the members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team. The top target, Qin Mong Sane, is dead. The assassination mission is over. She reported what she saw word by word and asked the members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team to bring the news back to China. Her mission had been completed. E6 and M saw and caught up with Xia Jinyuan again. They did not say anything as they watched him pass right under their noses. At the same time, they shot another black figure that was running into the mountains. Their gunfire made Xia Jinyuan, who was being chased, stop in his tracks and slowly hide behind a tree. "Let's go." His dodging action made E6 and M instantly understand. After so many years of fighting side by side, they both knew what each other's eyes and actions meant. Q King's dodging action just now was clearly telling them to go over. M was in charge of keeping watch, while E6 approached Xia Jinyuan. "Get those people that you forced into the mountain to go halfway up the mountain. Let them lure Cobra out. Let's make some appropriate feints. Don't let everyone enter the mountain and surround Cobra. When it's time to sacrifice, we have to sacrifice a little. I'll definitely do it for real. You guys do as you see fit. Bullets don't have eyes." I can't figure out the direction in the dark. You guys be more alert. Don't let me make a real sacrifice." As E6 approached, Xia Jinyuan pulled the earpiece over. Thus, everyone heard their captain's voice in the earpiece. Yi Qian's voice could be heard. "The scouts of the Cloud Leopard Commando team said that we can force them to the top of the mountain. There's a rock at the top of the mountain, and behind the rock is a cliff. Q King, I don't know if this will help your operation plan." After all, she did not know what the main point of his entire operation plan was. Leaving Cobra alive and forcing the other party step by step, was it really just to let Captain Xia gain Cobra's trust? Chapter 3971. For some reason, Yi Qian felt a little uneasy. He felt that things couldn't be that simple, but all his comrades insisted that it was that simple. Xia Jinyuan heard this and looked up at the top of the mountain that he couldn't see now. He smiled and said, "Forcing them up the mountain will be of great help to me, but it's also very risky. Once General Minlai announces that something happened here, he might take a helicopter to the village I was in before and send people over from there. It's only a 2-hour drive from there to here. It'll probably take us 2 hours to force them up the mountain. By then, while we're still on the move, their people will have already arrived. They'll definitely search the mountain when they hear the commotion. If the mission isn't over yet, don't use your guns if you can. You all understand? Understood. Understood. Understood." Voices came from the earpiece one after another, indicating that they had all received the orders. They weren't in their own combat communication channel, so the members of Cloud Leopard Commando team couldn't hear their conversation at all. G3, who was lying prone on the edge of the field with his gun and killed 3 guys who tried to fight back, said in a deep voice, "We'll be serious here too. Q King, be careful. Once we concentrate our firepower, you need to stay low and let the people around Cobra do the suicide mission. Don't worry, I haven't gotten a wife yet. I don't want to die so early." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and singled out Yi Qian. "Qing Yao, don't you think so? My wife is watching me. How would I dare to die?" Although the whole plan was a little suicidal, and old man Xia was probably so angry that his liver hurt, he had no choice. Even though he knew it was dangerous, he still nodded and agreed. He even sent his brothers from the Snowfield Brigade to assist him. Old man Xia was also afraid that he would really die here. Yi Qian felt a lump in his throat when he heard this. Why did he feel like he couldn't figure out the main point of this plan? Since he only mentioned his name, he had to answer him properly. Then, the male soldiers heard the only female soldier in their team reply, "That's right. You're not young anymore, if you don't get a wife soon. The other single male soldiers in our team won't dare to get a wife before you. They're afraid that you'll be jealous, and they'll be killed by you." The T6 combatant could not hold it in. His delicate baby face, which was covered in paint, was instantly filled with a smile. He chuckled and said, "That's right. That's exactly what my wife said. Q King, hurry up and take action. Don't get your wife back before my baby is born." "Qing Niao, don't you think this is too inhumane?" Qing Niao Yi Qian took a deep breath. The two of them thought they were very clever. How could their comrades, who were unaware of the situation, not hear them? With a straight face, he said coldly, "You can discuss the matter of finding a wife among yourselves. I don't need a wife." Comrades X, Y, M, E6, and the others who were unaware of the situation were all dumbfounded. Could they say that their captain was actually flirting with the female soldier Qing Niao just now? Their comrades were very smart, but before they were reminded, they would never think that their captain and Qing Niao had an affair. A rabbit would not eat the grass near its burrow. Their captain was so strict with himself. How could he date a female soldier in the team? That was against the rules. They did not know that some rules were really not good to restrain their captain. All right, after you go back this time, your first task is not to train, but to find a wife as soon as possible. Damn it, the number of people in the team who have girlfriends can be counted on one hand. I'll give you guys a mission. All of you, go home and find a partner. Chapter 3972. After a short conversation with his comrade, Xia Jinyuan passed the headset to E6 and patted E6's shoulder. Fight well. Go back and find your wife after this. Okay. E6 nodded and handed over the rifle he had picked up. Here, Captain. Take this for self-defense. As soon as he handed over the gun, Xia Jinyuan was immediately amused. Now they were on opposite sides, and both sides were about to fight a fierce battle. If the opponent handed over a gun to the enemy, wouldn't that be equivalent to asking for death? He was amused, but he also took the gun. They had no choice. Before they came out, they already had a pistol. Later, they had to rely on picking up guns as they fought. Fortunately, Qin Mongsain's subordinates each had a gun. Otherwise, where would they go to pick up guns? Tavel 21, produced by the Israeli military factory. It refers to the design of modern assault rifles from various countries and combines the advantages of famous rifles. It is a standard red dot sight and is suitable for you to fight at night. E6 also mentioned the model and characteristics of the gun. F***CK, Z7 Han Zheng cursed in his earpiece. Give away such a high-class rifle. Ching Ching, E6, King Q is now our enemy. If he wants to kill someone, you're Razor. Are you trying to trick us? Tavel 21 was also known as a reflection sight in the red dot sight. It used a translucent reflector to project a red dot sight. It was indeed very suitable for fighting at night. E6 himself did not expect to pick up such a good gun. No wonder the guy he had killed had 2 lackeys protecting him. It seemed that he was a guy with a good gun and had some status. Take care, brother. Xia Jinyuan took the gun, glanced in a certain direction, and turned to follow Cobra. As soon as he left, gunshots rang out. It sounded like a chase. Luke heard the gunshots behind him, and his heart tightened. More and more Qin Mongsain's subordinates were escaping into the mountains. It was very disadvantageous for them. The Chinese side would not care. They were just here to talk business. They did not participate in the things that Qin Mongsain did. They would only treat everyone as people that needed to be eliminated. And once they were discovered by the Chinese side, they would also be included in the list of enemies that the Chinese side needed to eliminate. How much longer could Xia last? Luke was a little anxious. He even deliberately slowed down his pace, waiting for Xia Jinyuan to catch up with them. They had all escaped into the mountains, so Xia should have caught up with them. Cobra did not care about Luke slowing down. To him, he could give up and sacrifice everyone around him as long as he was the only one alive. But his bodyguards thought that Luke was wrong. Now, they should protect Cobra with all their strength. Mr. Cobra should be the one to leave. As long as Mr. Cobra was alive, it did not matter whether Xia was dead or alive. Therefore, they kept urging Luke to hurry up and not drag them down. Luke didn't listen. He could faintly hear the hurried sounds of Gogogo. He gritted his teeth, and his cheeks were as stiff as stone. He knew why Cobra's bodyguards were in such a hurry to retreat. No one was willing to go against the Chinese side at this time. The Chinese side had easily destroyed a village. They did not have much confidence that they could destroy the elites sent by the Chinese side. Hearing the urging in front, Luke took a deep breath and looked behind him, where there was still no movement. Finally, he quickened his pace and chased after them. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. "Sorry, buddy, I can't wait for you any longer." He had more important things to do. He could not abandon his responsibility because of selfishness. Chapter 3973. Xia Jinyuan didn't know that he had received countless sorry. He was still some distance away from the rustling of leaves. The forest was too dark. If he wasn't careful, he would be far away from Cobra's retreat route. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't have night vision equipment, had to rely on the sounds coming from the front to catch up. Luke, who was feeling extremely guilty, heard the footsteps behind him. His face suddenly lit up with joy. The bodyguard beside Cobra raised his gun and shot behind him. Luke reacted quickly and hit him hard in the arm. He said coldly, "Do you want to kill Xia?" The bodyguard whose arm was hit said coldly, "Maybe it's not Xia." "But I said he is Xia." This time, Luke insisted. Cobra, who was walking in front, paused and said to Luke, "You and Xia will cover the rear." "Yes." Luke immediately agreed, as if he was afraid that Cobra would change his mind. Cobra nodded slightly. He needed loyal subordinates and subordinates who wouldn't give up on their partners. Obviously, Luke had been doing this all along. Xia Jinyuan, who was chasing after them, heard a familiar sound coming from behind a rock. He looked around vigilantly, stepped on the soft, dead leaves, and pushed away the branches that were blocking the way. Only then did he walk to Luke's side. There was no Cobra nearby. It seemed that this guy was waiting for him. He walked over and said quickly they should have night vision equipment, retreat into the mountains as soon as possible, and avoid them. When Luke heard that there was night vision equipment, he cursed F***CK and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Don't fight them head on. I bet they must be sent by the Chinese side to deal with that frivolous guy, and we've been implicated by him. None of us can rest tonight. Let's run." There were no more gunshots coming from the village in the mountains. Everything was quiet. Cobra did not know if he had escaped from the Chinese team's search. After a short break, to adjust his breathing, he waited for Luke and Xia. Luke repeated what Xia Jinyuan had said before, and said, if they were really sent by the Chinese side, they must have set a time limit for their operation. So, Mr. Cobra, I think we should be safe by dawn. After Cobra heard this, the gloominess in his eyes subsided a little. His thin face was no longer as tense as before. Luke's analysis was not wrong. If they were really sent by the Chinese side, they must have a time limit for the mission. Waiting until dawn was indeed a good idea. However, he hoped that he would be able to get in touch with General Minlai if he went further. He did not want his men to be targeted by the regular army sent by the Chinese side to clear out Qin Mongsane, nor did he want to have any misunderstanding with General Minlai, who had rushed over by helicopter. Qin Mongsane was gone, but his deal with General Minlai still needed to continue. Myanmar was a country that produced drugs. He did not want to give up on this fat piece of meat, nor did he want to lose the secret protection of the Myanmar army. Before leaving Myanmar, he needed to tell General Minlai, who might have destroyed Qin Mongsane. For things like this, if the army of one country and the army of another country confronted each other, both sides would be afraid of each other. Only then would he be safe at the scene and be able to escape safely. Cobra had already thought of what he should do next. It was because he was able to predict what might happen in advance that he was able to control everything in his hands and never let it go out of his control. It was also because of this that he was able to get to where he was today. Chapter 3974. Cobra didn't stay for a second longer. He led his men and retreated even faster into the mountains. The elites of the Snowfield Brigade retreated into the mountains after finishing up. The members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team didn't use a single bullet from the beginning to the end. Even after finishing up, the Snowfield Brigade didn't let them do it. In G3's words, since they had retreated, the brothers of the Brotherhood should also retreat. The Cloud Leopard Commando team member who was in charge of scouting, slipped down from the rock and threw the tree branch that was wrapped around his head for camouflage to the side. He contacted his captain. They have finished cleaning up. The entire village is almost wiped out. Just now, I saw that they didn't even spare the cars. Those who didn't die didn't even need to reload. The entire signal is blocked. As long as no one comes in, they will die from the pain. The cleanup was very clean. There wasn't a single trace left behind. The entire village of 200 people was wiped out in less than 2 hours. After the scout finished speaking, another member of the Cloud Leopard Commando team touched the rifle he had brought out. He smiled and said, "This is our first time fighting across borders. We still have as many bullets as we brought out. How should we write a report when we go back?" The other 6 members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team were silent. A report was indeed not easy to write. Before they left, they had even written their wills. In the end, they didn't even fire a single bullet. If they really returned to their country like this, it seemed a little embarrassing. But the soldiers of the Brotherhood Company were too strong. They didn't even have a chance to support them. There was no place to shoot even if they wanted to. They could only go back like this. The 7 members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team who had crossed borders for the first time retreated with a trace of regret. Their mission had been completed. The rest was up to the Brotherhood Company. The Brotherhood Company will wait for your victorious return. The captain of the Cloud Leopard Commando team respectfully said goodbye on the public channel. He then led his men back to the motherland. Just now, the female soldier had already said that the number 1 target, Chin Mong Sain, was dead. The Cloud Leopard Commando team's mission was completely over. Now, they had to catch up with their comrades who had left before and follow the female soldier back to the motherland. Behind them, a few loud explosions came from the village. After entering the dense forest, they looked behind them. There were flames hidden in the dense foliage. The brothers of the Brotherhood Company had blasted the entire village flat. The explosion was too loud, and the flames that rushed out also lit up the mountain. When the pilot in charge of flying the helicopter saw this, he immediately reported the situation to General Min Lai, who was sitting behind him. Upon hearing this, General Min Lai leaned forward and stretched out his hand. Someone beside him immediately passed him a pair of binoculars. The helicopter was pulled horizontally so that General Min Lai could have a better view. That was the direction where he wanted to hide the poison. There were about 200 people guarding the village. So how could there be a fire and an explosion? Contact Chin Mong Sain. His skin was dark, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He asked his trusted aide to contact Chin Mong Sain. Ask him what happened. The trusted aide immediately contacted him, only to hear the busy tone from the phone. His expression changed several times, and he handed the phone to General Min Lai. Hearing the voice from the phone, General Min Lai knew that there was a problem. Gritting his teeth, which were blackened by the smoke, he reached for the pistol clipped to his belt and ordered coldly, "Contact the others." Since General Min Lai had arranged for so many of his retired soldiers to be stationed there, it was only natural that he had spies among them, and not just one, but several.